And we're back. The best TikTok live alive on TikTok. Live right now. Incredible. I hope you had a good week. I hope everyone is having a good time. We have some awesome things to go over today. I'm really excited. We were talking about processed foods last week, and I wanted to talk. There's actually a huge paper that came. Okay, what's up, Davey? Sure, what's up, dude? What's up,
What's
Davey?
up, dude?
How's it going?
I'm good, bro. You?
Good, good.
Yeah, I just saw that you're debating politics, science, and everything in between.
Sure.
And I just wanted to say that um would you agree that we should increase funding on space exploration and colonization, because that's my perspective on what we need to be doing.
Oh, for sure, man. Yeah, I mean, space is a really cool thing. It's like something that
Hell yeah.
everyone can relate to, and it helped dawn a lot of satellites and silicon
And other
processing, and
discoveries, yeah.
yeah, it's this huge thing. I think.
For sure. I think it's sad that we don't spend as much money on NASA or NOAA for that matter and ocean exploration.
Dude, I have actually a really cool stat for you. So I've been agreeing with you my entire life, and as a scientist, it always made me really frustrated that we never were investing into science as much as we
For
did
sure.
during
Fact.
the NASA space missions and stuff, right? So guess what, man? Guess what? During the Biden administration, when we passed the Inflation Reduction Act and the infrastructure bill, when we did both of those together, and you take into the um, all of the research agencies, the science agencies at most of it's from the DoD, so it's like 100
Okay.
billion there. NSF, NIH, DOE, NOAA, all that kind of stuff, NASA. You put that all together, we were actually spending more in that year because of those bills, more on science and technology than we were the defense bill. Isn't that wild?
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah, dude. And we actually did, I looked it up and I compared it with the original NASA budget, and it was like 400% as a percentage of our GDP than compared to the budget in the space race during the NASA space missions.
For
Isn't that
sure, dude.
sick?
That's sick, bro. I want to see. I think that especially now with automation,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like as more essential sectors of the economy start to get automated, I think a lot more money is going to be able to be redistributed to not only social means but research. And I'm really looking forward to that. Like, for example, do you think that like something like a UBI would be feasible?
I mean, and theoretically, yeah, like I think that it would be a good idea. There's been a lot of research into that with individual cities where
Hmm.
I think Colton, California is the one that did a big UBI program, and it was incredible. More people, it's basically like a really direct way of spending that money into your local
Hmm.
governments, because people that have a UBI are really more likely to spend that money directly,
Right.
as opposed to like putting it into investments or something like that. So it
Right.
stays local. That's one of the reasons why it's such a good economic driver.
And I definitely agree with that. I guess my most, controversial view
Mhm.
that I guess we could argue on is I don't think there's such a thing as a bad um I don't know if I can say this word, like substance, medicine, you know what I mean? I
Hmm.
just think that there's bad uses of that. Unintended uses of that. You know what I mean?
I mean,
Like
dude, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm pretty libertarian when it comes to
mhm.
like being able to decide what goes in your own body as an adult, especially as like ChatGPT increases. I think a lot of people are going to be consulting a ChatGPT like assistant, and then you're going to have kind of like your local nurse that kind of helps you administer things or figure out
Mhm.
stuff. But I think, in the future we're going to have a basically a medical provider that we talk to through ChatGPT, and then that's what happens.
For sure. I think like for example, I don't think we should be demonizing marijuana. I don't think we should be demonizing. I think one that is overly demonized, which like as more research comes out, like it shows to be more beneficial, is like psilocybin
Hmm.
and like psychedelics in general, because there's studies that show that psychedelics increase neural plasticity,
Hmm.
and they tend to be very therapeutic just because of the serotonin like raising effects that they have. So it's like it's almost like a better SSRI. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
it has a huge impact on people with PTSD. A lot of soldiers and vets have like reported a lot of benefits with it. Allows you to kind of rethink things and analyze kind of like
Right.
what your trauma is, and through a new way. Oh yeah, just I did find the number just to be exact. So the 2022 science spending with the Inflation Reduction Act and the infrastructure bill was 255% larger than what NASA's budget was in 1966. Isn't that so I think nobody gives
That
Biden
should
any
be
credit for
every
that.
day, dude. That should be
I know.
every year.
I agree.
I
I
think,
agree with you.
dude, when I was in like elementary school, I remember they were giving us like a date for the lunar base. They were like, "We're gonna build a lunar base by 2020," and I was so excited, man. And then 2020 came
Yeah.
around, and then 2025 came around. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like what's kind of concerning to me in that facet is just because, do you know about like the habit of like the Habdome like experiments where they try to put like a group of like four individuals in like a simulated space like Habdome environment, and it as far as I've seen,
Hmm.
all the trials have just come out like horrible, which is just kind of concerning to me. Like they just like there just tends to be increasing um like disagreements within the staff, and then it tends
Hmm.
to like end up in like a psychotic break,
Hmm.
which
Yeah.
is kind of like concerning to me, but I feel like there has to be a way around that.
Yeah. Are you talking about like people living together in a confined space for a long period of time?
Yeah, they
Okay.
what they did was they had like four individuals work in it was like a pressurized like like dome environment
Hmm.
inside of like in some like desert somewhere, and the goal was to have them live there for like around like a year, I think,
Hmm.
and they only got as far as like 2 months.
Oh, interesting. So it's like to simulate the conditions it would be in order to live together to go to
Yep,
Mars.
to like call it. Yep,
Oh, okay.
exactly.
Yeah.
And I think they're still working on it. That was like the result back in like 2022. I haven't looked back into it, but that's what keeps going into my mind of like why possibly they haven't done it. Because I feel like it is very feasible, especially with all the resources that we could get on the moon and
Yeah.
on Mars.
I heard it was like, I mean, they were, I think I even like, I put in an application or something because it was like they were looking for couples, and it was just like an interesting like way of, because they wanted people that were like bonded and they didn't, less fighting or something.
Uh,
Yeah. We definitely went to
that
space, man.
that would definitely be like a solution, I would think. Just
Hmm.
because like I don't know, because it's also interesting to me that you don't necessarily see this same tension in like the International Space Station,
Hmm.
even though that they're in a like a confined like environment, a pressurized environment in space, even without gravity.
Yeah.
But I think this probably just has to do more with the fact that they have like a large amount of communication with ground and like with other people than just the people that they're around,
Hmm.
which you wouldn't have necessarily on Mars as much or on the moon.
Hmm. Yeah, it'd be tough, man. I mean, you're kind of like asking someone to really push their it's kind of like a one way mission because they don't have enough. From what I understand, they don't have enough fuel to get back. Basically, that's
Yeah,
kind of
they
like the
don't.
thing. They're thinking about like putting a nuclear reactor or something really small on there, but getting back is really tough.
No, yeah. I mean, speaking of nuclear energy, like
Hmm.
I think that it's kind of sad. Like you see countries like Germany that have pushed back on nuclear energy so much
Hmm.
in recent years, and I think it's kind of sad just because it's so much safer than the alternatives.
Dude, we had it was really cool. I put my YouTube has archives of all my lives, and last week we had a nuclear engineer on here, and I was talking to him for like an hour, and we went all through like breeder reactors, and it was really interesting the how efficient they've gotten. I had no idea. We're talking like single digit um in percentage wise of like waste, and it allows them to really use like waste, nuclear waste, basically, and create
Mhm.
a uh, more efficient way of using nuclear energy, so that they're actually looking for nuclear waste and because they want to reuse it.
Oh, so they're like recycling it almost?
Hmm. Yeah, they basically push it on the outside of the fission reactor, so that as the protons or neutrons get
Okay.
expanded and leave, they get caught in the outside gas, which then puts them into like higher orbits. So then it creates the higher mass than they
Okay.
normally have, and then that creates like kind of
Even
a
more
push
energy.
to um, be able to reuse it more. So it's a
Wow.
really it was a really interesting. They're called the breeder reactors. So I mean I think that nuclear is good, and there's a lot of use cases for it. There's
Mhm.
basically for energy dense places they're really useful. That don't have space for solar and wind arrays. But I mean, he was
Yeah.
making the argument that honestly breeder reactors are so small now that you could kind of have them everywhere in the United States as like a small patchwork in between the solar and wind arrays, because they're just, you know, yeah, obviously that it's the big problem with nuclear is that it just isn't renewable right now. It doesn't have even single digits versus like a wind or a solar array.
Yeah.
Solar's renewable. They're because the energy that you create from that, you don't need to recharge that as a fuel. That's what
Yeah.
renewable fuels mean. But
Yeah.
he was just making the argument that creating nuclear sites more often throughout the country allows us to basically patch that without having more and more solar arrays. It was honestly a really interesting discussion, man.
Yeah.
It was really
No, yeah,
cool.
you can definitely see like that, especially with small countries like in Europe. Like, did you know
Hmm.
that Slovenia has a single nuclear reactor that powers one fourth of its of the entire country's electricity?
Dang. Wow, that's pretty
And
good.
then Bulgaria has two, and it powers one third.
Hmm.
So it's like it's you can just get so much bang for your buck. And I
Yeah.
think something that I was seeing a lot of um before, but then I haven't seen anything else is like hydrogen reactors where the input is water and then the output to some extent is just water. Where they would I think theoretically like the energy is it's supposed to split water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then the energy released from that use that as power, and then
Hmm.
they would um I think they would somehow keep them in a chamber, the waste in a chamber, and then it would naturally recombine into water.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he was making the argument that basically the best energy you can get would be, and I've heard this before, is like a dam, like a basically a hydroelectric dam. A dam is basically a big battery,
Yeah, yeah,
and you just create that potential with with the water, and then it can spin and can do anything with that. So and it just sucks that like those dams are so bad for the environment, right? That's like the big part. It's they're really good, but they're
Yeah.
really, really bad for the environment because it basically ruins the entire river,
Yeah.
above and downstream.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of unfortunate that some of like the best stuff that we have is almost like it's like a forbidden fruit. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like fuel is so like gas is so like almost easy to produce. Like you can really just make fuel out of like organic material. But it's like the what's it called? What it breaks down into is just so bad, and it's just not worth it in the long
Well,
run.
we can make all of our fuel, renewably right now in the United
Hmm.
States with algae. So basically, the problem with fossil fuels is that it takes carbon that's in the ground, and it
Right.
should be in the ground. It should stay in the ground, and it exports it through combustion reactions in our
To
cars
the surface, yeah.
to the atmosphere. And
Yeah.
how you combat that is algae takes down the CO2 in order to make the triglycerides that it eventually uses that we use for gas. And that's what I mean. The gas right now is basically 500 million year old algae. So we're basically taking all that plant matter that's been crunched together and slammed together, and then we're just extracting the lipids from that. And that's what the
Right.
87 and 85 or whatever on your gas is. That's how many carbons there are. So you basically have to recreate that on through algae.
Hmm.
And but it's a way to make it renewable. We can actually make it as a renewable fuel because there is a finite amount of fossil fuel
Hmm.
um, in the world. So we definitely need some type of way to create algae or fuel, and it's also a way that people don't have to buy like electric cars in order to be renewable and sustainable.
You
And
know, it's like really cool that you mentioned that
mhm,
because the other day I had seen like a YouTube video explaining how fossil fuels actually like work,
mhm,
and like I read that a majority of it is because like there would be this greenery that was adapted to the low oxygen environment of
mhm,
like ancient earth, and that low oxygen environment would basically allow it to be like almost perfectly preserved under these like new layers of sediment, the same way that like biological material is like conserved at the bottom of like the Black Sea.
hmm.
So then all these things would just get crushed, and then that's what turns it into like carbon because the base of life is just carbon. So then like putting that into context,
Mhm.
I feel like you could probably replicate that. Like you could definitely probably replicate that
Yeah, I mean,
and
we
then
can
use
do
that to
that
turn
right
into
now. I mean,
fuel.
the diesel, your car could basically be, switched over to run on, renewable algae biofuels right now. You wouldn't have to buy a new car. It's just motors are just so much more efficient than internal combustion cars. That's the thing is that even when you're powering your electric car on coal, which is a coal-fired power plant, which is like I think it's like 30% of the United States is still using coal, you're still you're still more efficient than an electric car with coal power is still more efficient than a renewable internal combustion engine. It's crazy.
Wow,
So it's
that's
just
that's
it's just
unfortunate.
the efficiency of how it works, so how motors work, and you're not losing anything. It's just that
Right.
how efficient motors are.
Yeah,
It has to do
that's
with like the
probably.
mechanical advantage.
All right, so I came up here kind of looking to disagree and like kind of make a discussion out of it, but I feel like we agree on a lot, you know?
Okay.
So I do have to go, but you have
Okay.
a good one, dude. It
All
was
right,
really
man.
nice talking to you, man.
Yeah, nice talking to you too, man.
You're a smart dude, man. Have a good one.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Have a good one, bro. All right, guys. What's up? That was cool. He joined like within the first couple seconds of live, so I didn't see. What's up? How's everyone doing? I actually got something planned tonight, something new that we're gonna try it out. My first live ever. I was going through PDFs and stuff, and it's hard for you to see it, and because of the pixelation of the phone and how TikTok works. So, oh no, that's not good. I hope that doesn't work. That'd be really bloody. So we're gonna try it out. I think we're gonna try it out right now. So we were talking about processed foods before, and we were talking about kind of like how healthy they are. And I was making the argument that like in and of itself, they're not dangerous. Processed foods in and of itself are not poison. It's all in moderation. And the problem is that we actually have so much access to foods that we are eating too much of it, and then that is what's creating a problem in our overeating, and we are getting fat on it. So I mean, if you want to, Tim, if you want to, that's fine. I just want to get through this. There's one paper, but you can jump on if you want, Tim. So basically, fluoride's completely safe in the water. It's all good. It's good that it's in the water because it helps people live a higher quality of life. So I'm going to try this. We're going to try this for the first time. Here we go. So I wanted to look at this paper. So we're going to try this. Let's see if this works. It's already not working. How exciting. Okay, so this is it. So I wanted to show this paper right here. This paper. Okay. Can you guys see this? So in medical science, we want to, fluoride gas isn't safe, but it is definitely safe in the water at the parts that it is. So don't worry about it. So ultra processed or minimally processed diets following healthy dietary guidelines on weight and cardiometabolic health. A randomized crossover trial. So the randomized crossover trial is the interesting part there, where we're actually doing a group and then it's changing over and then they're changing over back. So let's see what they found. So here we go. The interesting part, I think, here is that, can you guys read this? Tell me, give me feedback, guys. Is this actually working? Can you actually see this? So it's questioning is, how hungry do you feel right now? That's the question that they're asking these people that are on a minimally processed foods or ultra processed foods. Ultra processed foods are basically, they're kind of like protein shakes and the very, very processed foods. So the hungrier is the ultra processed foods is going to be the top blue line. So that means that the ultra processed foods are hungrier than the minimally processed foods. So when they're eating, they are not feeling satiated so that they can eat more, right? That is what they found in this study. The second one is, how sick do you feel right now? And if they feel sick, that's bad, obviously, right? And we can see that the blue line again is feeling those people are lower, right? How sick do you feel right now? So they're feeling worse. And then how much do you think you could eat right now? So the blue line on the right-hand side is that it's higher, right? It's actually higher. So they feel like they could eat more. And we actually see this importantly on here. So inside the study here, they actually show, and in the diet and intake. So this is in the kind of the protocols and the methods section. This is where they have diet and intake. So the self-reported diet intake data from the minimally processed foods, MPF, and the ultra processed foods, UPF diets are in the tables, but we're not going to look at that. In the sample, energy intake was minus 500 calories per day for the minimally processed food diet and minus 300 for the ultra processed food. So, what does that mean? So, what that means is that the minimally processed food diets were able to go at minus 500 calories per day, while the ultra processed foods were able to go up to minus 300 calories a day. So, in other words, and if we think about it in the context of how hungry these people were, right? These people that had ultra processed foods were basically more hungry, but and they were eating more food at the same time. So that really makes a big difference on how you feel, if you can have a caloric deficit, and let's see how it actually impacted their weight loss. So at the end of the day, this is how you can look at the weight loss and the weight change that was happening. So on the left-hand side, the minimally processed foods, that red line right there is how much weight the minimally processed foods people lost. So that means that the minimally processed foods cohort, that means that they've lost more weight, they felt better, they felt more full, and they felt less sick. The ultra processed foods, they did lose a significant amount of weight, but they felt sicker, and they felt like they were actually hungry the entire time. And the other graphs on the right-hand side shows that they were going down over time. So what does this mean? Does this mean that ultra-processed foods are entirely bad and that we should never eat them? No, I don't think so at all. So for me, personally, I think I like to keep it simple for my diet. I like to actually, I think protein is probably the most important thing I go for. I get 200 grams of protein a day, and that's kind of like where I start. And then from there, I add in other things. I don't even think about carbs, because carbs just kind of are in everything. You don't really have to worry about that. And fats I don't really think about either. But I just try to focus on protein. And so, and Chance, this is a great question, great point. What's my go-to protein? So I do go, a lot of my protein is from ultra processed foods. So about 100 grams a day is from protein shakes or a protein bar or something like that. And like, would my health be worse off if I just entirely took those out? I think so. And I think that that's the problem, is that if you entirely abandon processed foods, you're just not going to be able to get these macros that you need. You're not going to be able to get the protein that you need. You're not going to be able to eat and maintain muscle mass, and that's just not good. You need to be able to eat, like weightlifting twice a week is a good plan, and you need to be eating protein. Oh, Betcher, what's up, man? You're getting in. Thanks for requesting again. So cool. So what'd you think, man? What'd you think of that? I'm trying
I would have
to actually
agree.
show science publications
Yeah.
on here and try to digest it.
Yeah, no, being a nurse, and
Okay.
stuff, we are the most unhealthy people of eating.
Oh, because do you work
Even though
nights?
we try to tell our patients to eat healthy.
Are you
But
working
I
nights?
would,
Is that why?
well, nights or days, it doesn't matter because we never get to eat, period,
Oh,
in our profession.
gotcha.
And, and I have to say, though, that the new medications on the market are a game changer. They found the
Mm.
golden ticket. They have found the golden ticket now. I am 50. I have gone all the way back to the days of Deal-A-Meal with Richard Simmons. Okay.
So you're talking about the
When it comes to
GLP-1
weight
agonists, I'm
loss.
assuming. So like the semaglutide, tirzepatides,
Yep, yep,
retaglutides.
yep. Because it turns off the hunger drive in your
Yeah.
brain.
Yeah,
It turns off
exactly.
that hunger drive in your brain, and it slows gastric motility. So you're going to
Mm-hmm.
feel full longer.
Yep.
Okay, with not, eating very much. Now, can you rely? a lot of people just want to rely on that, and you can't.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. That is the stepping stone. You can't just, it's this, you know, process of, I tell people, eat whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's just the question of how much of it you eat. Don't go for the big plate. You go for the small plate. Put whatever you want on there, and stuff. But you have to incorporate exercise.
Yeah,
You
what
just
happens
do.
with a lot of the
Unfortunately.
GLP-1 agonists is that you're exactly right. So it interferes with like the ghrelin, which is the one that the thing that tells you to eat. So what happens is a lot of people will go in severe caloric deficits, so much that they feel super
Mm-hmm.
weak, super shaky. So you really need to, with the prescription of any type of semaglutide, tirzepatide, any type Wegovy, Zepbound, Ozempic, these are the normal names that people hear. You really should be weightlifting. It should be mandatory,
Yeah.
well, twice a week that you're doing full body weightlifting, because what happens is that your body, as it wastes away, basically on a caloric deficit, what you need to have happen is you need to tell your body, keep this muscle. This muscle is important and you need to keep it. And how you do that is basically the weightlifting. So the weightlifting, while you're losing your weight, the body says, hey, wow, this stuff we are really putting a lot of energy into these muscles in order to move this weight. We need to save this. We need to save this muscle, and we need to go to the next thing, which is adipose. Because when you're in a caloric deficit, the first thing that is actually used up is muscles. So it's your
Muscles.
checking
Yep.
account. Your checking account of your body is your muscle groups, and it's actually going to go there first. So that's what
Mm-hmm.
happens when a lot of people are on these things, is that they'll crash. They'll lose a ton of weight, but they're losing
Yep.
muscle mass. They're losing adipose tissue, fat, and then what happens is that they rebound right back because they don't have that muscle anymore to kind of spend that energy. And muscle takes more energy for your
Yep.
body to maintain than other tissues.
Mm-hmm.
So what you need is basically when you go down, you need to be building and keeping that muscle, so that when you do lose that weight, it costs your body more energy in order to have more muscle. And that's how you don't do that
Right.
rebound back and forth thing.
Back and forth, and also with these that's why you get the, you can see it in their face,
Mm-hmm.
a lot, with the fast, and the fact that you will lose your hair. Okay, your hair starts falling out if you lose weight too fast. That's why you should only be losing roughly about 2 pounds a week. Really, you shouldn't even be losing that much. You have to do
Yeah.
it slow. But unfortunately, these medications, yes, they found the golden ticket, but you have to force yourself to eat.
Yeah.
Really, on these medications,
And protein.
and
So you
stuff,
got to make sure you have
and
that protein.
protein. Oh yeah.
It's huge.
You gotta
And
you gotta do protein. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and I tell people you don't even have to do the best workout ever, and you don't need a gym. You don't need any. You do what the military does. It's called rucking. Put that 10, 20, 30-pound backpack on your body and go for a walk. Boom. You got cardio and weightlifting all in one thing. I tell you, take it off the next day, you will be sore.
mm-hmm.
Okay? I mean, that's all you need. You mow the lawn, put the weighted backpack on. Okay? You're getting that exercise and the weightlifting all in one. Unfortunately, with someone like me who, I kind of messed up my body in a little
Mm-hmm.
sense, in the fact that way back in the day, I would work out 2 to 3 hours a day and eat once a week.
Once
Yeah.
you would eat once a
Yep.
week?
I would eat once a week.
Oh
Yeah.
man, that's not healthy.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's not healthy at all. Yeah, I know. And I still kind of get into that, mindset, but I've learned, to, I do other things. I do, cross country
Yeah.
running and stuff, which I love, because you're out in the mountains and you can walk, run. Who cares? Y'all get the same T-shirt and medal at the end. I mean, whatever. I mean, seriously, enjoy the race. All these people that are so worried about their time. I'm like, dude, are you going to the Olympics? No, enjoy the race.
Yeah, the problem with
So,
like the fasting diets is basically like
yeah,
research says that we only can get about 30 to 40 grams of protein per meal. So what happens is that if you eat all of your protein, all 200 grams or whatever it is,
yeah,
um, in one sitting, you're only going to be able to assimilate about 40 grams of that, and you're going to defecate the rest. So what you need to do is kind of
mm-hmm,
take that 200 and then you divide that out by
mm-hmm,
40, right? And that means that you need to eat
right?
about 5 boluses of 40 grams of protein a day. So I'll do that with like 2 shakes and a protein bar, and that gets me to like 100. And then I need to eat between lunch and dinner. I need to eat another 100. So I need to eat. I get there by that. We have to. The fast it doesn't work. Fasting doesn't work with
No,
building
yeah.
muscle. Just maintaining muscle. It's really, really,
No,
really,
yeah,
really hard.
you got it, and you don't have to do CrossFit weightlifting, okay? I mean, seriously, you don't even have to. You have to do that, I like TRX straps, and you know dumbbells. People think you have to go all out, and it's like no moderation,
Mm-hmm.
and everything, and the best thing that I cook for my family for protein wise and stuff. I mean, you get that big bag of grilled chicken from Costco.
Mm-hmm.
You put it in your air fryer. Then you take your rice and your black beans. Boom! There you go. There you
Nice.
go. How easy is that? How easy and how healthy is it?
Yeah.
You don't have to go. I always say 5 ingredients or less. Okay,
Sure.
five
Whatever
ingredients or less when you're
whatever people
cooking.
will eat and like. I mean,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it's not about like. I think that people get under the assumption that you can just you can never enjoy food if you're eating like this or anything like that. What I really try to think about is like 8 to 10 week bursts where I'm really going to change some things, and then 8 to 10 weeks I'm really going to do something, and then I'm gonna, in
Well,
a
you got to
bulking
do everything
period,
in.
let's say I'm gonna
Yeah.
bulk, so then I'm gonna hit the lifts, and then I'm gonna eat a little bit more of a caloric surplus, and then afterwards I'm gonna maintain for a little bit, and then hit like usually I do it around the holidays, right? So I'm gonna bulk
Yeah.
during the
Oh
holidays
yeah.
because that would be insane to try to cut during the holidays. That'd be crazy
Oh
at
right.
Thanksgiving and December, and then
Oh yeah.
after that, like everyone in January wants to lose some weight. So you're coming in. I'm like, I'm going to lose some weight in January, February, and try to lean out a little bit. And then the big part is to go through your 8 to 12 week cutting or bulking stage. But then you really want to
Mhm.
maintain that for a little bit. You don't want to just think,
Yep.
oh, I can eat whatever I want. What you want to do is just kind of
No.
think, okay, I'm going to eat more, but I'm going to eat more of like good healthy foods. I'm not going to eat a bunch of junk food now. I'm just going to eat like more salads, a double thing of salads. I'm going to have more vegetables, that kind of stuff.
But you got to do things in very very small baby
Angie,
steps.
Angie,
You
what I would
know.
do is, you can think about, so you don't necessarily have to always have meat. So I think that's a big misconception. You can do it with quinoa. You can do it with different types of beans, that kind of thing. You
Peanut
don't
butter.
have to do it always with like a steak or something like that because then it
Yeah.
just gets super expensive. You
Well,
can and you can
and
do it with
yeah.
protein shakes. That's how I do it. So I have a protein shake that I like to have that's like chocolate, and then I just put like 2 scoops of it in and a little bit of water. Or if I'm bulking, I'll put milk in there, and then I'm just chug it down. I'm not having a whole protein shaker bottle,
Oh, I
so
can't drink.
I'm having
Ugh,
a little bit.
gross.
But
No, but
I'm gonna get Zero in here. Beitru, thank you
okay.
so much. I appreciate
No
you.
problem.
Thanks for checking out my
No
live, and
problem.
I hope to see you around soon.
Okay.
Thanks. Hey, what's up, Zero? How's it going?
Hey, Dr. Greg. Going well. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, I have a question for you related specifically to mitochondria. I noticed that you're a microbiologist. I figured that this would probably be right up your alley. I have been deep diving into Zone 2 running and Zone 2 endurance training and the benefits for it. And one of the things that I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around is the hardening and the increase in efficiency seen in mitochondria as a result of Zone 2 running.
Could
I
you
don't
put just the
understand the
mic a little
connection.
bit closer to your mouth? It's harder to hear you.
Here, let me pull off my I'll pull off my headset. Is this any better?
That was worse.
Okay, sorry.
How's chat? Chat, is this?
I am so sorry. Is this any better?
Sorry, bro. I got you turned all the way up, and I can't hear you.
Is this any better? Here, I'll step outside.
I can barely hear you again. I'm trying to do my settings here.
Maybe it's my audio. I might need to rejoin.
Chat. You started out fine. Okay, maybe we can go back to the original.
Yeah. Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, that's way better.
Okay, I disabled my audio and I re-enabled it. Sorry about that.
Okay, no, all good, dude. All good. So from what I caught, you were looking into Zone 2 running because you wanted to, you're looking at mitochondria.
So actually the mitochondrial efficiency came in as a result of me starting Zone 2 running. I had a cardiac event in January of this year and converted from powerlifting to endurance sports, specifically distance running. And part of that involved run slow to run faster. And that logical leap that you have to take, that your base building is what they say, and the concept that they say is that when you are running slow, you are improving mitochondrial performance. You're increasing the density of the mitochondria, the efficiency at which they work, and the amount of mitochondria within your cells. I am not a well-educated enough person and not a savvy enough Google Foo practitioner to be able to find anything related to this. And I was hoping you might be able to help explain why low-impact cardio that keeps your heart rate below a specific threshold, in my case, that's around 120 to 145 beats per minute, how that would have a direct correlation to improving mitochondrial efficiency and growth.
Dude, that's a great question. I don't know the exact mechanism myself. But I'm down to learn with you. Let's try. You want to try to look at where have you looked?
So a lot of my information comes from existing distance runners and as much as I hate to admit it, YouTube influencers such as the Running Channel or the primary person I get most of my information from is what is his last name?
Mike Israetel?
Well, Mike Rizzetel's is a funny guy, and when I was a powerlifter, he was one of my. Lee Grantham is his name. Sorry about that. Lee Grantham was a guy who was brand new into running and then got quickly into it, and has become.
I found a paper here. Here we go. So, high intensity exercise training enhances. This is high intensity though, so it's kind of we can look at the other way, huh? So high intensity is this is the other side of it in a paper I'll post in my show notes if anyone's interested. Let's see. Okay, so here's the title. High intensity exercise training enhances mitochondrial oxidative phosphorylation efficiency in a temperature-dependent manner in human skeletal muscle. Implications for exercise performance. The purpose of the present study was to investigate whether exercise training induced adaptations in human skeletal muscle mitochondrial bioenergetics are magnified under thermal conditions resembling sustained intense contractile activity and whether training-induced changes in mitochondrial oxidative phosphorylation efficiency influence exercise efficiency. Interesting. So it's like they're looking at the ability to, ATP, but why would be they're looking at if it's the temperature specifically? Before and after the intervention, mitochondrial respiratory function was determined ex vivo in permeabilized muscle fibers under experimentally induced normothermia, 35 degrees C, and hypothermia, 40 degrees C, mimicking in vivo muscle temperature at rest and during intense exercises. Oh, so maybe it was like a diffusion thing they're understanding, because like if it's hotter, then it's going to be easier to move through the muscle. In addition, activity.
I went back into my. I
I
apologize. I didn't mean to step over you. I went back into my bookmarks and sat down at my desk, and I did find a link from Dr. Howard J. Lux, Zone 2 Heart Rate Training for Longevity and Performance. This was something that I had bookmarked 6 months ago. But it sounds like what you're reading is stipulating high intensity workout, whereas what I was looking at was focusing primarily on low intensity. So it sounds like those might contradict each other.
Oh, for sure. It was just a it's like in the area of like, I like to read what things in the area and in subjects that I'm trying to explore, because it's an interesting way of like seeing what are they studying, what are the questions that they're asking, how are they testing those, that kind of thing. Even if it's not directly related, I still kind of I like to sometimes explore different ideas just like you can just get a lot sometimes just by reading the title and the abstract. So,
would you mind breaking down some of the more scientific terms that were used in the abstract there? Because I was trying to follow along. I'm usually pretty good at extrapolating from information I don't quite fully understand, but I'm lost.
Yeah, it's basically, oxidative phosphorylation is the process that generates most of the cells that ATP. And that ATP is basically the energy of that cell. So ATP, your primary energy source, and then aerobic is you use ATP for your initial burst of energy, aerobic for primary, and then anaerobic is at the very end of it when you're starting to gutter out. Yeah, exactly.
So is this saying that they're looking at ways to produce additional ATP, therefore increasing the duration that you can go all out, because that would be cool.
Yeah,
sprinters.
This is also in 2019, so this is like peak HIIT kind of time. Everyone was doing high intensity interval training back then. That was like a huge thing. I think the Zone 2 stuff kind of like really started out recently. But I think there's two ways of going about it, right? It's like creating a more efficient oxidative phosphorylation versus increasing the amount of mitochondrial per muscle fiber. I think that's like two completely different things that could theoretically have the same result, right? If it's like increasing it by 100% versus making 100% more mitochondria, for example. Do you know what I mean? Like the efficiency might have changed, but we just doubled the amount of mitochondria, for example. It's not going to be those numbers, but I think that they're trying to figure out what it is. But yeah, the electron,
that makes some sense.
The electron transport chain. This is the thing with NADH, the Krebs cycle. Where all the proteins are. They're passed with the electron gradient and all that kind of stuff. The photon gradient formation. But you might remember that from like a undergrad biology class.
It's been several years since my last biology class, but that does make some sense. What you're saying there.
But why?
What they're looking
why
into.
Would we make more mitochondria cells in general? Like I figure I thought that would be more genetics more than anything, but which is
My
interesting that you can
understanding
make
is that
more.
And my understanding, and once again, not a doctor, have not done the research. This is information I've received from influencers who want me to run more. I run more, but they seem to have looked into this and seen that the increased demand on the body, just like as you tear and break down your muscles, you build them back up as part of resistance training. Part of that is a destruction of the muscle and then an increase to meet the new demand. When you place your body under consistent strain, not so over the top that you're now breaking things down, your body begins to realize that it's not producing enough energy to keep you at the aerobic state that you're in. So it acts to either increase the efficiency of your mitochondria or it increases the count of the mitochondria. I have not been able to find anything that confirms this, short of everybody screaming from the rooftop within the running community. Run slow to increase your mitochondria count and make them more efficient.
Interesting. Here's another paper. We're just kind of like exploring Google Scholar right now, just to kind of get a scope of the landscape. So twice a day training improves mitochondrial efficiency, but not mitochondrial biogenesis compared with once daily training. So that tells us that's kind of like the buzzword in the thing. Mitochondrial biogenesis is what we're looking for, right? That, which is like a key. Now we have a keyword and now we can kind of like go for it and I can like Google search that. So let's see. Let's just see what this is. Again, not what we're talking about, but it's something related to what we're interested in.
I appreciate you digging into this because you're taking the time to understand something that you don't fully grasp so that you can provide me with a better answer. I really
I love
appreciate
learning,
it.
man. This is cool. Thanks for bringing it up. So exercise training performed with lowered muscle glycogen stores. So that means that like those are when you're tired, basically,
Fasted
right?
cardio,
Yeah,
running
exactly.
tired, running hungry.
Can amplify adaptations related to oxidative metabolism, but is not known if this is affected by, quote, train low strategy used, i.e. once a daily versus twice a day training. Oh, okay. So they're saying like, could you go in with a fasted, what you were talking about, fasted versus why don't you just train twice? Wouldn't that second time just be low glycogen stores? I think that's what they're saying. So 15
Maybe, or
healthy
maybe
men
just that
performed
your
3
body hasn't
weeks of
recovered.
endurance exercises followed by a high intensity interval exercise 2, or 14 hours later. Therefore, the second training session always started with low muscle glycogen in both groups. Okay, so yeah, that was it. So interesting. So mitochondrial efficiency, state 4 of respiration, was improved only for the twice a day group. However, muscle citrate synthase activity, mitochondria, and lipid area in intermyofibrillar and subsacromolial regions and electron transport chain relative protein abundance were not altered with training in either group. Markers of aerobic fitness, e.g. peak oxygen uptake, were increased, and plasmid lactate, O2 costs, and rating of perceived exertion during a 100-minute exercise task were reduced. So
That's huge.
for both groups.
The moment you reduce lactate, you improve your ability to continue running, to continue doing anything. I'm curious. I didn't catch the name of this article that you're reading. Would you mind giving it back to me one more time?
Yeah. Let's see. This one is called. It's in the Journal of Applied Physiology. So twice a day training improves mitochondrial efficiency, but not mitochondrial biogenesis compared with once day training. So in that title, are they saying that the mitochondrial biogenesis was in the once a day training? Is that what I'm curious here.
From reading the title, my understanding of this is it's saying that it makes your mitochondria more efficient, but does not produce additional ones. And that once a day training does. Maybe Maybe I'm not smart enough to figure that out. And lucky, this is over my head too.
So sometimes, like, you can try to find. So what I do when I go to I go to the abstract, and then I'll go to the discussion. I could do the figures. Figures is a good one to go to. But since we're curious about something, I'm just skimming right now. One second. It's a lot of text. Interesting. I mean, I've heard this too. I mean, I've heard what you're talking about too, and it's like kind of like, but the problem is so much of health is like bro science kind of thing. People just repeat it so often that it becomes, what it is.
And any more fitness influencers, it's source. Trust me, bro.
And this paper is using TEM, so it's like using electron microscopy. So you should be able to just see mitochondria. This is very easy to actually measure. Dude, I wonder, Jurek, I wonder if they just requested to join. I'm curious. So the initial exercise, the second exercise.
Whitney, I asked a question about improving mitochondrial efficiency and why Zone 2 was so good at it, and we're digging into that. Exactly what everybody wanted to hear at 1 o'clock in the morning.
It is likely, therefore, that twice-a-day group performed every second training HIIT with greater central or peripheral fatigue and ultimately with increased perceived effort. This greater overall stress for the performance may have improved their ability to tolerate discomfort, leading to a greater reduction in perceived exertion for the same absolute load of training. Okay, here we go. Oh, this is interesting. Here we go. So to our knowledge, this is the first study using TEM, considered the gold standard to measure mitochondrial content, to address the effects of different train low approaches on mitochondrial and lipid content and localization. As 2 to 3 weeks of the train low strategy has been associated with increased CS activity. CS activity, is that... I don't know what they're talking about there. Considered an indirect marker of mitochondrial biogenesis. So that's good. We hypothesized that there would be an increase in mitochondrial content as measured by TEM in our study. Contrary to our hypothesis, 3 weeks of train load training did not alter mitochondria or lipid content, figure 4. There were also no significant changes in CS activity. It is unclear why we did not observe an increase in mitochondrial content or CS activity. However, previous studies reporting significant increases in CS activity following similar train low training programs have used much greater volumes of HIIT, and it has previously been reported changes in CS activity are correlated with training volumes. Thus, it may be that our HIIT volume was not sufficient to promote a significant increase in mitochondrial content. But they're doing HIIT, but that's the train low thing. I don't understand how they're pairing HIIT with train low. This
seems to be completely contradictory to the run slow, exactly. Train light, because they're saying that they think that they weren't working hard enough to trigger mitochondrial biogenesis, when the presumption leading into this from gym bros and fitness influencers is train slow, and that increases your baseline.
Dang.
Which I can argue from
muscle tissue. Damn.
Really?
That's gnarly.
I wouldn't want to biopsy my muscle tissue.
CS is citrate synthase activity. Leads to greater increases in citrate synthase activity when compared with traditional training. However, though citrate synthase is commonly used as an indirect marker for mitochondrial content, there is no consensus on its validity when compared with the, quote, gold standard method of transmission electron microscopy. So, this might be the problem right there. So in the introduction, they're talking about, hey, this is why we designed this study and what we did. All these other studies are using this indirect measurement, this citrate synthase activity, and we're going to use transmission electron microscopy for the first time. And they showed inconclusive, man. Which doesn't mean that it doesn't mean it's ruled out. It just means that using the gold standard technique, it doesn't show any difference. This is a study in 2019. Okay, so now what you do is, okay, so we've found a paper that is controversial, right? So what I do, I'm on Google Scholar right now. So you hit the cited by. So cited by 34. So if this is a big paper and this was actually something that really had a big impact in the field, it's going to be cited a lot. And what you do is that you go and see who cited it and then see what they have to say. So if they can now confirm these guys with TEM or causing the CS activity, now we're kind of like building our knowledge base a little bit more. So now I'm looking at the 34 publications that cited this, and there's a lot of them that are really good. So, I'll put this Google Scholar search in the show notes. So there's one with 277 citations, 114. So 277 citations, evidence-based effects of high-intensity interval training on exercise capacity and health. Review with historical perspective. So that makes sense. It's caught up in a review, which makes sense. That's good. That means that it's validated in a way that like the peers thought it good enough in order to decide it, unless they're like, this is a bunk study, but they don't do that normally in a review. They're going to only say positive things, or they could say that this is a controversial study and it caused some other ways. Here's another paper. 114 citations, New Horizons in Carbohydrate Research and Application for Endurance Athletes. Third paper, 112 citations. How do exercise training variables stimulate processes related to mitochondrial biogenesis in slow and fast trout muscle fibers? Ooh, that's probably going to be the most interesting one. The first two are kind of like a review. This is the third one's an actual like looking at how the actual variables to increase mitochondrial biogenesis. So let's check that one out. It's in Physiological Society Experimental Physiology. So they're not going to necessarily always be on humans because it's not really ethical in order to, to really mess with people. But with trout, we can do that. So that's what they did. Okay.
If we can't use mice, or if we're using mice, why not trout?
That's actually a really good question. Why wouldn't you use mammals? Because I would have thought that it would be mammals too. There must be some type of like mechanism that they really understand mitochondrial biogenesis in trout for whatever reason. That's probably. Okay, here we go. Never mind. It's answered right here. What is the central question of the study? Exercise is known to promote mitochondrial biogenesis in skeletal muscle, but what are the most relevant training protocols to stimulate it? And then 2, the question, what is the main finding and its importance? As in mammals, training in rainbow trout affects slow and fast muscle fibers differently. Nice. So there you go. So they understand this mechanism, and it's a lot easier to work with them. Exercise intensity relative to volume, duration, and frequency is the most relevant training variable to stimulate the process related to mitochondrial biogenesis in both red and white muscles. This study offers new insight into muscle fiber tissue-specific transcription and expression of genes involved in mitochondrial adaptations following training. Okay, so and then we go into the thing. Let's see. Let me try to. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let's just read it. We're invested. Let's read it. Okay, so exercise is known to be a powerful way to improve health through the stimulation of mitochondrial biogenesis in skeletal muscle, which undergoes cellular and molecular adaptations. One of the current challenges in humans is to define the optimal training stimulus to improve muscle performance. Fish are relevant models for exercise training physiology studies, mainly because of their distinct slow and fast muscle fibers. Using rainbow trout, we investigated the effects of 6 different training protocols defined by manipulating specific training variables, such as exercise intensity, volume, duration, and frequency, on mRNAs and some proteins related to 4 subsystems: AMP activated protein kinase, peroxisome proliferator activated receptor Y co-activator signaling pathways, mitochondrial function, oxidative defenses, and lactate dehydrogenase metabolism. So it's just different pathways on this whole systems in order to create mitochondrial biogenesis, basically. And both red and white muscles. In both muscles, high intensity exercise stimulated more mRNA types and enzymatic activities related to mitochondrial biogenesis than moderate intensity exercise. For volume, duration, and frequency variables, we demonstrated fiber tissue specific responses. Indeed, for high intensity interval training, RM transcript levels, that's red muscle. So red muscle transcript levels are increased by low training volume, but white muscles transcript responses are stimulated by a high training volume. Moreover, transcripts and enzymatic activities related to mitochondrial and LDH show that white muscle tends to develop aerobic metabolism with high training volume. For transcript stimulation, white muscle requires a greater duration and frequency of exercise than red muscle, whereas protein adaptations are efficient with long training durations with a high frequency in both muscles. Okay, so what was the red muscle and the white one? Is that slow and fast muscle? What is that?
And my understanding of it is, red muscle is that's the one that's high in myoglobin and mitochondria, whereas the white muscle is your glycolysis energy source.
Okay,
So fast
sense.
twitch, slow twitch,
Yes,
which would
exactly.
explain why low intensity would benefit white muscle growth and development more than red muscle growth. Or do I have that completely backwards?
Huh. So basically,
this is interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, that's cool. So high intensity,
I never would have stumbled on any of this.
Red muscle transcript levels are increased by low training volume, but white muscle transcripts are stimulated by high training volume.
Because red muscles are the ones that have the majority of your myoglobin and your mitochondria. So if the goal is to increase mitochondrial biogenesis or even just mitochondrial efficiency, it would make sense that you would see better performance out of the muscle groups with higher density of what you're focusing on.
Interesting.
Or is that just bias?
And they looked at the subsystems that would make that stuff happen. That's cool. Yeah, white muscle requires a greater duration and frequency of exercise than red muscle, whereas protein adaptations are efficient with a long training duration and a high frequency in both.
And it sounds like white muscle even requires higher intensity, not just longer duration and frequency, but more intensity during each of those workouts, which is why high intensity benefits so heavily.
But white muscle transcript responses are stimulated by a high training volume. Yeah, and you're right.
This has changed my mind on how we work out.
Mitochondria. Enzymatic activities related to mitochondria and LDH show that white muscle tends to develop aerobic metabolism with high training volume. Yeah, and there you go. For transcript stimulation, white muscle requires a greater duration and frequency of exercise than red muscle. Interesting. So I'll put this in the show notes too if you want to check it out.
Definitely.
Interesting, dude.
Yeah, I really appreciate you helping me navigate this particular rabbit hole. I think that I had not seen Google Scholar before, so this gives me a lot of room to grow, and you help me understand how to navigate these journals. I really appreciate the help.
Cool. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's cited by is a big thing. If you find a really impactful paper that you think is really impactful, but nobody else is citing it in the field, that's a really big red flag. Because it shows that like other people aren't citing it, and they're kind of, that's the peer review, right? That's the other people saying like, I don't think so. So. Well, Zero, dude, thanks for coming in, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming on. I put my show notes is on my threads. If you ever all my papers and stuff that we go over, if you wanted to check it out, I put it in the chat. So it's just Greg Newkirk, my name on for threads.
Heading to follow you right now. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man. Have a good one. Have a good run.
You too.
See ya. Jerk,
Hello?
what's up, man?
It's Yurik.
Oh, Yurik. Oh, I'm sorry. How's it going?
Oh, you're good. No one ever gets it right. What's up is I am currently working on a persuasive essay
Okay.
that I've kind of done before,
Okay.
but I've been having a block here recently because I don't know if I need to switch the topic now. Mine is on educational reform.
Okay.
And I started out with the initial concept that I had narrowed down that classrooms need to be smaller.
Okay.
Okay, and I have 3 papers that are peer-reviewed. Rational teaching behaviors in large university classes. It was an observational study.
Mm-hmm.
And then class size, student behaviors, and educational outcomes, which is I guess it's still kind of an observational study, but there's a lot more data in it. And then the experience of co-designing a learning space with teachers and students. I'm sorry, this was like a whole flip from the conversation you were having before.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, I mean, so you're writing a persuasive essay, and you have basically about pedagogy and like different ways of increasing, like what's the goal of the education reform?
So here, I'm gonna pull up the rest of my stuff because I already wrote this essay, but I wanted to redo it because I felt off about it the first time. But essentially, here it is. The goal is to point out why classrooms should be smaller, like the impact and benefit for everyone involved. That goes for like school boards, teachers, parents, students, whole 9 yards. But I've been thinking, like after today and doing a little bit more research, if I should start more at the like a state level and like change it to like a funding issue, like how things are being pushed and stuff, and make it a little bit more.
That's where all the money is. I mean, states basically have most of the funding for schools comes from the state level. So that would probably be the way to, that if you're going to talk about mechanisms of trying to enforce it, and then it makes sense.
Well, that's why like the emphasis of this paper was like I started out emphasis on the school board. Like that's my target audience. That being said, I have like 6 different papers. Like I have enough peer-reviewed articles to go for like 6 different ones. That goes for like classroom size, how funding should be handled, and stuff like this. But I have to pick one. And that's where my issue lies now. Because I don't know which one is best, or if I should just do all of them. And then like just go with this one to be the one that I submit for class.
So I don't think that you should abandon any of them. So what I do when I'm trying to create an essay, and you've written the essay,
Yeah, the one on classroom sizes, I've completely written that one from like top to bottom, APA 7th edition, formatting, all of
Okay.
it, whole 9 yards.
Okay. So I'm going to explain to you my work process. Maybe this will help you in the future. And this is getting to the exact point that I try to avoid, because basically I stay at the outline stage for like time-wise, like 90% of my timeline of writing, because I just start pasting in links and ideas onto a Google Doc, and then that's kind of the brainstorm, and then I figure out which ones, what kind of grouping them together, and then when those get grouped together, that becomes a paragraph. Excuse me. And then once they've become a paragraph, then the idea is, how are these ideas going to fit together and what's going to happen from there? Once the outline, I feel like, is the best stage to really have these, like, what's going to make it and what's not, kind of the questions. Because what happens is that once you've kind of like written something, then it kind of starts setting things into stone, and it's really tough in order to change paragraph order. It's really hard to figure out, if you're gonna have to rewrite topic sentences and concluding sentences, and it becomes really hard to do that work. So I actually
So,
I like to stay at the outline for as long as I can, and I'll even go as far as actually start like doing my first round of editing. So the first round of editing is actually, should this paragraph be here? Should it be first, second? Which line should order it should be? And then once that's done, then I'll even write in the first and last sentences into the outline, so that it can be kind of like really making it as easy as I can. Because then as soon as it's done, now I have the topic sentence, copy and paste, topic sentence, boom, boom. Here's the data, copy the conclusion, boom. And next paragraph, boom, copy, paste the intro sentence again. Because I feel like it's a lot harder to work on something and edit something into something that's really good, versus like doing all the editing, all the culling of bad ideas, so that everything that gets written is actually just fire on that page, and you don't need to worry about that. So that's how, like, going forward, like that, I would invite you to try out that method, just so that you don't have to worry about this problem in the future.
well, that's why there's 6 essays, because I'm limited to 1,000 words,
Okay.
and I have a massive outline of like, so the brainstorming process is what starts my outline, like
Uh-huh.
all of the words and thoughts, and then after I do my research, I add the words and thoughts.
Okay.
And then from there, also like what's most important to me, as in like what did I write the most about? What did my brain hold on to as the most important information from this, which is how smaller classroom sizes became its own first very
Yeah.
polished essay. Very proud of
Mhm.
it. But I have done that one.
Hmm.
I know it could be like I could be more inclusive with it, especially since it was more focused on the benefit to student and teachers rather than school board, which is why this one's the emphasis. Anyways,
Mm.
like I mentioned, the funding and from the school boards, that on a separate essay would have been focusing on state involvement in the education process, bringing in more schools, because like as some commenters mentioned, like smaller classroom sizes mean double the classrooms,
Mm-hmm.
but we have an extraordinary amount of abandoned malls and schools that have just lost people due
Yeah.
to lack of funding, mainly from the overturn of student teacher ratios,
Yeah.
which could be benefited by the smaller classroom sizes,
Mm.
or at least that's what the stats say. And then from there, also curriculum development plans, and not just like what's being taught, but like how it's being taught, being stable and not changing every year is its whole other essay. and
Mhm.
there's 3 more. Anyways,
Okay.
that's what I mean. I
Okay.
have enough to write an essay about all of them, and they're
Nice.
pretty much done. The hiccup is, which one do I submit, and do I polish all of these just to keep in my manifesto for later on? Because, like, I don't want to stop with just my bachelor's of science in elementary education and special education. I want to move on to um, a bachelor's of science, no, a master's in education, which is essentially like qualifying to be like a principal of a
Okay.
school or a district school board leader.
Sure.
And then going on to there to specialize in curriculum development plans and get my doctorate,
Okay.
because I want to join like a foundation or something, maybe even create my own like little nonprofit and work with like individual communities to get like
Okay.
fill the
Well,
gaps.
I would just a quick point. In the United States, you can go from a bachelor's to a PhD, so you don't have to pay to get a master's and I wouldn't recommend it because that would save you a lot of money to just go straight into a PhD program. Um, you basically need like above. You need to look at the graduate school requirements. Usually are above a 3.2, but in order to be competitive, you need to be above 3.5, and then see if you need to look at a GRE program, all like GRE test. I mean, but yeah. So I think that's awesome that
Wait,
you have
even for
that
the
goal.
education
Yeah, yeah.
like
Even like
programs and stuff?
sociology and stuff. Well, you can go straight to a PhD.
I didn't know that. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's you usually have to work, because there's not a lot of funding, unfortunately, for non-STEM PhDs, especially now because of the funding that's kind of drying up.
Mm.
And but yeah, you can basically like work a part-time job and while you're getting your PhD. And but what I would probably do if I were you, I would probably try to make it like STEM related, get into a STEM PhD program, and then just do education related to that. So then you could kind of like double dip, and you could actually get, you can get the funding from STEM, and then still
Well,
do
I
the things
have
that you want.
the veterans grant, and there's a teacher education program and something else that's
Whoa,
going to my
thanks.
education right now. And I don't see those falling off anytime soon because they said that they'll pay up to my master's, I
Cool.
believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is why I was just like bachelor's of science, master's, doctorate.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just a time thing, to be honest with you, and you don't get that much out of it. That's the only the tough part, But
Can you like do you have to work, or is that more of like an optional thing for the PhD? Like
yeah,
can you intern with like a company or something? Because I don't know if many companies or foundations really are going to pay for.
so basically you work for the university teaching classes, and that is a way that you get paid. You pay your 50% of your time is as a PhD student, and then 50% of your time is doing TAing or by and getting paid that way. But a lot of times they won't have a class for you. So if they don't have a class for you, then you need to um,
I wonder if
go
that's how
and
Dr. Riggs' assistant is doing what they're doing right now. Sorry, that was an out loud thought.
who's doing what they're doing.
Okay, so right now, like my class is for 21st century skills, critical thinking, and problem solving, which like I have my own issues with these skills. But Dr. Riggs is the instructor. Like everyone thus far in my program has been an instructor, not a professor. But Dr. Riggs has her PhD in, I think it's psychology with an emphasis on, what's it called? Essentially like personal development.
Okay, nice.
And then she has a TA, and her name is, we're just going to call her Amy. Anyways, she is working on her PhD, but she's also a TA for this class. Like she's
Okay.
been sharing in our little discussion forums. So I was wondering if that's what she was doing because she has her email in here and I might be able to email her.
Yes, this is a huge, huge thing. This is a huge benefit. One of the best things that you can do, get a mentor for real. Like anyone that's in a field that you want to be in, the number one thing that they're going to want to do is talk about themselves. So you can talk to them and ask them like, what's, how'd you do what you did? Or what would you have any advice for me or anything like that? You just email them, Wax Lavish. You just email them and reach out to them, and you ask them. I've done like over a dozen people that have just emailed me. From because of my professionally, people will just find my email, my contacts, and email back and forth, writing their CVs or working their CVs. Doing a Zoom call or something like that, people will give you an hour, or give you a coffee date or whatever, like they'll help you. Everyone that's on this professional grind, in their careers, like we've all had to rely on one another, and people give back by doing. That's why I'm doing this, by the way. It's one of the reasons why I'm doing this TikTok thing. It's because people will help me, to reach out, and I hope that I can help, some of you, like you, Yurik, for real. So this is exactly what this is all for. So, contacting those people and asking, hey, I'm really, really interested in what you're doing. This is my goal. I want to do this. Say what you want. Be honest with them, and they'll help you. Your essay and stuff. It sounds like you're on the right track because you're asking questions on how it should be. Don't think you should rewrite it. I think you can just zhuzh some things around, and I wouldn't really worry about it that much. It sounds like you're on the right track just by thinking about it and putting your best foot forward. But the best thing that you can do right now as in your undergrad is to use these resources that you have access to. And
I just know it's going so fast paced because my student teaching program with Dodea starts soon.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a whole nother topic.
Yeah.
Anyways, so outlines. Do I go with what's already done and polished?
Yeah.
Or
unless
pick
it's
one of the
completely off base and doesn't even make sense, then I would go with it. I don't even think about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, and reach out to people. Reach out to chat. Reach out to people. They want to help you. People want to talk about their science or their careers, or professors. That's what they do. That's literally what they. I like when I was a microbiology professor. I told this to 250 students. About 5 reached out to me, and I got them all jobs at biotechnology companies. You know what I mean? And I was happy to do it. I was working on their CVs, giving them interviews, giving them all different types of stuff. So people will put an extra mile out for you if you just ask, and people they want to give back. So don't worry about it. You're not putting it out. You're not putting them out. Trust me. And they could ghost you. You know what I mean? Don't worry about it. So, but they want to talk to you.
What is that called? A dry introduction?
A cold call?
Cold call. There we go.
Yeah. No, I mean, just put an email, or if you know them and you're in their world, just go up to them after, or office hours is a perfect time. That is a perfect time for it. If you have office hours, that is exactly what an office hour for. That's the best office hours, because you don't have to be, worry about someone trying to pin you on a question or say something, or you can just, say, hey, you want to, bring them coffee, and
I think that's just been the hardest part, is because I did reach out quite a bit to a couple of my professors or instructors before this, but the last one, it was just very strange. I felt like I was being over explained certain things, and the
Mhm.
questions in the end weren't being very answered. And when I was talking to my what is it called, student advisor, like counselor person, he was just like, yeah, sometimes you get instructors like that, you just never know.
You're like you're you're not asking for permission. This is something that's really important to realize. Like in your career, in who you are, in your drive, like you are not asking for permission. You're telling this person, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. I'm going to get this done. And you either like support me and you help me along this journey, or you're not, and you're going to watch me do this. That is, I mean, that's what you're in the back of your head. You're not going to say that to them because that would be a really, bad way of conducting yourself. But like that,
That's not the
that is what
professional
you're
way of
thinking
saying
about.
it.
Watch me, kind of thing. So you're not asking them for permission in order to do this career thing. You're going to be doing it. This is something that you want, and you're going to get it done, and people will want to help you when they see you do it.
So this is my final question, because
Sure.
you're here,
Okay.
or I'm here.
Yeah. As long as you want.
Okay. So you said you worked as a microbiologist?
I currently I'm basically a molecular biologist changing the genomes of yeast for a biotechnology company.
Okay. So did you start out just working in a lab?
Yeah, I started out as a glass cleaner in a lab. So I started, all their dirty dishes and stuff. I just cleaned the glassware, and it took me about 6 months before they trusted me enough in order to like get on their projects and try to volunteer there. And then that's kind of like where it all started 16 years ago. So, and I still am best friends with a lot of those people, and I'm like, it's incredible. It was the first time that I've ever joined something, and I felt that there is like a group of people out there that is genuinely trying to improve the world, and that isn't motivated by money, greed, that really wants to improve things. And it exists, people. There are people out there that exist. It seems very toxic in the environment right now, and in our culture. But I'm telling you that there are people that are motivated by positive generational change and making things better for one another. And that's what I want to bring here, and that's what I want this TikTok live to be. And I want to improve people's space and give that back.
Okay. So I know I'm not asking for permission for things with my career,
Hell yeah. There
but
we go.
my thinking on this is that I know I enjoy teaching. I know I enjoy
Okay.
being with kids, and the joy of like filling educational gaps in general. Like I remember sitting down at the table with all of my siblings and helping them with their homeworks and explaining different concepts from their different subjects. And I remember certain teachers of mine doing the same thing with me.
Mm-hmm.
But since I've started this whole like educational journey, because I like was in high school when COVID hit, and like they kicked me out, and they were like, go online and then you
Yeah.
can't come back.
That's tough.
And so I have now 4 certifications and 2 licenses
Nice.
to work with in the medical field. But then I realized that really just wasn't me. It was just something to like make ends meet and do something other than work in a restaurant. Not that that's a bad thing, because I did that for a very long time when I first become of age. Anyways, my point is now I have been doing so much research, and there's a Alexander Hamilton song about the Federalist Papers. And I feel like I could write a whole bunch of things outlining how we could change and do educational reform and implement it. And I know that there are organizations out there that have done it. Like Webster started out as just a foundation to try and improve early childhood education. Same thing with what's it called? What is that? It starts with an M. Montessori. There we go. Montessori
Yeah.
started out as a homeschooling group that was working on different types of educational reform as well for early childhood development, going on into like K through 12 now. And I was wondering if I could do kind of like a similar thing. Not even if I was wondering, but I just want to do that, but on like a public school level, because I don't feel like we should have to pay for a pristine level of education.
Yeah.
And you just have to get like school boards and funding from people. And I feel like at this point, I'm getting better at having conversations between where money comes from, and where money could be going. Idealism.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it's
I just
tough,
read.
man. It's tough. I think, to be honest with you, like I genuinely feel like education is such in a weird spot right now, like because the whole rise of like ChatGPT, and I really feel like we're gonna be having kind of like a individualized tutor kind of idea,
Well, we
taking
already
us through.
have that with the 2-hour homeschooling. Like
Yeah.
they use AI to create individual homeschooling programs, but the AI is not the teacher. They're just creating the curriculum and then giving it to the child and saying, read this,
Yeah.
watch these videos, then do this.
Well, maybe
And
that's the end, right? Maybe we could like, maybe you could create kind of like the ideals of a Montessori school, or what are they trying to learn and curate there, and maybe we could bring it into kind of like an AI model kind of thing, where now we're creating a better assistant or a teaching assistant that could help people attain better in schools. I don't know. I mean, that's
that's
what I'm
why
thinking.
yeah, that's what I've been thinking, because all of this research is already out here, like the statistics and everything.
Yeah.
If you accumulate it all together, all you need are all that's missing at this point is the financial aspect. Like you need the ones and zeros to figure out how much is going to be needed for this project versus how much are they already spending and how much are they losing in the long term. Like I know with like think Walmart, for instance, like their employee turnover rate loses them almost $27,000 annually.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, and Bebo's right in chat, like the school boards, they're just not going to be able to afford anything. So it's just like they're working with the state or the school boards is going to be like teeth. But at the same time, if you created some type of thing with some AI model that makes it good and easy to understand, then maybe you could add that in. Maybe you could add
Maybe that could be the STEM aspect.
yeah. What's up Puff Pass?
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and hop off.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Greg.
Okay, wait 1 second, Puff Pass. I'm gonna Liam's been waiting a long time. Give me a second.
You're good. Take your time.
Liam, are you there? I hit accept. What's up, everyone? Liam, I hit accepted and it's not going through. Okay, Devin, what's up, dude? Let's try it you. Oh, Devin's there. Hello.
Hey,
How's it going?
good. That was definitely a little bit difficult to listen through.
How so?
So I have 2 jobs. One of my jobs is, and like the whole reason why I initially like joined your live was because my boss for my first job is the owner of a huge athletic club. He fully believes in intermittent fasting. Has been doing it for like the whole 13 years I've worked for him. But I'm watching his body deplete. But then the other, my 9 to 5 basically is working with Alzheimer's patients, and listening to her was just debilitating. I think she's young and not experienced, and
Yeah. I mean, wisdom is always a thing, right? Where it's like no matter how smart you are, sometimes like wisdom is a separate skill that you just can't have if you don't have it. So, but I think that things are kind of changing enough where people's new ideas are kind of able to take off in a way that we really never had that opportunity before, and there's really opportunities in education, I think, specifically.
yeah, and I wish her the best. I hope she succeeds. Can we focus on my first?
Yeah, the fasting thing.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, as long as I've known him, like 13 years, he's sworn by it.
Yeah, I think that if it's going good for him, then I wouldn't try to change him, right? Because it's obviously going good, and that's placebo is a thing, right? Where even if someone is taking something that is a sugar pill, they feel better and they're doing better because of it. So I don't think that unless it's really hurting them, I wouldn't try to change anything. But for me, I'm an athlete. I do jujitsu. I compete. I need my protein, and I have like a goal in mind because I need to weight cut, or I need to bulk. I need to keep my muscle. I have those requirements, and I need to recover. So for me, I'm trying to
that was
optimize things.
his same mindset too. And he was like ahead of the curve, like on all of the things. And it's like, I'm watching the repercussions now. So I'm like wondering, what are the actual studies?
Oh, for the muscles, for the like having the directly for intermittent fasting. I mean, so basically there was a good amount of studies that happened about like 10 years ago. There was like the Sasha Panda Lab and the Salk Institute in San Diego that basically showed that you had increased rates of autophagy, with intermittent fasting, and it was kind of like Rhonda Patrick and all, was making the Joe Rogan thing and talking about how your cells, when they go in senescence, which is when they're going to do their house cleaning, they have less.
Has destroyed his heart.
Well, yeah. I mean, in his mind, I'm making the case to probably why he's doing it, and
I don't think there's like long enough studies on it.
Yeah, but I think a lot of those studies basically haven't been repeated, unfortunately, and that's kind of the problem. Is that they haven't they haven't been able to repeat a lot of that, and especially now with all of the.
What do you mean? How do I know that?
They haven't been able to be replicated over like a long period of time.
Because so I'm worried about it because I've worked for him for 13 years.
Okay. Well, I mean, if he's like wasting away and he actually has some type of like, he might have like something else going on. Do you know what I mean? Like he could have a cancer, he could have like a tumor or something. If he's like changing nothing and all of a sudden he has like a huge medical problem, like he could, potentially be a whole host of other medical problems. Yeah, I agree. They get blood work done, have them do some cancer markers, the PSA test, the prostate exam blood work test. That's like the easiest way to, kind of figure out what's going on. The thyroid's another one. So,
I'm the one that like make sure he gets everything done.
mhm. Yeah, that's what I would do. I would be like, "Oh, when's the last time you got your blood work done?" Or, do something like that. It's like a good line of questioning. I was watching like some podcast and they're talking about blood work. Isn't that so weird? When's the last time you got your blood work done? You know? Okay. All right. I hope that person figures out what's going on. How's it going, Puff Pass?
Hello, good evening.
Dude, I didn't realize that you were a high school science teacher. That's awesome.
Yeah, we just had our first week. I co-teach, but my co-teacher does all the Friday classes, so I'm done for this week.
Nice.
But I was hearing the education thing, and I had an observation throughout my first week. So,
Oh, dude, by the way, dude, if you ever for career day or whenever if you want someone to talk about being a scientist or anything, I could like zoom in and talk to the class. We're just giving it out
no,
there.
that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I will say, so the classes I teach this goes into like my question, or not really a question, just like your thoughts. So the student population at the school I teach is about 3,500 students, give or take.
Okay.
And what I noticed is for all those students, there's only one chemistry class, one regular chemistry class, and it's my first period. That's it for the whole school. They've now changed the curriculum to be called Chemistry of Earth Systems. But when I looked at the curriculum, it's mostly about social justice. And I'm like, are we steering away from the actual science in terms of just like we're not really learning? Because the curriculum focuses on, okay, like let's take climate change for example. Okay, climate change is happening, here are some examples of how it's affecting people, but they're not going into the science about it, and they want students to discuss why this is happening without you know what I'm saying. It's like, how are they supposed to discuss what's happening when they don't have the actual science behind it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it matters if it's like an ecology class versus like the public policies that come, after that, So I think that there's definitely,
and to the comments, I know it's important for social justice, but you have to understand that I'm supposed to be teaching science. That's my goal. I am to teach the students the curriculum about how, these mechanisms work. That's my job. So it's interesting too, because my question to you is, so the requirements to graduate now for science has changed a lot since I graduated.
High school, right?
Yes, so the A through G requirements, I forgot what letter it is for the laboratory sciences, but it's now 2 years. And for me, it used to be 3 and then 4 recommended for colleges. I don't know the actual college admission rate at my school. I teach an AP chemistry class as well. And helping them with their college admissions coming up in a couple months. But my question is that what arguments can I make to the school board to say that laboratory science is more important than just 2 years? Because these students are taking mostly classes that, yes, I understand that, not everyone's going to understand science. I get that. And I've even told my students, I said, look, there's going to be a lot of challenging concepts, and I understand if you might not get it. And if you do struggle, just come to me. I'm always there. But it's also important like physics, for example, is super important to just how how your world works.
Yeah.
And chemistry as well. But my question is, how do I make that argument to the board? Because it all comes down to money. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And those
So
lab classes are expensive, man. It's very
yeah, I
expensive.
mean, we never got our materials for the AP chemistry class. We're still fighting for them right now. For all the labs. So every chemical, all the titration stuff, for example,
Yeah.
we can't teach any of that right now. We don't have any of the supplies.
Oh my gosh. Dang, that's awful.
And we have to prep them because the AP test goes over, all the labs and stuff. The AP test goes into detail about like the different theoretical and practical elements from, let's say, titration, for example.
I mean,
And we don't.
I think the biggest benefit for lab classes is that you're actually getting a direct skill that you can use going into like a job. So you could talk about how if you're trying to be a lab assistant at like some type of biotechnology company or something like that, that you're going to be expected to know how to do a titration in order to make sure that you pH something efficiently. And that is, I've seen honestly people ask those type of questions during the interview. So I mean, there's direct applicable skills that you're learning in lab class specifically, and by having that firsthand knowledge, it's really you can't really replace it. And no, you can no. There's people without a bachelor's degree that works at a biotechnology company. They're all no, that's not true. That's not true, babe. There are lots of people that don't have an undergrad degree that work at science companies all the time. So I started working at one while I didn't have my undergrad degree. Right, I did not have my undergrad degree finished, and I was working at a lab. So it happens. It works. If you show that you're willing to learn and that you care and that you want to learn, then I mean I've worked at yeah, of course. I mean that's the position that you're gonna be at, right? You learn how to clean glass, you're the glass cleaner, and then you get to make media, and then in order to make the media, you're doing the titrations, you're doing the pHing. Those are the skills. That's how you kind of but by witnessing it happening in lab class, you're able to make the case that, hey, I've learned this difficult thing before, so I can learn what you could teach me. Yeah, pipette small amounts of liquids from one tube to the other. That is what my job is exactly. So I think that's the benefit, I think, that you could say.
Yeah, because the issue with my board specifically is none of them have witnessed firsthand how these labs or any materials we have can be beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that's a big disconnect between even the principal level of our district. There's just a massive disconnect, and I don't know how to solve that.
Yeah.
Because I'm still the new guy, right? So it's like they're not going to listen to me. They're going to listen to my co-teacher who's been there for 20 years, and she's been dealing with this for 10 years probably now. So I just want to do what's best because I really want to help out these AP kids as well, because they want to go into the medical field, they want to go into the research field and everything, in the biochemical labs and everything.
Yeah.
And if we don't have these materials, I can't help them, because I need to physically be able to show them. I don't want it to be like the COVID days where it's like, okay, here's a video on how a lab works, because when I was in school during those COVID days, I didn't learn anything from that. And so I really don't want to have to come to that because of money. So that's the struggle I'm in right now.
That is, dude, that's tough, man. I mean, I even at an undergrad, when I was designing classes for microbiology at undergrad, you're cutting entire experiments and then you pay for like a PCR, and you're like, this is gonna be, it's only like $1 a reaction, but like times how many kids, it's like $1,000 now, and then you can't like even let them try to do it because there's no way that you can have someone just have that chance of screwing up their reaction. So then you have to, as the TA, kind of like do everything. And then you're like, okay, now put your DNA in this water and maybe it'll work. The
Yeah,
COVID
I was
vaccine was very efficient, very good. 95% efficiency when it first came out. It's one of the best vaccines that was ever developed. So,
yeah,
but
yeah. I was also a TA for microbiome my last semester of undergrad.
nice,
It was
man.
pretty cool.
Well, Puff Pass, it's great
But
talking to you, man. I think there's 2 other people in here that want to talk, but
yeah,
yeah, DM me or whatever if you need me to, like, I don't know, like I'll write an email, or whatever you need, like.
yeah.
So for real, let me know.
That'd be great for the AP kids. I'll talk to my co-teacher about that
Okay.
and see
Yeah, I
if we
can
have
phone
time.
in or whatever. They can ask me questions and ask
Yeah.
like what it's like to actually be a scientist. 'Cause I didn't even realize being a scientist was like a profession that you could be until I was like 22. So, yeah.
All right. Well, you have a good night. 'Cause
Yeah,
I'm
you
going
too,
to bed
man.
now.
Nice chatting. Okay, Liam's been here for a while, and then in the future, you can go next. Liam, what's up, man? How's it going?
Good, Greg. Are you new to TikTok?
Yeah. I think it's like this is my 2nd week now.
Pretty cool, man. You like it?
Yeah, it's been really cool. I did like Twitch streaming for a little bit, and it's, dude, the discoverability is unbelievable. There's so many people like in chat and people like coming in. It's incredible.
Yeah, I got into it due to like political reasons, election, and all that stuff. And I saw your page and was like, oh, debates. Then I started reading a little bit. I went into some of your videos and I was like, this guy seems pretty political as well.
Okay. Yeah,
I don't know
science is political, man. That's the thing, is you can't really separate them.
Yeah, I will say that like forensic science
Mhm.
was so intriguing to me. I just was solving like unaliving, cases and giving victims justice. And forensic science was, I don't know if you dived into that field at all, but forensic was amazing. I really think that such a need for that, and it showed that that the outcome of it. I mean, there's been cases that were never solved that they retried with the evidence of forensic science, and
Yeah.
it's really, really cool. If you've ever watched any of this stuff, it's there's a lot you can watch on television. But anyway, I guess I just wanted to touch a little bit. I'm not totally really well like versed on it, but with like with the vaccines and stuff, and I kind of want to watch what I say too, just because I think that can take lives down. So maybe I'll flirt around the conversation.
It honestly, dude, I've been chatting with all different types of conspiracies and all that kind of stuff. It never has had a problem with my stuff.
Yeah.
So it usually on my creator screen, it'll pop up if there's like anything that's said, and then I can like choose to kick you or not, and then I don't, and then I'll tell you, I guess that was a bad word or something. I don't, the honestly, that is the weirdest thing, because that's obviously a joke that people say, like the unaliving and all that kind of stuff. And I always thought it was kind of like overblown. And then, yeah, sometimes it does like pop up and it's very heavy handed. So, but anyway, I don't censor yourself and just talk, and we can just chat and don't worry about it. So
Sure. So I mean, I was out of Los Angeles.
okay.
Had a really big project up there I was working on during C-19. That was Trump's first presidency there, and I'm like I'm on the definitely on the conservative side, but I'm like more of like I did get vaccines as a child, the child vaccine stuff, and I do remember even getting like flu shots and all this stuff. And as I've gotten older and stuff now, I've moved away from that as much as possible. And around C19, I was like, I'm not doing any of this stuff. And I literally got it early on. I know I didn't even get tested, but I know that I got it for sure.
Okay.
You know, and I just remember all of like this stuff coming out because I was on the ground in Los Angeles, and it was like, okay, you're going to be outdoor dining. You know, through I think even Fauci was saying like you're going to wear a face mask, you're going to take some shoes, and then you're going to put it back over your face as you're chewing, and then take it off and chew again, and then make sure that you're cleaning your hands properly. And it was like we're grasping at straws trying to figure out what's going on here. Then it's like the vaccine is out. We figured out this is going to help, save all these lives. And I'm just like, I'm not going to get anecdotal, but I am really happy that I did not take any of it, including the later shots and all that stuff as well. And that was just for me. I didn't have that fear in my life, and that I needed that. And I think a lot of people did. And I think that I was ridiculed because of that as well. But I want to hear you. Did you take all of the boosters and everything and all that? Or you?
Oh yeah, I took it before the FDA even approved it, man. I was looking at all the research and the primary literature that Moderna and everything was putting out, and the titers were dropping at 6 months, and they weren't recommending a booster for like over a year. So I actually got a second vaccine card so I could get a booster.
What was the first one? There was two. Was it Moderna? Was one of them?
Moderna and Pfizer. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Pfizer. Wasn't one of them a double and one of them was a single shot or something?
No, they were the same. Technology. Johnson and Johnson was the
Okay, Johnson and Johnson. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, there's still people I hear that are being tested and saying that, and they've had the shots and the boosters and everything, and they're still getting, C19, and that just happened to a guy that I know just a couple days ago, and that's out of Los Angeles, and I just think, man, at this point, because of all these things, even within the medical, field, like they push like Z-Packs and all this stuff. I think that this stuff is really affecting like gut health heavily. If you do research and stuff.
What could Fauci, what did you need Fauci to say in order to take it more seriously?
I don't know if I was going to take it more seriously, man. I felt like I had all the symptoms and I got the sickness, and I had flus prior to this that were 3 times that bad, for sure.
Okay, so like what if there was a virus that we knew was like 50% death rate? Like it's going to come, and like we know for sure, let's just say that that's a given, and we have the vaccine. Like, would you get the vaccine?
I don't truly, honestly believe I will live my life in fear, man, that there is going to be an illness that's going to hit humanity. And unless the AMA comes out with some, curing potion that's going to put us back on the right path, unless we take that, our life is 50% at jeopardy. I'm not going to live my life that way, and I don't think that that's ever going to be the case. Okay. I think that
you realize that's already the case for rabies, right? Rabies is 100% mortality. If you get rabies and it actually is rabies, unless you're injected with the vaccine, you will die 100%. Like, would you get the vaccine for rabies?
How many people a year attract or get rabies in the United States?
Let's just say you do. But so you still wouldn't get it in that case?
Absolutely not. No, I would not. No.
Okay. All right. So bro.
I don't think that we're supposed to live in fear, dude. I think that if we're walking around, dude, come on. The human body, the gut is amazing. Like, I think that gut health is a big thing. Honestly, like you yourself, you're a fit guy. I heard you talking about, mixed martial arts, jujitsu, stuff like that. But still, like, you don't super advocate for health. What I mean, Monster Energy drinks are not healthy. That's also not. That's also not. It's not a privately owned company as well. That would be more like Red Bull. So I think that we have these ideas that we are healthy, and then we're like, oh, if we have this medical field that when we do get sick, they're going to cover for us and stuff, versus living your life and like, I really have to keep my body clean, as clean as I possibly can, and I'm going to be able to fight off these sicknesses. And I think that some people need help, with medicines and stuff.
Okay, so then what if, like, okay, so I'm a molecular biologist. I have 16 years of training. I've done in vitro transcription of RNA. I actually have my PhD in nanotechnology. I actually know exactly what to do in order to make you a COVID vaccine from scratch. Like, I could make it bespoke to you. You would see the entire process. No pharmaceutical company would be involved whatsoever. Would you take it then?
I would have to look at the ingredients and stuff, and then I would probably listen to you and how it was all put together and stuff. I would definitely make an educated decision, I would think, on it, but most likely no. What's the point?
So then it doesn't have anything to do with the pharmaceutical companies. And it doesn't have anything to do with the death rate, right? Because you wouldn't get it even if you had 100% death, like you were guaranteed to die.
But these industries and these companies, okay, they're out to make money off of people's illnesses. Okay, they're not out here to make people healthier. Okay, despite what we might think.
Well,
Weak-minded people, okay, are going to take medication, and then they're going to take medication on top of medication to cure the problems that medication is causing.
But I'm not going to make a profit with my bathtub vaccine, though. It would just be for you, man. It would just be for you.
I get it, and I appreciate that. I understand what you're saying, but yeah,
I do it. So that's not the real reason.
I think that the real reason, what I said is I'm not going to live my life in fear that I need this just because a person is going to tell me that I need to do it, dude. I understand what you do. You look at the numbers, right? You look at how many people are getting sick, how this, vaccine is working or isn't working. But it's like you have a death toll that's rising to this number, this level. And we don't really know exactly what it was. Because I believe
do you know how many people died?
Yeah, but they were calling a lot of things due to C-19. And I know that because a friend of mine, his father passed away during C-19. And he told me, he's like, dude, he literally had cancer. And they told him that it was due to C-19 that he ended up passing away.
They could tip you over, man. Yeah, they could tip you over. That's how it works.
Okay.
It's a confounding variable. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, I was driving drunk and I drove off of a cliff, and it's like, well, it's like, oh, you weren't drunk. He was driving there. It's the tires that lost the grip. It's the tires' fault. It's like, well, I mean, he was driving drunk and he going off the cliff, and gravity ultimately killed him. But it's like you could break it down however you want, man. But we have the expected amount of people that die every year, and 1.2 million people died more than that. And do you understand how many people that is? The amount of Americans that have died in all of our wars combined is 1.3 million. And we lost 1.2 million people to COVID. And it's just disgusting to me that as a patriot, it makes me absolutely disgusting that there's 1.2 million families out there that are being impacted, and we have people that are minimizing what they're going through, and saying that what they went through doesn't exist. It's disgusting.
But so 1.2 million people in 1 year passed away. I don't believe that to be the case, that those were all people due to C-19, but whatever. Let's say you say it's a fact. I say it's not, potentially not, but whatever. We'll say you're right. But that's still not as many as elected abortions happen every year. So do we
Nobody.
really value human life here, or what are we talking about?
Okay, so let's try not to popcorn onto like issue to issue. Okay, so let's just try to
I'm
drill
not, but we're
down.
talking about human life here,
No,
right?
but this is the problem, man. A lot of our discussions in our culture right now is just one talking point after another talking point. We got to like stick on one thing and really drill down into this.
Wait
Let's
a
have a
minute.
thicker.
This is all a person's health. It's all due to health and and human beings and stuff. It's all the same thing. I'm not jumping all over the place. Okay, I'm really not. And I'm sure
Okay.
you've spoken about these topics. I don't want to have a conversation with you where most people will go, they'll be like, nice pivot. Don't pivot. Stay here. I'll stay on point, no problem. Okay. No issue. But when you throw out a number like 1.1 million people died due to C-19, we could look at how many people die to the flu every
Okay.
year. We could look at how many people die to cancer every year. That's a
Okay.
big number. Okay.
Exactly.
For sure.
And
And
how
then we
many
could look at
people?
how many
And
abortions happen a year.
yeah.
These are all big issues. To you, maybe AB, I don't know. Maybe to you, AB is not a big issue, But to
Okay.
me,
So we have. So like, do you know how many people die from the flu every year?
I did look into it. I saw conflicting numbers there, so I don't
Okay.
remember exactly what it was. It's kind of, dude. So it goes source by source with this stuff.
But like, why? But why do we trust those numbers though? Because the same immunologists that are confirming flu deaths, why are we believing them and we're not believing COVID deaths?
Because I think that COVID was a different thing. Okay, for sure. It was an
I don't think so,
absolute.
man. I don't think it was like all the same science and microbiology and all this. The expected deaths, the amount of people that died from flu, the people that died from the flu in 2018, it wasn't like 1.1 million. And then all of a sudden the flu deaths go to zero and then COVID deaths go up and it's like, it's even, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we have the expected amount of people that we know die every year from flu. And then all of a sudden there's a whoop, big jump. The flu deaths did go down because masking is effective. And masking is effective in stopping the spread of a flu. So that's why.
Well, I'll say this to you right now. I don't want to go deep into this at all either, but I just wanted to ask you: Does science bring you yourself closer to there is an ultimate creator, or take you further away from a creator? Just if you can answer that. I don't want to go deep into like a still philosophical conversation about is God real or not. But I'm just asking you generally: has it taken you closer to the belief of God, or is it taking you like away? Like now, I see things different way now because of my education in this field.
I mean, there's a lot of atheists in science. There are people that you like
Sure.
talk to and commiserate about like not being religious. I would go as far as to say I'm actually a Christian atheist. So I would agree with like the teachings and the morality of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, but I just don't think that he was the Son of God. I think that we should take care of one another. We should feed the poor. We should treat each other with kindness. We should look after one another. And I feel like I actually have a lot of more Christian values than supposed Christians. So, I mean,
I think
so
that
in
I
what
don't.
way am I
I don't think
closer?
I've ever actually heard someone say that I'm a Christian atheist. And you did put it a really well. You presented that very professionally. But I will say, and I'm actually impressed by that. However, you do have, in putting it that way, you do have to say that Christ was a liar then. So, for sure.
Well, I mean,
Because he did say he was God.
the Bible was written way after Jesus
Sure.
Christ of Nazareth was was there. So the whole Bible and the New Testament was written
Well,
way after him.
forensic science is all written way after we figure all this stuff out as well. And then all this knowledge is gathered and everything. And we put it together. And then we go, oh, wow, look what we've learned.
Uh-huh.
We took the history, we took the teachings, we took this, we took that, and we've taken it from the most credible sources who maybe have been there and done that and seen it firsthand. So either you go, yeah, these people were fabricating this story of Jesus of Nazareth. He's a liar. He never did this, never did that. He could have been a great guy, but he wasn't God, you know? So I don't believe that to be true myself. I think you have to have faith to that. And again, and that's fine. Like I said, I think you put it a very respectable, great way that you put it, in the way that you believe and stuff. And I don't hold that against you at all. I just honestly, with all of your education and stuff, and stuff, I thought it would be a good question to ask you.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. I mean,
but
do you feel like you're a patriot?
what does that mean?
I mean, that's a really good question. Like, well, nowadays, I would assume that people that are
Love their
patriotic,
country,
that
fight
that
for
are
their
from the
country.
United States, have some way of wanting to give back and solve problems together and try to figure things out. The whole ask not what um, your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country, and
Love
trying to
that.
solve big problems together. That's what patriotism means for me, at least. But I think that unfortunately, it's like kind of turned into this white Christian nationalism thing, and where it's just we just care, or some people just care about their in group, and that's just kind of it. And what's sad is that a lot of people are writing off Americans that died during COVID, and we're not actually looking out for one another. And that's what's so frustrating, is that, like, how can we not be a leader in the technology that we helped develop here in the United States? How could we not be patriotic about the science and the technology fields that we funded for decades in order to create these vaccines? Like, why can't we support our scientific community and the awesome things that we did? Even our president, Trump, like, one of the best things that he ever did as president was Operation Warp Speed. Like, let's give him credit. And yet, why are we so willing to throw each other under the bus?
I'm not. I'm not. And you know what? I mean, there has to be some form of health, and like taking some form of medication. This could be holistic as well. It's like, I take this or I take that. Why do I need to consume vitamin C? Do I need to do zinc? Do I need this or that? I mean, it's not like I'm anti everything. I have the perfect body and I take this and I don't have any seed oils in my body. You know what I'm saying? I'm not this psychopath coming up here and saying this. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, and I know that you're watching a couple of your videos. You're not an RFK fan, probably by any
He's an
stretch
awful
of the
person, and he's
imagination.
going to lead to more people dying directly.
And it sounds like you're a major Trump supporter as well. So probably not, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You and I are definitely on a different page. Not totally, but I think we will go deeper into that conversation for another time, maybe, because you have other guests and stuff.
I mean, you can. I'm here, bro. If you want to keep going, that's fine.
I mean, if you've enjoyed the conversation, I have. You can kick me anytime you want. You're the host. But
I'm having fun talking to you. It's all good.
Is there anything else that you want to talk about? I mean, we were talking about Christian nationalism. I don't like the labels. I don't like the people put labels on each other, and I think we do that on both sides right now. And I think it's really immature. And it's like, you're a socialist. No, you're you're a communist. You're this, you're that. It's like, I'm so confused right now, man, with everything that's going on. It's like, and then you try to tell somebody, hey, I voted a different way. I love you, man. It is what it is. I don't align with your party. You don't align with mine. You're taking human rights away from me, Liam, is what you're doing. You're taking human rights away from all women, okay? You put a rapist in the office, okay? And it's just like, it's jumping off the deep end right away.
Can you name a Democrat that you would
77
vote for?
I think that Donald Trump is a 1990s Democrat.
Okay, a
Okay,
current Democrat
the
in the
Bill,
current Democratic Party.
he's a Bill Clinton for sure. In
No,
the
but
in the,
no,
right
today,
now,
dude. Not 30 years ago. I'm talking about like right now. Like, is there someone that would be
no,
running?
I don't think that there's one that's rise to the occasion. That's like, I stand for all the people. I stand for just policy. I'm cutting through all the bullshit of the, putting the social bull crap like trans inclusion and the LGBTQIA. This, it's like when you have veterans that are celebrating one day, or whatever it is, a week or whatever out of the year, and the LGBTQIA plus community is a month out of the year or something.
Mhm.
We got Abraham Lincoln and Washington sharing one day, and we're going for this craziness that's going on, man. I'm telling you, if I see someone separate themselves from that, it's like out of California, Gavin Newsom.
But Liam, like, I never thought that you cared about them because you don't even care about yourself in order to get the rabies vaccine, and you know that you would die 100% if you didn't get it. So, like, I
I'm
know
not
that
going to get the rabies, dude. I'm not going to
but
get
it
the rabies.
exists. The rabies
Why
virus
would?
exists, man. It's
How
out
would I
there.
get How would I get
You
rabies?
get it from an animal that bites you, man. You don't believe that rabies exists?
Yeah, sure. How do I get rabies? Tell
Okay,
me how that happens. Okay, an animal bites me. Where? Where does this
wait.
happen?
So I just want to make sure that like we're talking about germ theory right now. Do you want me to explain germ theory to you?
No, but this is another thing. Do you think that vaccine for the rabies? Do you think that could have for a certain person? Because you don't believe our bodies were all made the same, and we react to medications the same way. Do you?
No, but like a host and a virus is very similar, man. You're going to react very similarly when something like that. If you get a strong enough
Dude,
viral load, yeah, you do. You react very similarly.
I have a friend of mine who was out of California who's a Finnish carpenter, and Irish guy, larger than life, built an entire kitchen in 2 days out of the back of his little mini Ford van. The guy was a specimen of health, mountain bike rider, beautiful human being. And two boys, you know, one of which was in Mexico, the other one's in New York during C-19. He's like, I want to visit my son in Mexico. To travel, I have to get vaccines. That was kind of his excuse. I think there was some fear there, and he got it anyway. Okay, whether that was true or false, he took it. He called me like, I don't know if it was weeks or whatever the timeline was later, and he's like, I can no longer do the work that I love to do. I cannot drive my vehicle, and I cannot walk without falling over on my
Oh
face.
yeah, because he's having a reaction to the vaccine antibodies being created. That's how they work. Like, okay, let's say
Oh, wait a
that
minute.
there
I'm
is
almost finished.
let's say that there's an animal, okay, and I have sequencing of this. I have RNA sequencing that there is rabies in this animal, and that animal gets loose and bites you. Like, would you take the vaccine then?
If you have to say that again, I was kind of in the middle of
Let's say
finishing my
I
thought.
have actual independent RNA sequencing verification that this animal has rabies in it, and that rabiesed animal, 100% verification, 100%, it bites you. Do you get the vaccine?
Is that vaccine is going to react and kill that virus?
Yes.
And I'm going to lose my life if I don't take that vaccine.
100%. 100%.
I mean, then that's a choice I'm going to have to make. I mean, if
But
there's
what was the choice? What would be the choice?
I mean, you have to look at it this way too. Would you say like being bit by a rattlesnake? Okay, and you're going to not everyone
Ian,
dies. Not
Ian,
wait,
you're
not
saying
everyone
that you're going to
dies.
die right now. You would rather die than get a vaccine.
I
You would
never.
literally die. You would rather die.
At that point, is it the same? Listen, if someone gets bit and gets rabies, are you going to get the same shot as you would have got prior to that? I don't believe that's the case.
Yeah,
You're going to get. It's
well,
different at
well, you
that
don't get,
point.
everyone doesn't get the rabies vaccine. You only get it if you've been bitten, and then you get it.
Then why would you get the vaccine for rabies?
Because it's 100% death rate. It's 100. Nobody has ever survived if they've gotten rabies.
Is that part of the vaccine for children? You have to get that vaccine or not?
No, because it's.
I don't know what they require. In certain states are different and stuff.
It's a huge bolus because it's so it can kill you so easily. It's so they don't give it to people when they're young. They give it to you right before you have a chance.
Again, I get the scare tactic. I get the scare tactic, and I know what you're saying.
It's a thought experiment. If
It
you're
is,
willing,
dude,
in
because
order
listen.
to accept independent analysis and data, in order to save your own life, and you're not willing to do that.
No, wait a minute. I'm not dying from rabies.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what would happen. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not dying from rabies, and most likely I'm never going to attract
in this
rabies.
Thought experiment, you are 100% dead. You are 100% dead.
Okay. What do you think the chances are? The chances are probably better that I would be struck by lightning.
No, that's what's a thought experiment, bro. I'm trying to see the edges in whether or not you would accept someone else's.
You're living your life in fear, though, man. You're living your life
I'm not.
in fear.
I'm asking you if there's a world in which you would accept independently verified data and on sequencing that you don't understand in a scientific institution that you don't understand in order to save your own life 100%, and that you would die 100% of the time, and you're not willing to accept that information in order to save your own life, dude. So wait a minute.
You got to understand, man. You and I believe a different way. Okay. You're living more in fear of what could happen and prevention. Okay. I'm living like, I don't need insurance for every part of my life. I don't live in
a hypothetical, man. It's just,
and I
it's
get
just
that
a
it's
hypothetical that we're
But let me
talking
finish.
about.
Let me finish. I was almost finished. So with my friend of mine, he got the vaccine. Okay. He went and got tested 2 different times. First time they were like, you have an onset of leukemia. Second time they said you have like Alzheimer's, like it's coming on. We can't figure this out. He said he did his own research, went online to a chat room. He thought it might have to do something with the vaccine. No, his doctor didn't want to say it had anything to do with the vaccine. So they steered away from that. He went into a chat room and there were some people with similar symptoms. He was starting to read about that. He was, holy shit, this looks similar. Okay. Less than 24 hours later, that chat that was everyone was eligible to tap into that for that research was taken off the line due to false information. Okay. They stripped it offline. That's a freedom of speech right there for sure. So he figured out that the vaccine affects him. To this day, he's still affected by it.
He
didn't fully heal from it.
I was in the largest anti-vax subreddit, No New Normal. I was doing question and answers. I was in their Discord. I was doing voice calls during the pandemic for hours. I wasn't even doing content on it. I was just answering their questions. I think that people that do have legitimate questions about things, like, they should get answers to. But what the problem is, man, is that people confuse skepticism with contrarianism. And what you're asking, you're not asking real questions right now. And the reason why I know that you're not asking real skeptical questions is because you wouldn't even have accept a vaccine if it was going to save your life 100% of the time. So it's the chances of SARS-CoV-2 developing into COVID-19 and this huge conspiracy with whether or not the COVID vax was real and whether or not people died or not, that doesn't make any difference because you're not willing to accept science in order to save your own life. And that's kind of like the main crux of the problem. And that's why those hypotheticals are so illuminating. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, I do. So you think that I was spared due to C-19 because there's so many people unalive. I just basically dodged the bullet. It was like, and you're like, in your idea of the medical field, Liam, you should have for sure been vaccinated because you literally dodged the bullet when your life could have been taken. That's what you think, right?
No, I'm talking about rabies, man. I'm talking about
I
rabies.
understand rabies. Rabies is not, dude. I'm not going to get the rabies. I'm talking about C-19. We've been talking about C-19.
There's
So
a
do
lot
you
of
believe
people
that to be true?
There's a lot of people that have asymptomatic spread and basically you can have SARS-CoV-2 but not have COVID-19. So it's just like how you can have HIV that doesn't progress to AIDS. So that it's just, there's two different things, and you can have SARS-CoV-2 and never develop any of the COVID-19 symptoms, and you could be an asymptomatic spreader. And that's something that we're studying, and how the differentiation between so many different, like how someone could be like have COVID-19 and then die, all the way to have no symptoms but still asymptomatically spread it. It is interesting, you know.
Yeah, I have a question for you. I don't know if you would be educated enough on this, if this would be your field, but would statistics show that HIV and AIDS would be more widespread in a heterosexual relationship or a homosexual relationship?
I don't know what it is. I mean, it's still a pandemic.
Okay.
So it's still
Well, yeah, and I know, and it was just a question. That's what I said. I didn't think you'd probably know the answer to that, but
I mean,
anyway,
it's still a pandemic. Do you know
I'm not
that?
saying that it's in a heterosexual relationship. It's not, going to be it's not going to exist.
Okay.
I know that it does exist. I'm just saying.
Do you mind if I bring Joe
statute?
Polyglot up? He really wants to talk to you and ask you some questions. Is that okay?
Who is this?
Joe Polyglot. He wants to ask you some questions. Is that okay?
I mean, I was doing one-on-one, but sure, if you want to, it's your show. You do whatever you want to do.
It's up to you, man. It's up to you. I'm asking your consent.
Sure, you bring him up. It's fine.
Okay. It's been 35 minutes, so I was just trying to like change something. So
actually, listen at the Greg at the end. Actually, hang on, Paulie, real quick. Greg, at the end of the day, dude, I probably don't ask all the most educated questions, but I do appreciate that you've had thick skin and you've actually taken all the questions and engaged.
Yeah, you can come anytime that you want to join, and you can ask.
And I would want to say this one more thing, and then Joe can go. Listen, one more thing I want to say, Greg, is I'm not going to bring up an anecdotal story about a friend of mine taking C-19 and being very ill from it. Mm-hmm. What I will do to prove this, I will bring him on your show sometime, and I will let you talk to him. And these 200 people that are here that think that I'm a liar, I'll prove that I'm not a liar, because I don't want to come up here like, "Hey, dude, you're just lying right now." I don't want that to ever be the case.
I hear you, man.
I'm on your side, Liam. You know me.
Yeah, I know, dude. I've talked to you before.
Yeah. Actually, I would say Dr. What's this guy's name? Dr. Greg?
Mr. Greg.
Yeah.
The handsome doctor.
I've read the excerpts from the studies, and I've looked into who's invested, and it's very, very clear there's a financial angle. Mm-hmm. Because if you look at who funds the studies of the COVID studies, it was BlackRock, right? Do you know that?
I mean, no, but you're talking about the investment firms that invest into Moderna and Pfizer.
Right. They were trying to shift us over into a subscription-based vaccine, make your body a subscription. The exact same thing they do with everything else with corporate debt to equity, finance equity ratio,
No. No, I don't know, but I it's a conspiracy that I'm familiar with.
That's not a conspiracy. I went to
Of course
Berkeley
it is.
Law. No, it's not.
Yes, it is,
It's
dude.
pretty.
Yes.
No, it's not.
They're not trying to
No.
to switch us over to a conspiracy for
No.
a subscription model type
No.
of thing. Because do you guys realize that all your
That's actually what it
conspiracies
is.
have been wrong the entire time about COVID? Do you realize that? Like, there was no nanobots in the vaccine. There was no 6
I never
month
said that.
thing that people
Okay,
died
so if
from.
we're
There was
gonna
no
just- if
1
we're gonna
year
talk to each
death,
other-
like, or mass death. There was
if
no
we're gonna
2-year
talk to each
mass
other-
death. There was no 3-year mass death, 4-year mass death. That ivermectin never worked. Hydroxychloroquine never worked.
I never
Like,
said any of
every
those
single
things.
no, but the problem is that these contrarian approaches never one time ever actually impacted and improved the quality of life for one person.
Right.
That's the problem.
Right.
Is it sows
But
distrust? It sows people not listening to science, and then people die.
I'm
And this is
astounded-
why
I'm astounded-
1.2 million people died in the United States, man, is because people constantly try to undermine science so that they can get this grift in, and they can try to sound smarter, and they can try to, don't you understand that this email chain proves this? And it's tired,
1.2
dude.
million 1.2 million people who were already elderly and probably
No, that's not true,
already going to
dude.
pass
That's
away.
not true. You do not
Yes,
care.
it
You
is
are
true.
writing off
I-
1.2 million American
I served 4
lives.
tours in Afghanistan.
And you do not
I
care
have
about
put
the
my
deaths
life
of
on
Americans,
mine.
dude. Your service
I
means
do.
nothing. You
No,
realize
actually
that,
it
right?
does.
No, it doesn't,
No,
because you did
it's
not protect the
you.
Americans that lived here, and you're
Incorrect.
disseminating conspiracy
Because
theories that
I-
hurt them
Incorrect.
right now.
Look, you're just saying conspiracy theories. You're not
Yes.
actually addressing what I'm talking about.
I'm
All you're doing is
addressing
shouting
it
down.
right on, dude. I know exactly what you are saying, and I've heard it all, dude. I know exactly what you're talking about.
You don't.
I do.
You absolutely do not.
I do. I know everything that you're gonna say.
How is it the case that every other nation that issued the vaccine had a better outcome when they weren't vaccinated?
Because
Can you
nobody
explain it?
actually took this
Can you explain
seriously,
that?
and nobody actually locked down,
No.
and nobody actually cared enough about
It's
one another.
not-
That is why.
You-
Dude, we are
I
ranked like
recorded video-
150th in deaths
Incorrect.
per capita from COVID. We are so bad.
Okay.
We are so bad.
COVID
because
is the
people were
flu.
weak. That's the thing, is that people were weak, and they didn't listen to the science, and they didn't care about one another. They never locked down. They didn't take the vaccine, and 30% of people were so obstinate and contrarian that they would rather see Americans dead than take a vaccine. It's disgusting.
You have no future because you are digging your hole deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, and everyone knows that what you said was going to happen didn't happen.
What are you
There
talking
wasn't
about?
some
Every
wi-
single conspiracy about COVID was wrong. Every single one.
I'm not talking about anything. I'm saying
Dude,
I
I've
never got
looked
the
at the
COVID vaccine.
500-page
I'm
email
33 years
chain
old.
that the House
I'm
Republicans
33
put out,
years
dude.
old.
I've read all of it.
I never got the COVID vaccine, and I
Okay.
thank God every day because you know what? I didn't need it. I
Okay.
didn't want it.
You probably did harm to other people that you didn't know, and you spread a
No.
you spread a virus without knowing, and you actually probably hurt people. How are you proud of this?
Probably what-
How are you proud of
probably what-
hurting other Americans?
Probably what happened.
It's disgusting.
Probably what happened. Probably
No,
what
we are.
happened was
Wait a
that-
minute. So we are
Is that
super.
Ego Health Alliance? Ego Health
Exactly.
Alliance.
Peter Daszak,
Yeah.
and all this stuff. Like,
Yeah,
dude, you're
exactly.
tired, bro.
You know-
Wait,
You think
Joe,
you're saying
hang on a
something
second.
so
I'm so
new and
tired.
novel. I know exactly.
It's
I
not.
do- I know the
you-
conspiracies
it's
better than
all-
you do, bro.
It's not
I could write you-
conspiracy.
It is
It's
a conspiracy.
fact.
No, because what you're
Bro.
saying is that this email chain and this absolutely insane funding scheme and all that kind of stuff means more than the fact that I can sample
sorry
back
that
coronaviruses
your
and
ego
I can
can't
figure
handle-
out where it came from. It didn't come from
I'm
a
sorry
lab.
that your ego
I'm
can't
sorry
handle-
it didn't.
I'm sorry that your ego can't handle that you and your institutions that you represent are wrong. but
That's
they
not
were,
true, dude.
and they continue to be.
Dude, I have the
And
publications.
every
I have the
American
data.
who
I
thought
have
COVID was a
everything.
joke knows it.
Dude, it's
Every American knows it.
It's not true. The 1.2
It
million
really
people that
is.
you helped kill don't know that, bro, because you killed them. So that's on
Nobody
you, man.
killed anybody.
The blood is on your hands, bro.
Yeah. You are so
Greg,
easily fooled by.
So
I've
easily
worked in
fooled.
military
Bro,
television.
I have the sequencing of the bat coronaviruses. We know that it's there in China. We have
It came from the CIA.
samples. We have the
Came from the
sequencing,
CIA.
all that kind of stuff.
CIA.
Well, you're just
CIA.
what is this alphabet soup hour? What are you doing? Or do you have
It came.
is the brain
The
tumor
CIA.
pushing on your mouth or something? What's going on?
You and I both know that this was an engineered virus.
It's not.
That was intentionally.
No, it's not, dude. You're just speaking out like what you have no idea what you're talking about. You have none. You have not a single clue.
Oh my God.
You don't. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Everyone knows.
What
We
you
know.
probably think PCR
It
is
didn't
fake
come from
too.
the wet
What is that?
market.
What
It
is
came
that
from
gonna be
the.
the
It
next
came
one?
from
Is
the. It
PCR
came from the
fake?
Wuhan lab.
Is PCR fake? Is that the next one? That's what you have to say next because
Do you know how to
qPCR
lie?
is
Do
used
you
as
know how
the
to
test,
lie
so
with
it has to be fake.
statistics? Do you know
It
how to
has to
lie
be.
with statistics? Do you know
What?
how to lie with statistics? Do you know how to lie with statistics? Or no?
I don't, bro. I
Yes or no?
couldn't understand what you were saying. I'm sorry. What were you?
Do you know how to lie with statistics?
Statistics?
I just had surgery.
Okay,
I just
no,
had
that's fine.
surgery, so
I genuinely
apologize
couldn't hear.
for
I wasn't
my.
trying to. I'm not trying to do anything bad. Like, qPCR and PCR and all that kind of stuff is real, dude. We know that it exists. The sequencing is there. We know that it is what it is. So it really is. Like they're independent. Do you understand? Like an independent train of research that's outside of these email chains and everything all show that the bat coronavirus went to
I
a
personally,
raccoon dog and then outbroke at there. It's just
I
true.
personally went and I personally looked at who funded the research studies, and I don't trust the grants that were
What
granted.
papers have you read on this?
This was years ago now.
So did you
I
read
would have to
Warby
Google it.
2022? Did you read Picard 2022? Did you read Christensen
And you know-
2024?
you know-
Did
you know
you
the
read
funny thing
any
is
of
that-
these? Do you have any of the
Let me
any
talk.
idea what it
Let
is?
me talk.
Did
The
you
funny
read
thing
any
is
of them?
that they've retroactively censored us.
No, they haven't. We have
Because
all that data.
they
Do you
have.
understand? Do you understand the population genetics?
They have.
No. Do you understand the population genetics of 2022 that actually shows that there were two distinct, genetically distinct strains that
no one
actually
trusts-
outbroke at the same time at the
no
Wuhan
one
Institute?
trusts-
Did you even know that?
no one
Did you
trusts
even knew
you?
that there was actually two strains from the Wuhan Institute that outbroke at the same time?
No one.
The Wuhan lab. I mean?
No one trusts you because you
Black
guys
market?
have proven you could be as smart as you want to be, and I'm as smart as you are. But guess what? The American people are also smart, and we're not going to fall
Bro,
for.
You literally helped kill 1.2 million people. How in what world do you think that
literally
you have anything
helped
to talk about whether
you
or not
literally
you're
helped the
fleecing and
CIA.
helping these guys?
You literally helped the CIA conquer Iraq.
CIA? What are you talking about? You think I helped them
proliferate-
conquer Iraq? What are you talking about,
Proliferate.
bro? You think this Iraq? We're going back
Consumerism.
to George W. Bush? You think that's what this
Right,
is going
exactly.
through?
That's who
Oh
you
my
represent.
God, bro.
We
Dude,
are
you're
America
just out
first.
You're just bringing everything
We are America
together.
first.
You're getting so like you have no data that you have to go and link conspiracy. Are we going to talk about 9/11? What is
don't-
the third tower? What's
Hey,
next?
Joe,
I don't need to talk-
wait a minute. Joe, hang on a
I
second.
don't need to talk about
Hang on,
9/11.
Joe.
Yeah,
Joe,
I
wait a
mean, you
minute.
better need to because you're getting whooped on this freaking wet lab.
Yeah, Joe, wait a
You're
second.
not getting whooped.
You know
you're getting trounced.
What are you talking about, dude? You don't even know what population genetics is, and you're gonna tell me?
Really?
Yeah. Tell me about population genetics of
Do you know what
coronaviruses that live in
epigenetics
bat caves in China.
Could you tell me what epigenetics is? Could you tell me what?
No, epigenetics is not population genetics. And that is exactly my point. That is exactly my point, bro.
Yeah, so let's all
Oh my
attach a
god. Dude,
multidisciplinary. Let's
epigenetics
all
is
attach
how chromosomes are actually regulated with
let's all
method
attach
groups
a
and silence.
let's all
Like
attach a
population genetics is how
multidisciplinary.
like viruses are sequenced along the population of hosts that it infects. So it has nothing to
I
do
have
with one
looked.
another.
I have looked at the data myself,
What data?
and I
What
don't.
data?
I've when
Which publication?
the COVID shots.
Which
I can't
publication?
remember.
What was it?
Years ago,
What was it?
man.
Okay.
I looked through it when
I
they
still remember
published.
it. Picard
I'm sure you do
2022,
because you're a doctor.
Warby 2022, Picard
And you
2024.
know what I did? I went through each
Anything?
data point and I looked at it, and you know what I
You're
saw
nothing.
is that their conclusion was not what they put as the abstract.
Oh,
So
that's
I don't
damn,
trust
dude.
you
Wow,
because
that's
I don't
really
trust
big.
them.
That's a really stunning indictment that the discussion was not the same as the abstract.
Oh my god, man!
Is that
Why?
that's the best that you have? You just have that it doesn't match
You
the abstract?
seriously? Were you getting paid by the people
Now
who
I'm getting
designed
paid.
this
Now I'm in
COVID
on the
shot?
conspiracy. So now I'm getting paid. And dude, guess what?
I'm assuming
Oh my
you
God.
are.
Joe Polyglot,
I think you are.
gave to me, dude. You just donated to me, so you're.
I
oh
meant
my
to give
God,
to
dude,
Liam.
you're in on it. So you're the pay. So I'm getting paid by the CIA, and then you're funding me. So that means that you're in on the conspiracy too.
Greg, hang on a
You're-
second. Joe,
How
Joe,
far
wait.
does this
You're a
go?
you're a
Joe,
Liam, are
flying
you in on
monkey.
this too? Did you?
Joe-
You're
pay?
a flying
Are
monkey.
you guys? Who's getting paid?
Joe, hang on, Greg, hang on, guys.
You're a flying monkey.
Joe,
You act as an unwitting. You act as an unwitting.
Oh my gosh. That's
Guys,
a new
let's
one, dude.
stop-
That's
let's
a new
stop
one.
with-
I'm
hey,
a flying
both
monkey. I'll take it.
both
You know
of you
what?
guys,
I'll
let's
take it.
stop. Hey, let's stop with the ad homs real quick.
I'm not ad homing anyone, bro.
Greg, wait a minute. You said something that triggered me. You literally said that people like Joe and myself, okay, we are
Yeah.
individuals here, okay?
Yeah.
But you said it's because of us, the super
Yeah.
spreaders, that we killed 1.2
You helped kill
million people.
1.2 million people. Yes.
Okay. So these people that are driving around with their AC on, with their face mask on, as individuals in their automobiles,
Yeah.
that are still to this day wearing their face mask because they're scared to live life. You don't believe that you empowered these people through you better get all of the shots, all of the boosters, and all of the everything, because you don't think that they were in this. These big organizations were in this for the money. You're straight up out of your mind, man. 100%. You honestly can look me in the face. I'll go put camera on with you, and you're going to tell me that this isn't about the money.
Dude, it's not, bro. What money? You think Pfizer is paying these people to still wear a mask? You know what it is, dude, is that we're still in a pandemic. SARS-CoV-2 is still in a
You don't
pandemic.
know
and a
who
lot
is
of people
funding.
that
Wait,
are
wait, wait.
immune compromised can't deal
We are
with
not in a pandemic.
the symptoms of long COVID.
Who
and
was-
it
wait a
causes
minute.
long
Who
chronic
was
fatigue
paying-
syndrome.
That's the vaccine.
Hang on.
So you're wait. So let's just say, okay,
That's the
again,
vaccine.
so you're making fun of people right now that are immune compromised, that are going through different. Okay, he probably got removed because of guidelines. That wasn't me. So that wasn't me, guys. I have my hands up. I didn't remove anyone. TikTok removed them. I'm
Now,
sorry.
people, if you look at the chat,
Dude,
people
Listen
people
to me,
report
Liam.
people
It's me
and
and
stuff,
you, bad.
dude.
Don't listen to the chat. Listen to me right now. This is what pisses me off.
I
really bad,
appreciate
dude,
that.
is that you
Yes.
are making fun of people that might be immune compromised and that have health conditions that are not their fault, and they have to live in fear that they
Who am I
could
making
get
fun
chronic
of?
fatigue
Who am
syndrome
I
that
making
could
fun
actually
of? Back
make
up.
them bedbound.
Back
And
up.
you don't care about them. You do
Greg.
not care about their lives. You don't care
Greg,
about what
you're
they're
getting
dealing with.
emotional
You don't
right
care
now,
about
dude.
the fact that they are living through this, and you're making fun of them. That is disgusting.
Greg, you're just being emotional right now, dude.
Dude,
Who am I
that-
making?
it's-
Who am
oh
I
my
making
God,
fun
dude.
of? Who
Dude,
am I
you're
making?
making fun of the people wearing a mask. Bro.
Lock
You're-
in, no, specifically lock in, dude. Who am I making fun of?
The
What did
people
I
that
say?
are still wearing a mask.
What did I say? Who was I say that
You're
was wearing a
making
mask?
fun of the people that are still wearing a mask.
Did I said people driving down the highway with their
Okay.
AC on, their windows up, that are one
They're
person
not
in their
hurting
car.
anyone. Even if
Let
they're
me.
even if it's the most cringe thing ever, they are not hurting anyone,
Why
dude.
do you
Why do
think?
you care about them? Why do you
Why do
care?
you? Why do you think people were doing this in mass numbers in states like California? Why
They
do you think?
weren't. They weren't
Why do
doing
you?
it in mass numbers. That's why it was still a pandemic, and that's why 1.2 million people died, because we never actually did do
Oh my
any freaking
God.
lockdowns. We didn't actually care about one another, and that's why so many people died.
We didn't do any
No,
lockdowns?
we didn't. We didn't actually lock down.
Do
No.
you know how many people were devastated because they lost their businesses
Oh
due
my
to
gosh, dude.
due to
Dude,
due
I'm
to
sorry,
wait a
but
minute
like,
due to not even due to not even
dude, you're
allowing
being,
people.
it's so
Why
weak
do
and
you keep
pathetic,
talking, dude?
dude.
I'm
It's
not
so
talking over
weak.
you,
It is so
man.
fake, and it's like, and it's so disgusting that you guys are actually
You're
feigning
just
like there was
whining
some
now, dude. We were having a
crazy.
good
No, dude, no. You
conversation.
guys are so. You guys try to be so strong and try to be so like strength helps people up, dude.
I
It
thought we
doesn't
were
push
having a
people
good
down. And
conversation,
all you
Greg.
guys do is you just push people down, and you make fun of people, and you make fun of them that they actually do have a chronic fatigue syndrome that they have to live with now, and you're making fun of them about it. And you don't care about 1.2 million people dying. You don't even care about your own life, Liam. You would die before you even accepted a vaccine that would save your life. What the hell?
I don't live in fear. I don't live.
Dude,
Listen,
you don't live in reality. That's the
I
problem,
don't
dude. You
live
don't
in
live in
fear.
reality. That's the
Listen to
problem.
me. I don't live in fear like you. You live in fear of what might happen.
Dude,
I
that's
live.
I
I have a
mean,
spirit of love and of peace and of a sound mind, dude. Okay. I
dude,
don't need
no,
the
man. You're living in a
medical.
delusional
I don't
world,
need
man.
the AMA telling me what I need to put in my body. You understand that?
Dude, I'm
Maybe
talking
I'm
to
just too ignorant, dude. That's what it is. Maybe I'm too ignorant. And if I was more educated like you, I would allow the scientists and the doctors to jab me and shove something in my body when I don't believe that I need it. And then I wouldn't be guilty of being called an asshole and a super spreader like you call people.
dude, because you didn't care about people.
You're straight up out of your mind,
Dude, you
dude.
didn't care about 1.2 million people dying, bro. Like, what are you
But
talking
you know
about?
what? But it's my body, my choice, huh, Greg?
No, it's
Oh,
not. No, it's
darn
not,
it,
because
man.
vaccines don't, dude,
No, oh, okay, I
viruses,
get it.
viruses don't work like that. Public
I
health
get
doesn't work
it.
like that.
We can take 1.5 million human lives and call it wonderful and beautiful, and us choosing, we get to choose, right? But then you need to shove this in your body because you're going to hurt somebody else. What are you even saying, man?
Why are you saying shove? Like, I get it that some injections do make people scared, but you're saying shove as if like it's a direct action that's forcefully hurting you. It's a
It
vaccine.
is directly shoved. This guy's
It's a
telling
needle,
me,
dude. It's a
because
needle.
of people like me that 1.1 million people died, and that's complete bullshit.
Oh
I
my
mean,
God,
it
dude.
is true though. If you look at the
I could have
circumstances,
stayed inside the whole entire pandemic, never even went outside because I didn't want to hurt anybody. I sure as hell didn't go around
so
any
why didn't
elderly.
you?
Wait a minute. I didn't go around any elderly people because I thought they might get sick. And I think that was a smart thing to do. But I got somebody like Greg on his high horse saying that I'm unaliving people like me. This guy's straight up out of his mind.
I mean, you do understand the risk that you do pose when you go out at that time specifically. Like, let's put it in a different
Stack the
circumstance.
panel with snowflakes now,
Let's put it
dude.
in a different circumstance. Let's say you're a person that's on the highway and you like going in the fast lane doing
Hey, Greg,
100.
I don't consent to Danny. This woman's out of her mind. I don't want to do it with her right now.
Oh,
I'm
this
interested.
guy.
But let's
Oh,
let's stay
If
let's
you
stay on
want to
topic.
let her,
Let's stay.
you can monologue with her. I'm gonna bounce if you want.
hi, host. My name's
Oh,
Danny, 33, California. Liam's terrified of me
I'm
because
out,
I
dude.
dog walk
No,
him on every panel.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
no, you
Yeah.
just lie constantly, and I don't want to hear it. It's
No, I
bullshit.
just dog walk you on every single panel that we ever exist on.
Okay,
It's
great.
fine. I
That's what
get it. You're
happens.
gonna
Not
run away.
interested.
what?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
You're
Take
gonna
your
run away.
pick. Hey, dude, I've been up here quite a while. If you want to talk to Danny and these two friendlies, that's fine. You're not going to get pushback from them. So I'm going to bounce if this is the way you want to roll your
No,
page.
that's okay. I get it. Run away from me again, Liam.
No, I
I
just
came up to
wondering
talk
if
to
the
the
host
host.
wanted opposition. If you wanted
Dude,
opposition, or
dude, the problem, I genuinely, man, I genuinely wish that you cared more about other people, like, and the
I do, and
lives
I was
that you're
having a great
impacting by
conversation
your
with you.
actions.
I was having a great conversation with. I'm willing to learn, willing to listen, but if you're going to bring these people
Dude,
up here,
bro,
that
how are we
obviously
gonna
don't
have?
like me because I voted for Trump. I'm not
It's
willing to
not about
sit here and
it's
listen
not
to
about
it.
like voting for
Who
Trump
that
or
you
anything.
voted for
It's about
Trump,
like
dude?
I'm a paid
It
Pfizer
is.
shill. I'm on the AMA. I'm on all this stuff, and it's like, bro, like what is this? Like that's the thing that I don't understand.
Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but
Do you think that
there's.
do you wait
I'm
wait?
sorry to tell
Do
you.
you
Wait a minute.
just
Hang on.
say it? Do you think that I'm being paid to be here?
I don't really care. That's not my
No,
point. I don't know.
stop,
I don't
stop
know.
dodging all these
I don't know
questions.
who's paying you. I'm not doing
You don't
conspiracy
know who's
theories
paying
with
me, so
you.
you think that I'm getting paid to be here, bro? Are you serious?
Because I said I don't know who's paying you. You take that as I think
Liam, the
that you're
fact that
being.
this man, the
Dude,
fact
is
that
this
this man,
guy? Can you lock it in, bro? What are you doing?
this man is literally trying to have a conversation with you about like actual science and the
No, at
effects
this
that are
point, he's just
happening to
rage
people.
baiting.
No, he's
What?
not. He's trying to have a
No,
genuine
dude.
conversation with you, and you are getting upset because you realize that you don't have the statistical data to back up your claims. You are just upset because the science scares you, because you want to live in your little bubble where everything is just hunky dory as long as you ignore science, and then you continue to harm people in the world. You're upset because you're being called out for the fact that you are not smart enough to have this conversation.
Greg,
And
do you know who?
frankly, we're
Greg,
trying to educate you. People are trying to educate you,
here we
and
go with
you're
Danny.
upset.
Liam,
Wait a minute. Do you know the organization MAHA, Greg?
yes, of course. Make America healthy again. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was pretty heavily involved with that organization, and seeing family members who had vax injuries, and actually firsthand meeting these people, testimonies, experiences on a large scale. Okay, I'm going to do my own research. I'm
Mhm.
going to be smart about it, and I'm sure as hell not going to take it right from an industry that's all about making the money. Okay,
That's not me, dude. That's the thing. Is that as a scientist,
I'm
I
not
have
saying
every
that. I'm
in-
not pointing a picture at you, pointing
Okay,
my
I
finger
know,
at
but
you,
I'm just letting
dude.
you know. I'm just
Stop
letting you
putting
know.
yourself on the chopping block.
No, I'm just
You're
letting
not
you
a
know, dude.
victim, man.
I as a scientist, I have every incentive, financial and worldwide fame if I knew that the population genetics didn't work out, right? I could blow up the entire thing. I would be world famous. Like it would be incredible for me, like personally, but all the science isn't there. You can't fabricate something that doesn't exist.
Yeah, but you know what? There are a lot of healthy people that don't need vaccines. Okay, on the
Okay.
level,
And there's a lot of sick and old
on the
people that do.
level that you think they need them. Now, when you come up here, you're going to be held accountable for the shit that comes out of your mouth. Okay, you're
Yeah.
saying I have all the education, and it's because of people like you, Liam, that 1.1 million people died. And
Yeah.
you're an a-hole for saying that, dude. You are.
Dude,
Seriously.
it's blood on your hand, man. It is. You
No, it
forever
it
have
is.
to live with that. Yes.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is. It
No, it
really
is not.
Yes. Yes,
I mean,
dude.
Liam, it's really simple. All you had to do was get vaccinated, socially isolate, wear a mask, and then you would ensure the safety of millions of
You
Americans.
know what? I
And
was
it would
honestly,
not
I
have
was
been hard.
listen.
It
When
would
I
not have
got
been hard for
when I
you to
got
social distance and get a vaccine. Are
man,
you afraid of shots? Like, is
when
that
I
the
got
problem?
C19 the first time, I got it twice. When I got it the first time, I was around 13 of my employees. Not one of them got C19.
You put your
Okay,
employees
Can I,
at
Danny?
risk?
I'm in the middle of a
Okay, but
sentence.
dude, your
Please.
anecdotes are a little long, bro. Like I'm just want to. I just
Long? I
let's.
was
But
6 words.
yes, just let's. I just want to do another hypothetical with you, please, please. Okay, let's extend the
What
rabies
state are
thing.
you in? What
Let's
state are
just
you in?
California. Let's
Southern, northern.
Southern San Diego. Okay,
You and I are very close, honestly.
cool. We can go. We can do jujitsu together. Okay, so genuinely, man, genuinely, like let's imagine.
jujitsu together.
You got your opportunity to strangle me, bro. You got. You can do
I
whatever
don't
you
think you. I don't think you would want the rear naked choke with me, bro. I don't think you'd want
I'm
that.
down, dude. I'm down.
Oh,
That'd be
no,
great.
host. Liam couldn't even win a push-up contest with
Oh
GT.
my
You would beat him in the
God.
ring.
Okay, so for real though, for real. Like, let's
What is
extend.
your? Where do you train?
Let's Atos. Let's extend the analogy. Okay, so let's say that there was a virus, man, that was coming in that we knew had a chance, like 100% chance. Let's do the rabies example. 100% chance. And it would go and it would be infecting a major metropolitan city. Let's do New York City, okay? And it's definitely
Hypothetical
going to kill
101. Here we go.
millions of people. Like, what would you do in order to prevent that from happening?
I would, to prevent that from happening,
Yeah.
that hypothetical, I would remove myself from people that lived in fear like yourself, and I wouldn't partake
so now
in
let's replace
ridiculous
this.
hypotheticals.
Okay, so let's replace this with a nuclear weapon. A nuclear weapon is going to bomb New York City and kill everyone there. What would you do to prevent that?
I would get out of the fallout area.
That's it?
I would remove myself and my friends and family, whoever I could get out.
Okay.
Out of that area where that impact
Yeah.
was going to take lives. That's what I would
Yes.
do. I would remove
Okay.
myself.
Okay, so we're saving lives there. Okay. At least, dude, I think this is genuinely a step forward. Before, we weren't even saving your life. Now you're at least getting your friends and family out of the death zone. Okay. Do you see how we think it's the same, and where we know that there's a virus coming, and we know that it's going to happen, and we know that there's going to be people dying, and now we're trying to remove those people from getting injured? Do you understand?
Yep. So when I cleaned up my diet and took my vitamins and drank my OJ when the viruses hit town, and kind of, stayed away from people as much as possible and was smart about it, and didn't even get sick, stayed healthy. It was probably did the right thing, right? I didn't shove myself with medication and blow myself up and weaken my immune system and mess up my gut health because I was living in fear that I might, be getting sick. Is that kind of like what you're talking about?
But okay, but
What?
that does okay. I'm happy that you are taking. So honestly, you've mentioned gut health a bunch, which is amazing. And like, why do you accept microbiology when it comes to the gut microbiome and its incredible impact in your gut brain connection, by the way, which is a real thing? Like, why do you accept microbiology for the gut microbiome, but you don't accept microbiology for immunology and the same sequencing, dude? The same sequencing that we use in order to sequence the gut microbiome and look at that diversity, we use that same sequencing technology to sequence back coronavirus genomes. And that's how we know what the vaccine's going to be. Like, why do you accept the sequencing on one and the research there, but not the other?
I just because of a lot of, obviously, and within a lot of medications, heavy metals and stuff and all this, I'm not super well versed on it. I don't need it, obviously, so there's no reason for me to take it. But you kind of had me earlier on a little bit, and you're like, hey, I could make you a serum kind of that was like, and I could make it, I wouldn't need to make it in a lab or whatever. And I think that this would benefit, your health and your life. And I could show you which each ingredient was and stuff. And I thought that was very genuine. I was like, that's pretty cool, Greg. I was like, I get that. I can hear that. And I can listen and be like, well, I would be interested to hear what's actually in this.
Okay.
But again, it's like, myself, I've never been the one that was like, oh my God, these fools, man, that are taking the vaccine and stuff. I do think that people take placebos and they get healthy because the body is, being tricked in a way by the brain. The brain is so strong, right? Mind over matter, so to speak, and I think that there's a lot to be said with that. Obviously, what a placebo is, right? And
yeah.
So there's a lot of stuff to this.
Do you think the vaccines are placebos?
I have to land. Sorry. And I think, like, I'm like, yeah, you took the vaccine. I hope that you're healthy from it and stuff. And I don't go, oh man, you took that, you're a freaking loser. But on the other hand, it's like my body, my choice.
Uh-huh.
And that you get all up in your emotions and you say that you, Liam, are part of 1.1 million. It's really bad, dude. That's
I
a
mean,
really
Kill
bad.
1.1 million
That's
people.
really bad, dude. On you. That's it's
Host,
sickening, man. Seriously,
you know
saying
what's
that
kind
it
of
really
bad?
is.
You know what's kind of bad? The fact that Liam is actively up here right now saying "my body, my choice" when he is actively in other people's lives advocating for forced birth.
The true and death too, well, because of COVID-19.
Like, I just don't get it. Like, Liam, you're going to sit up here and be like, it's my body, it's my choice. I shouldn't have to be vaccinated. And then you're in panels actively advocating for women to be forced to give birth when they don't want to give birth.
Greg,
Like, you're actively advocating
listen.
for forced insemination of women consistently on other panels. Like, I just don't get it. Like, where is the line of like, my body, my choice? Does it end when you have a penis? Does it end when you have a male chromosome? Like, is that the deciding factor to ensure that you have access to your body? Like, because you're consistently advocating like, hey, I don't want to get vaccinated, which is a safe thing for you to do to ensure the safety of not only yourself and your family, but your community. And then you go out and you try to enforce people to have to give birth to individuals that they don't want to have to do. And then you put women in positions to where they're not safe. And then that's not even pro-life at that point. You're actively advocating in those situations to ensure the unalivement of the mother and the potential fetus. Like, I just don't get it. Where is the line?
So okay. Well, the line is a being that's taking, I don't know what you guys want to call it, a parasite.
A fetus.
A parasite that is taking resources from the host. Okay. And I don't know at what point for you it's morally permissible to take this life, because it's not a life. I don't know when viability.
I never said that, but that's a
we can
bold
get in the
assumption to
weeds
make.
with all of this. But let's just hypothetical, because Greg loves the hypotheticals. Okay. So Danny lands in the middle of an island. There's no one there. She has a baby that is born, a child that's born. Okay. Do you feed that baby with your resources? Or because those are your resources, you go, you know what? I don't want to give up my resources to this child. Or do you go, no, I'm not going to give my milk to this child? Is it unaliving? Is it killing a person when you don't want to feed that person?
I don't know, Liam. Do you think it's unaliving of
Oh, I bet
children?
you don't know. You can't
Hey,
even
Liam,
answer that.
Liam,
Look at
it's
that.
okay.
Look
Liam,
at that,
answer
Greg.
my
You
question.
can't even
Do you,
answer that
Liam,
question,
answer
man.
my question. Do you think it's unaliving?
Crazy.
Do you think it's unaliving when the president of the United States actively takes away access for millions of children to have
Look at
food in their
this,
school
Greg.
system?
Look at this.
Do you think
This
that
is
that would
called
be starving
Danny
children?
derangement syndrome is what this
Do you
is
think
called.
that would be starving children, Liam, when the president denies access to food security in this country to millions of children?
Greg, I walked into this room to have a genuinely great conversation with you. I think we achieved that. I enjoyed it so far. I hope you did. There was 40 people here when we started. There's 400 and almost 40. Okay,
You did it.
And that sure as
you.
hell isn't. That sure as hell isn't from Danny.
Yeah,
or
build
anyone,
up your ego.
or anyone
Liam.
else.
Build
okay?
up your ego.
But listen, no. Listen. I will come back, but I'm not willing to have this. I'm not willing to have this conversation with Danny because I don't think she'll go deep enough. She's surface.
I'm
surface level.
too smart for him.
But
This is
no,
a consistent
Liam,
issue.
I genuinely, dude, I you're welcome to come back like whenever you want. I genuinely, I really want you to think about like a point in time that you would be willing to take a vaccine. I would love for you to really think about this question and then then come like on the next live and talk like what scenario, what would have to happen in order for you to like take a vaccine?
I think that I would like to hear from you. This is like to hear. I would like to hear a list of the most holistic vaccines that you're like, hey, Liam, this is the ingredients. Break down the ingredients. This is actually what is in this. This is how this could benefit your health, even your gut health, this and that. And I think that this like could be taken once or whatever. And I think if you're that type of person, I don't know that you are. You have a monster in your hand. I'm going back to that. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, but I'm probably going to cork you out one of these days as well, but that's a whole nother story.
I doubt it, dude. I doubt it.
I'm joking with you, dude. Come
I'll
on,
straight ankle you within the first 30 seconds. So you'll be.
Anyway, dude, listen, I did enjoy the conversation, and you're a good conversationist, man. And I
Yeah, you're
hold
welcome
no,
anytime.
yeah, I
Anytime,
hold
man.
no ill intentions. I'm going to do this. I'm going to follow you right now. So I see when you're on.
Okay,
Okay.
sick, dude. Yeah, Joe
Liam,
probably got like
Liam.
I didn't kick you, bro. Like I'm
I know.
sorry that. So
Yeah,
It
Joe.
was
Listen.
a
I want to say
TikTok
this about
admin.
Joe. Joe, before I bounce, I heard Joe honestly on a well-educated topic that he was on. I heard him debate. It was either Dean or Parker. I was blown away, impressed with the things that generally came out of Joe's mouth. So I think that if we don't let our emotions get away with us, Joe brings a really awesome conversation. He really does. So don't hold, guys. We got to
yeah,
have
dude.
thicker skin on these
Honestly,
platforms.
dude, I'm a patriot, so it really triggers me when people diminished 1.2 million Americans dying. It really triggers me. So that'll always happen.
Well, I just had surgery, so I don't know if you noticed. I'm kind of a little bit loopy.
No, oh, that's cool, dude.
I'm
I'm
in
not.
recovery.
There's no malintent. You're all good with that stuff. That's not what it is.
No, Liam, you're a cool dude. I wanted to
Appreciate you,
kind
man.
of. I think one thing you guys didn't talk about was maybe the chickenpox vaccine, because when I was a kid, the way that you inoculated a kid was you spread it kid to kid, right? And I had chickenpox, and it was regularly done.
Good
and
point.
It turns out that in, I guess, 96, it shifted. So, like, the kids 5 years younger than me, I wouldn't have known this, because obviously I'm a kid. I wasn't made aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't getting chickenpox, and that's like such a that experience teaches you about viruses from the very get-go, right? That's a foundational experience, right?
It's actually part of building your immune system for sure. Yes.
It's also part of being, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So I found that during and I have videos recorded, and I've lost my phone that I had it recorded on, but I had videos recorded where Anthony Fauci was saying it was 90%, 80%, 70%, 60%, 50%, down to the tens, where the efficacy slowly going down.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say that perhaps we need to take a neutral look and say, where are our pockets aligning with...
Wait, why do you think the efficacy is going down?
The efficacy is going down because honestly, it's a SARS. It's rapidly mutating. It's
there you go.
Very hard you can't vaccinate for that type of virus, right? Flu vaccines only work for the young and old anyway. So for the healthy, and I was in the military, I was forced to get vaccinated the 4 times I was in the military, and each time I got very, very sick.
So you guys realize that the vaccine and the pharma argument doesn't make any sense, because the pharma companies make way more money when you go to the hospital than a cheap vaccine, right? The vaccine is like $120 to produce, and they make potentially tens of thousands, 100,000, maybe $1 million off of a long hospital stay.
Are you listening to what I'm saying? I never have ever had high blood pressure. I've never passed out. And I had a PT test, and I had to do a in-the-nose nasal flu vaccine. I did it the morning before my Air Force PT test, and I did it, and then I went and I got my blood pressure measured, and I went and did my PT test.
It's going to be higher.
And my blood pressure was off the charts.
It's going to be high.
As well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as
Do you know
well,
why?
I because it's overloading your system.
I mean, it's
because
you're creating yeah. So when your body is exposed to some viral particles, it's going to create the antibodies in order to fight that, and that's where how your immune system learns.
But
so it's not
flu,
the vaccine that is causing that. It's not like you're getting poisoned by the vaccine and that's what's causing that. Like if you're having that reaction to that small part of that virus, imagine like the full virus with all the particles, man. It would be way worse.
Well, if you're not immunocompromised, then you should not get vaccinated.
That's not
for
true.
things
That's
like
not true.
flu.
That is not true. It
For
can trigger a
COVID,
lot of different things. It can trigger, especially
the
like with
results
COVID,
are
it can
coming.
trigger chronic fatigue syndrome. 30% of people that have COVID-19 have long COVID symptoms, which is like chronic fatigue, brain
Okay,
fog, all that kind of stuff.
and the science is not out because it's obviously
It
takes
is.
about 30 years to do
It's
it
No, but
before
a
it's
lot of
good.
science
the
is out.
science,
No, hold on,
Yep, it's out.
hold on.
It is.
No,
It
a
is.
because
lot of the
clear.
science is out. They did active
If you
studies
look,
that
if
they
you look,
recently
hold on. If
released.
you look at the spike protein, then you'll understand that even the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, says that the attaching parts of the spike protein makes it look like it was a engineered virus.
It's not true. It's
So
not true.
that is true.
I actually know where this came from. It came from a TikTok posted from a user who was
It came
shown
from
back
a Marine Corps officer. It came from a Marine Corps officer.
No, but the original information that you're talking about came from an article
Dude,
that was also spread onto TikTok.
Bro,
This article was proven
listen
to
to
be
me.
something that wasn't legit, and the officer did not say this. And the TikTok later spread misinformation. That's why the conspiracy theory exists. It was an original TikTok that got taken
Listen
out
to
of
me.
context
I didn't hear it
from
on
an article that
TikTok.
was taken out of
Okay,
context.
Joe.
I was
Listen.
in special operations and military
Okay, so
intelligence.
let's
I
say,
worked with the
okay, let's
DIA.
say you're right. Let's say you're right. Okay, and the evidence that you're presenting right now, to talk about the binding of a spike protein, we're talking about in vitro binding affinity assays. I want to see DNA sequencing. I want to see mutations against the population. Like all that needs to be there in order to actually have any credibility. So, where'd you hear this from?
Here's another thing I'll say is that there's a lot of alternative medicines
Okay,
that are better than
none
big
of that
pharma.
existed, dude. See, do you know what I mean?
Okay.
Like,
Do-
if you
for
know
example,
what you're
for exa-
talking
for
about,
example-
you can like
for example,
presuppose.
Hold
you can
on,
look
hold
at.
on. DNP, for example. You know what DNP is?
DNP?
Yeah, it decouples ATP. It's a
Okay.
anti-carcinogen
Okay.
that bodybuilders use to cut fat. It actually
Okay.
kills cancer cells as well, right?
Okay.
But all these alternatives that are much cheaper
Okay.
than chemotherapy are not made available to the public because they're cheap and they would be very, very cost effective.
Why would you want to dude? There's
You
tons
have
of
to look.
chemotherapy drugs
I've studied
general
corporate
use
finance.
and that can attack all
I've
different
studied
types of
corporate
cells.
finance.
Okay,
You need
we're
to
talking
understand
about a lot of
that
the next generation. The
science
actual
is not
new,
disconnected between the people who pay
let
for
me,
it. You
let me
have to
explain to
understand
you.
that.
Okay, what the difference
I
is?
understand everything.
You don't understand
No,
molecular
no,
biology.
no,
Let me
I
tell
do.
you about it. The whole idea
I
in the
understand
last
enough.
10 years of molecular biology is that now we can actually target cell by cell. So we can actually recognize what's on the outside of a cancer cell versus one of your regular cells. And we can go in with the gene editing technology to just the cancer cells. So just some
So it is-
random like
it is
DNP
gene editing
molecule
technology.
isn't going to be able to facilitate that type of interaction. That's the whole point.
Right, because it saturates in fat cells.
You know,
obviously.
Greg, I would argue, hang on, I would argue that the best medication that has ever been discovered that was given to society for free would be aspirin. That's what I would say for me. And that was given for free. And that is designed naturally. Okay. That's not designed in a lab. We know
What
how
did that have anything to do
we
with
know
the
we know
conversation?
how aspirin came about, right? Has aspirin saved millions of lives, host?
I mean,
Aspirin just got
saves
sued
millions of lives. I
recently.
mean, only
Yes.
bacteria. I mean, antibiotics has, but saves
Does
lives.
does
I don't
blood
think
does
so,
does
man. I mean,
aspirin
maybe
does
like
as-
helps
does that wait does
helps
as-
quality of life.
does that-
Maybe
does that thin
On
does,
the
it, does aspirin thin the bloodstream?
On the legal side, aspirin is now getting sued because
I'm so
it
confused. I'm
causes
sorry.
organ
I'm
damage.
sorry, gentlemen. I understand that you want to be relevant in the conversation, but what does anything of that have to do with the conversation that we were actively having? Like, can you stop pivoting?
Can I ask a question? Why are you still here,
question-
Danny?
Here
Dude,
is
I
the
need
here's
to
the
delete
here's
you
the
guys
thing I
out.
want to pose.
Why
I was
is
talking
Danny
for,
still here?
It's like I mean, it's just I can only me getting called a CIA op so many times. I gotta, and plus you guys paid me. That's the thing. Is honestly what happened is that I took the donation from Joe and I paid Danny to be here. So that's what's actually happening. So now you're in on it too. So
Yeah,
okay.
guys,
Well,
I hate to break it
it's
to
all
you,
from the
but
government because I get paid by the
I
VA.
hate to break it to
So
you guys, but we're
brought to you
actively
by the
getting a
U.S.
check
government.
from George Soros right
it's true.
now.
It's true. It's true. It's actually wild, man. So in literally like 2020, right? I have my first YouTube video that I put out trying to talk about science communication, explain what RNA is, explain what the vaccine, all that kind of stuff, because there's all this disinformation going on. Literally, my YouTube channel has 3 subscribers. Okay. It's my second account, my wife and my mom. My dad hadn't even subscribed yet. And I put out the channel trailer 30-second video, which was like an awful webcam video of me explaining what it is and all that kind of stuff. I hadn't even put out a real video yet. My first YouTube comment ever was saying, "Oh my gosh, this guy is a secret 501c3 that's being funded in order to push a conspiracy." And it's left. I'm like, how did you find my account? Like, what is this? Like,
Doctor,
Some smart
Dr.
people out
Greg,
there.
I've got 2 book recommendations for you. Okay.
I read
First-
publications, bro. I don't have time for books. Like that. That's
Well, then you have to acknowledge that there is an intersection between science and the legal apparatus that
the league
produces
apparatus.
the
Is that
inst-
some Zog
the
shit? Are
legal
you talking about
apparatus,
like some
the legal
Zionist
apparatus that
occupied government stuff now? Is that what?
Listen to me. Go read.
So many of you are doing that. now.
Write this down. Okay.
I'm not
Sheldon Wolin.
Okay, so yeah, it
Inverted
is some Jewish
totali-
thing. Oh my gosh, dude, you guys.
No,
are just,
it's what.
Yo, dude, you
it's-
gotta understand.
it's
You can't really
Berkeley.
say that you gotta read a book about something when the
I
same
got 2 books
credibility
for
of an
you.
artist isn't the same as a publication.
I
Somebody
got
can
2
write
books.
a book about flat Earth and be credited as a publisher. That's not the same thing. If
It's
you're
a
going to read a
Berkeley.
book, it has to have
It's
credibility from the
Berkeley,
person.
bro. Oh my god.
He's a literal scientist reading medical publications, and you want him
Okay.
to read conspiracy theories?
I want you to go read the Sheldon Wolin Inverted Totalitarianism, and I want you to read Starfish and Spider.
Inverted totalitarianism.
Sheldon Wolin.
Okay, here we go.
Sorry, I had surgery.
It's
so
okay.
I'm having
It's
trouble
all good,
speaking.
dude. Let's take this on. I'm down.
And then the
Inverted
Starfish and Spider.
totalitarianism is a theoretical system where economic powers like corporation exert subtle but substantial power over a system that superficially seems democratic. Over time, this theory predicts a sense of powerlessness and political apathy, continuing a slide from political egalitarianism. Sheldon Wolin coined the term in 2003 to describe what he saw as the emerging form of government of the United States. He said that the U.S. was turning into a managed democracy, similar to an illiberal democracy. He uses the term, quote, inverted totalitarianism, end quote, to draw attention to the totalitarian aspects of the system, while the term inverted helps to portray the many differences with classical totalitarianism. So what part of science do you think is totalitarian?
Read the book, and then also Starfish and Spider. Read.
Come on, dude. I
Dude,
just
the
read
book
that
obviously is
book.
talking about a form of government.
Read that book. Read
it's talking
that
about-
book,
it's a-
and
it's talking-
read the Starfish and Spider, or Spider and Starfish. It's another. It comes out of Berkeley as well. Okay.
You gotta
Greg.
work with me here and like be able to talk about these theories like one piece at a
I'm-
time without me reading a book.
Greg,
man.
Joe, wait.
Look,
Hang on a second.
My doctorate.
Listen,
My
why would I
doctorate is
read
from
the book
Berkeley.
that you can't even explain
Listen.
yourself? He obviously didn't do a good job in writing it so that you understand what happened.
I just had surgery, and I'm not. I think you know that TikTok's
I mean, but
not
can you
maybe the best
at
place.
the very least, sir, can you at the very least give us a synopsis of what you're trying to explain to us so we can maybe have a
Greg,
conversation about it?
he told you it's having trouble speaking. He gave him a source. He told Greg to just read it. What's the problem?
Dude,
Seriously.
it's a whole book.
I'm
You can't just tell me to
providing-
read it on the spot. It's a whole
He
He doesn't
book.
have to read it now.
It's a whole book.
It's a 4-hour.
Would you want to hear Joe?
I will buy it.
Wait.
I'll buy it for
Wait,
you.
Joe. Does anyone want to hear Joe do a run through on this book after having surgery right now?
Yes,
Leave the
it
guy
explains
alone,
the
man.
book. Yes.
Come on.
I will buy the book for you. I will buy the Starfish and Spider for you. I'll buy both
audiobooks for you
Okay,
if you will
so
listen to them.
You guys are
because
so
they will.
we understand the gist, dude. I read the Wikipedia
Why are
the
you
intro. I
anti? Why are
understand
you
what the gist is.
anti? Why are
I'm
you
asking.
anti-knowledge?
I'm asking a
Why are
second
you
order question
anti-knowledge?
now. I'm asking how this applies to
I'm
the
asking
United
first order
States.
question. I'm asking why you do not want to be exposed to new information
Dude, Joe, you
outside of
were
your discipline.
dude.
I'm
It's like
literally
getting
just looking this
recommended a
up on
movie
Wikipedia,
and then
dude.
you
Like
get asked to like.
I'm literally
I
listening.
will buy you the book. Will you listen to it?
He's
No,
a doctor.
would-
He's going to be open to new information. That's literally his
Okay.
job.
Okay, so he says, "Is that a yes? Are you going to listen to the books?
Dude,
the two books that I get?
I'm
I will
reading
buy them for
Wikipedia
you.
right now. Why can't we just discuss
I
it right
don't
now?
want you to read the big.
Wollen's thesis.
I don't
I'll
want you
read
to
it
read the
so you
big.
don't have
I
to.
want.
Don't worry. Here, I'll read it.
I
I'll
want
read it.
you.
Writing
Do you have a
Inverted
commute?
Totalitarianism from 1960 to 2008,
This
Wollen
is the
argued that the United
problem.
States is increasingly totalitarian as a result
Stop.
of repeated material
This
mobilizations
is
to fight the
this is
Axis
the
power
entire.
in the 1940s, to contain communism during the Cold War, and to fight the war on terror in the September 11th
The
attacks.
problem with what you're doing is exactly what the book posits, which is that rather than go to the direct source of the information, people just repeat, and you only get segments
Wait,
of
but he
information.
is actively going from the direct
I will
source.
pay for you to
So
listen
wait,
to the book.
Right.
I will pay for you to listen to both of the books I've
Joe,
recommended.
respectfully, Joe. He's literally
Danny, can
reading-
you stop and
engaging
let,
with you
let
right
No,
me
now.
talk?
I'm
absolutely
engaging
not.
with you.
Dude, Joe, wait. So you're saying that the author
I'm asking you to read the
Wait,
book.
the author incentivizes you buying the book and reading it instead of reading
He's
essays on it
dead.
if you want the gist of it. The author is
He's dead.
incentivizing you to buy it
He's dead.
instead of just read
He's
like have
dead.
somebody
Okay,
else.
here's a quote.
He's
If
dead.
you don't
Big
buy
quotes.
it, you don't get the exact information that he wants, even though somebody can write an essay on it explaining it. You don't read the
This is so
essay
fr-
on it explaining
this
it
is
from
so
if you read it.
frustrating.
You have to buy it. That's what you're saying.
All these excuses not to read a book. I
Or
just
it's not-
asked
it's
you
not-
to read as a short book. It's 4
What's
hours.
up in the future? Sorry, bro.
I'll buy both the books for you. I will buy them for you.
Why
You
can't we
do
just
realize
discuss
the underlying
the
meaning.
ideas right
It's
now?
a car ride. Because
it's the underlying
it would
meaning,
take
dude.
hours. It would take hours. I don't have time. I don't have time to give you a dissertation, and you don't have time to give me a dissertation. And I don't wanna. You know,
So he should
reflect
buy the book
poorly.
and
I
read
don't
it
wanna
right
reflect
now,
poorly
then
on the
just have
fact
an
that
explanation of it.
it's an insult to your credentials and to my credentials if we were to have this conversation now without you reading the book in the first place. Let's have you read the book, and then once you've read the book, let's discuss. How about that?
That's a lot of gatekeeping, bro.
Could that?
That's yeah.
There's no gatekeeping.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm.
it's very
asking
totalitarian of you.
Greg, why don't you? Greg,
Oh,
why don't you wait a minute?
so
why don't you give?
totalitarian,
Hang on,
ask
Joe.
me.
Joe, Greg, why don't you give him a piece of literature that you think that he should read, and then if you
I'll
guys
do it.
do this, and then you guys can go back and
Dude.
forth and have a great conversation. What in return, Greg, would you want him to read, where he could educate himself, and then you guys could meet in the middle and have an amazing conversation?
I mean, I have
that
the
we would
paper.
all listen to.
I have the paper right here. It's about the Wuhan outbreak.
Send
and
it to him then.
disproves
Send
that-
it to
yeah.
him then.
I mean, I
You
have
guys
You can.
on my
I'll,
profile.
I'll,
I have
follow,
it-
I'll
I've
follow
linked-
you. I'll follow you. We can email. You seem like a smart guy.
Or we could just actively have the conversation and
No,
stop
I know.
avoiding it
That's
because
crazy.
people are afraid.
It's-
What does
it's
it
so
cost to kick Danny from the panel?
Here's this-
No.
He's very
$1,000?
triggered by me. He's very triggered. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let's just. I'm going to
I
read
would
this.
pref-
I'm going
I
to read it.
prefer not to-
I'm fighting you to read the thing that you asked. I'm going to just read it, okay? A political imaginary involves going beyond and challenging current capabilities, inhibition, and constraints regarding power and its proper limits and improper uses. It envisions an organization of resources, ideal as well as material, in which a potential attributed to them becomes a challenge to realize it. So then he explains that the constitutional imaginary, quote, prescribes the means by which power is legitimated, accountable, and constrained. So he goes again, I don't, I mean,
It's a
you're
lot of
right. It's not
buzzwords.
making much sense though right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
a lot of buzzwords to like explain something that doesn't have a real explanation to it. It's going back and forth from ideas.
I don't understand how this,
It's
how this is.
Because you don't want to.
What?
No, I'm-
If
What?
you
I'm
read,
trying to-
if you read it, and you put on your. Look, I had 10 years in special operations, in
Those are different
military
credentials from reading the book.
Intelligence. I went to Berkeley Law. I'm obviously decently educated in terms of medicine because I've had to be for my own self.
What?
Don't.
Why would you be educated? What do you mean? With medically educated?
Because when you're a smart person, you have to research your own health concerns, right? I just had surgery. Of course, you know that.
What?
So
no, dude. I mean, that's not how it works, man. That's not how you don't get expertise that way. That doesn't make any sense.
okay, so what's the cluster B personality? Like, trust me, if something affects me, I'm gonna very, very deeply, heavily research it. Just like when it comes to
Yeah, but that's still not expertise, man. That's the thing.
Aromatization, just like with my diet, when I lower my carbs
Wait, now we're
and
just
increase my
randomly
protein.
bringing up a
So
cluster
anyway,
B.
I clearly have had a streak of success in my life that has allowed me to have the body I want, and the brain that I have has enabled me to live the life I want. So I would ask you to honor yourselves and respect yourselves enough to actually go and read the information and cross-disciplinary from the position of a different discipline. Look
Bro,
at
I read
why
SCOTUS
why
decisions, bro.
hold on.
I read I listen to
Okay.
SCOTUS oral arguments for 3
Great.
hours. You know
That's
what I mean?
great.
I
That's
I
great.
don't do this shit.
That's
man.
great. Amicus, well, SCOTUS is heavily influenced by amicus briefs written by the Chamber of Commerce, which comes out of the Federalist Society. And if you read the book,
you're right. Unfortunately, because they have no idea what the hell is that even going on, and they're talking about unitary executive theory when they're supposed to be from the Federalist Society.
Centralized power.
You didn't think I had that, didn't you? Did you? You didn't think I had that?
I actually no. I think you're a smart guy, which is why I'm communicating to you because I'm hoping to share the flame of enlightenment to kind of light you up and open up your
This is crazy.
Because the fact is that you are a smart guy, and the fact is that you should be asking yourself, am I defending? You don't even realize. That's why I want you to read the Starfish and Spider as well.
The thing is
you're an unknowing flying monkey and a cog in a machine that you don't even realize. Because
Joe, can I just put in a point real quick?
Yeah.
Most conspiracy theories do come from the idea
there's
that
no conspiracy theory.
No, listen. Most
I'm telling you to go read.
do stem from the idea of
who's talking about conspiracy
looking
theory?
at. So what they do is
I'm
they find
talking about my
information
personal
from different
experiences.
places instead of the ones from them.
No
So what
one's
they do
talking
is
about a
that they look at the
conspiracy
main
theory.
source of information that they have, the main research that's done, and they ignore that and look for alternatives or different things that are beyond that. You can have a mountain of research done on one page, but since you don't trust it, you look at something else. That's how most conspiracy theories work and how they're created.
I'm telling you that I speak 8 languages. I was
I'm
in
not
military
questioning your
intelligence.
intellect. I'm showing you how you can find stuff like this.
What I'm telling you is that I'm not stupid, and I am well informed, and I know how the system works. And if there's anything I have expertise on, it's how the system works. And I'm trying to explain to you through reading, not just
then use what you have in your knowledge to explain to me why the United States is inverted totalitarianism. I don't understand.
The Starfish and Spider. Go read that. It's by a Berkeley.
But why would I read
out
a
of
book
Berkeley
that
as
you
well?
can't even explain yourself? It obviously didn't do a good job explaining itself to you.
Because you should want to know more information.
Joe, does this information from this book not follow quote unquote mainstream information that you've heard from other people? Does it have a completely different view from what other people have because he doesn't trust the information that he's been told? Is that what the book has in there?
It's nothing about that.
What is it focused on?
Real quick, wait a second, Greg. Do you have any moderators in your chat?
No.
You got some people saying slurs down there and stuff.
Thanks, bro. I just
And also there's Haley down there as well. She's putting people's active personal information out there. I'm seeing that.
No, that's not happening. Haley is actively in the chat advocating for me because there are a bunch of.
Hey, listen, she might be advocating for you.
Can you
She's
not?
putting
Can you not?
people's
Can you not
personal
interrupt me? Thank you.
information. Wait a minute, Danny. I will prove it if you wait.
Can you please stop? There are a bunch of people in the chat actively saying that they're here with Liam and that they are trying to advocate to get me kicked off the panel. Because
I'm not trying to kick anyone off the panel, Danny. Stop speaking over me. So, Greg, she's actively putting.
Excuse you?
She's actively putting people's personal information out there.
No, she isn't.
That these people are not allowing to be out there. She's doing that. Look at what go back, and if she's doing that,
Liam,
call
there
it
are
out. If
people
she's not, then I'm a
actively
liar.
there are people actively in the chat right now
Greg,
calling
do
you
you
like
advocate for
unalive men,
people's
saying
personal
that they're there
information
with you.
being
I'm not
quoted
even
Dude,
on
gonna
the
Greg,
argue
it's
that.
like
I
a
don't even
devil
read
and
in
an
chat. I
angel
don't
on
even
your
know what to
side.
say.
What's
I don't even
But
know
happening?
what to
that's
say.
why I asked if you
I
had a
don't.
moderator,
It's
I,
Greg.
okay.
no,
It's
I don't.
okay.
I
It's
don't.
okay.
Dude,
I was
you know,
kidnapped in
just like you, dude.
Venezuela.
Laissez-faire, baby. Let it roll. You know, that's what
Same
you
way.
like. So
If it
okay,
doesn't
Anybody
apply,
so
let it fly.
the starfish and the
anybody can say what
spider.
they want
Okay,
to
so I
say about
understand
me.
now why you're saying this. So
Yeah.
starfish and the spider is basically an exploration of the implications of decentralized organizations such as Wikipedia. That's why what you're using in order to discredit Wikipedia. That's why you keep referencing that book.
I reference it because when I was coming up in intelligence, I was instructed to read that book,
Okay.
and it gave me insight into how these metaphysical organizations operate, essentially.
Okay, so then
Because
so give me an example how science is constructed into this inverted totalitarianism thing that you're recognizing.
your question is not what I'm aiming towards. My angle
That's my question that I'm
is
aiming
to
for.
have you my angle is to have you self-reflect and not realize that there's a political economy when it comes to medicine, and the fact that there's winners and losers with everything. And obviously, when you have people who stand to profit from constantly vaccinating us unnecessarily, and they've shown the same repetitive business model in other avenues, they're going to repeat it in every place they can. And that's not
But you
you.
said that I'm
That's not
getting
you as a
paid, dude.
doctor.
But you said that I'm getting
That's
paid
not
in
you
order
as
to
a,
be here.
I
So why
didn't
would
say
I believe that your
you.
judgment is good?
No, I never said. I've been very respectful. I never said you.
Yeah, you did. You said that I was
I
getting paid, that I was like some type of like
I
CIA
asked
op.
you. I said, are they paying you?
Exactly.
And clearly you said no. I asked. I didn't make a declaration because I'm an open-minded person. So, again,
All right,
what's
Joe.
to laugh about?
I'm very interested.
What's to laugh about?
You said something like the CIA created the virus. What was up with that? I'm very interested in that.
If you look at
It's
the history of
HIV. It's an
Chapel
HIV
Hill,
SARS-CoV-2 thing that they found, and that they're linking together. And HIV isn't real, and SARS-CoV-2 isn't real, and they've both made and like bioweapons and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I know that. I know the conspiracy.
Chapel Hill, DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency.
Yeah.
I would encourage you to go.
It's all.
I've read it. I've read it myself. I would go and encourage. I'm not gonna. This is why I don't. Because I can't sit here and
Is
go
it
read it
another
yourself.
book that incentivizes you to pay for it instead of find an article, or is
Just go read it yourself. Go do the research yourself. If you can find it, go research it yourself. That's what I
But
say.
I shouldn't read a summary.
Look up the financial stakes in the EcoHealth Alliance. Look up the Lancet. The Lancet was the author of the first COVID trial, and they're 60% owned by BlackRock. All this stuff, if you're willing to read, is available online.
Dude,
what's up with
It's
you and
very-
BlackRock? Where did you get that like tie of BlackRock and like the incarnation?
If you read the
of
books,
evil?
if you read the books, I recommend you would understand what I'm talking about. This is a web.
Oh, I need to understand it though without the books. There should be an explanation with it without a gate paid. Obviously, a book.
That would be so nice, wouldn't it? Because that's how encryption works. When you have human encryption, is far more difficult to break in than it is to set up a code. You should
So it's
surely understand that,
encrypted
right?
in the words of the
you
book
understand
that I
how
have to read
physics work, right?
Dude,
what? So wait, I have to read multiple books to understand why this company is bad.
Yeah, it's a very complex system to trick you, and it's very well thought out, and it's by people who are as bright as me, and I'd say Dr. Greg and Liam. They did it a long time ago.
Dude,
and
Joe
they're
Biden and
smart.
Kamala Harris is financial analysts are both BlackRock.
Thank you for mentioning
employees.
that. That's one of the big things I do want to point out. There's a huge issue in the 2020 era with the pandemic that showed one of the things that it was tied politically on why people didn't trust the pandemic in general. When the Democrats and Republicans were starting to switch sides with obviously the presidency, I noticed there was a big issue with people politically trusting this because it was a new presidency bringing in this. Donald Trump said no to the pandemic, but Biden said yes to it. There was a huge disconnect in the parties, and when one side didn't like it, they stick to their point and didn't want to do it while the other side did. Why is there such a political tie to medicine at this point? It was obvious in 2020, and now I feel like it's becoming more obvious now. Am I the only one
you
seeing
read it-
this, or is it like?
If
No,
you
I
read
think you're
if you
very
read
valid
the book I
what you're
recommended, you would know why.
Oh my
Why
god!
That's why I told you to read it.
Just everything is just this one book.
Read.
I
You
mean,
just gotta read
GTR
one more book. You
GTR
just
makes a
gotta read
great point,
one
dude.
more
Listen,
book.
I don't think the GTR and I we've agreed on much, but I sure as hell agree on what just came out of your mouth 100%.
Why is there such a political tie to medicine? Why can't we find a center ground with it that isn't involved politically? Why do we have to find this, oh, I feel more closer to this party and this is what they say? There should be a central form that is
Okay.
neutral between
Probably
them.
because people like Greg call people
because-
like me killers. That's probably why.
Because it's inverted totalitarianism. It's expansionist to the
He
point
didn't.
that
He
down.
didn't call you a
Hold
killer.
on.
He actively said that. No, I'm not going to hold on. I'm tired of men telling me that I'm not allowed to speak. He
Oh
didn't.
my God.
Here we
literally
go.
did not call you a killer. He actively said
Yes,
that
he
you should be
actually
mindful.
did, and he doubled down on it.
You
So
should
the
be
book I
mindful
referenced-
of the community
He sure
that
as
you're
hell did.
surrounded by, and ensure the safety
let's not
of
go
the
down this-
community.
He
Let's not
said
go
it
down
to me
this.
3 times.
So the book I
He's not even
Contribute to their
denying it.
deaths.
Look at him.
You did contribute
book
to their
I
deaths. You
referenced-
didn't
There you
murder
go.
them
So
directly,
Danny, yeah,
but that's
what a
not the
sock in it,
same.
Danny. You don't take words
The
out of
book
his
I
mouth.
referenced-
He tripled
the book
down
I-
on it now.
Look,
Hold on,
I
hold on,
understand
hold on,
that you're
hold on,
like
hold on,
super
hold on, hold on,
triggered
hold
by
on,
my
hold on. Please.
existence, but
Please.
I have
Please.
actively stayed on
Please.
mute to ensure that people can have a
Please.
conducive conversation.
Yeah, that's
right?
when the
Please.
conversation
I
started getting
chime in at the
educational
appropriate
when you went on
moment when I
mute.
can
Please.
actively chime in, right? When I
So-
have something to actively add to the
Please.
conversation. So what you're not going to do is you're not going to
I
invalidate
think that if you
me
left, that would probably be the
just
best
because
add
I'm
to
a
this
woman,
conversation.
and
Guys,
you try to tell me that I'm not
The
allowed to be a
book that
participant
I
in the
recommended will
conversation.
explain exactly
So
why your
I'm going
personal
to
health is
actively
connected to
participate in the
people's
conversation,
finances.
and you're not
The
going to
book that I
overspeak me as a
referenced
woman.
will explain
That's just
why
not going
it's
to
so
happen.
political.
What is a woman, Danny?
The book that I referenced explains exactly why
I love
your
the
health has been
misogyny from ladies
politicized
consistently.
and turned into hell.
Dude.
The book I referenced will explain why there is so
Bro,
much
are you getting
monetary
paid by these guys? Like to
gain.
I was about
push
to
this
say,
book?
like, why
Oh
are
my
we
gosh,
political
man, it is
hooks?
so crazy. Like I've
I'm
never
not.
seen anyone push this book before.
Because I want you to wake up and smell the roses and see
like,
the
you
world
don't
for what it
understand. Like,
is.
there's nothing the book could say that is going to discredit the population genetics, the molecular biology, the molecular forensics, the RNA,
You
the DNA.
are not-
like you don't understand.
you are
You don't
moving the
even
goal-
get
this is
that's an
sophistry.
independent line of questioning, and whatever daisy chain of
Do you want
funding
knowledge?
sources or
Do you want knowledge?
any type of email chain that's linking Fauci to Daszak and all this nonsense, that's not going to be the same as positive evidence that's independent. And that's
Would
what
you like
Sarah's
knowledge?
talking about, dude. We have to have a separate set of facts that we can all agree on. That as a reality that
Yes.
coronaviruses exist. Like bats can harbor them. Like you can have intermediaries like raccoon dogs. You can have spread that happens. That pandemics are real. People die from them. Like all these things have been completely.
So, Greg, you're right. Wait, let me double down on what you're saying. You're absolutely right. That's called fundamental human rights, okay? So human rights,
So
and I don't want to
wouldn't
go.
a
Wait a minute.
fundamental-
So I'm hearing
wouldn't
is-
a fundamental
I don't want to
human
go.
So what
right
I'm
be
hearing-
ensuring
what I'm hearing-
so
what
then
I'm
wouldn't
hearing
a
is-
fundamental
Triggered.
human
Hang
right
on,
be
you're
What I'm
triggered.
hearing
ensuring
is-
somebody's
Speaking.
bodily autonomy?
Holy
I don't care.
shit.
You keep overspeaking me, Liam.
Dude.
I don't give a fuck. You keep overspeaking
Wow, do I
me.
make a great
Wouldn't
point
a
and then you got to
fundamental
chime in
human
or what?
right be ensuring that
Good
somebody
God,
has
lady.
bodily autonomy, right? Which you actively advocate against.
Dude.
You actively advocate against people having bodily autonomy. You come on here
I wasn't
consistently
even- oh my
come on here consistently advocating that women are not allowed to have bodily autonomy.
No, I'm just
That is
saying
what
because
we
of
do.
women like
So
you,
I'm
a
just
woman will
trying to
never run the
understand,
United
how are
States,
you going to be on
That
this panel
was unnecessary.
actively advocating
Okay.
for bodily autonomy and then consistently cutting me off, calling me woman, telling me I'm not allowed to speak, doing a bunch of
No, I asked
misogynist
you what is a
actions,
woman. I never
and then
called
get
you a
upset
woman.
when I finally do get the courage to speak against you, which frankly, it's very hard because you are a very intimidating individual. Because as a woman, I find it difficult to speak out against a man who consistently harms me. But when I get the courage to
Consistently
actually
harms
speak
me.
up so that I can have a
Okay.
voice for women to ensure the safety of women and talk about
Dude.
bodily autonomy,
Greg,
you
man,
get
you're gonna allow
upset,
this.
and then you consistently do your best to ensure that I don't get the opportunity to speak, and that's just not going to happen.
Greg,
Liam.
are you
I'm
going to
not
allow
one
this
of those
BS
women.
to happen?
No, you're
He's
not going to do
actively
this.
being harmed because
You're
of my
not going
words,
to do
Greg.
this. I have.
Come on,
I
Greg.
have.
Why are you crying to me like a little bitch, man?
What?
Like,
No,
be
you're just.
strong. What is wrong
my
with
words,
I
you?
have
dude,
the
are
ability
my
to
words
speak,
harming
Liam, and
her?
Dude,
you
you're
can't stop
crying,
me.
bro.
I have the ability
This
to
is
speak,
gonna
and you
This is a
devolve.
can't stop
joke.
me, Liam.
Greg, you're a
Please.
joke allowing this to continue,
Guys.
man.
Dude.
Allowing me
It's-
to speak
My
is
words
a joke.
are
So
harming
hearing
her
the
right
voice
This
now.
is how
of
it
women,
evolves. This is why
hearing
you
the
guys
voice of
always want to
women
devolve
is
into
is
this
harmful,
conversation.
Liam? Is
This
that what you're trying to say?
just read the books. Just read
Hearing
the
the
books.
voice
Greg,
of
I-
Will you
women
read the
is
That
books?
is
harmful.
so
apologize.
lame. That is so lame, man. Like,
Hang on, Greg. I want to apologize for
Will you
harming
read the
Danny
books?
with my words up here.
Are you open to
allowing
new
me
No, I'm not
to
gonna read a
harm
book,
her
bro.
with my words? Okay. So dumb.
dude.
Liam, I'm sorry you're not educated
So
enough to have
you
this
refuse-
conversation, but you're not going to
Okay,
silence
so an
my voice.
ignorant man is harming you with his ignorant words.
So you
okay? Wow.
refuse to read. You refuse to read and educate yourself.
Yes,
And
Dude,
to
it's like having an
compartmentalize.
article behind a paywall. It's not.
I will
Bro.
pay for the. I have
Dude.
$400. I'll buy each of every one person on the panel. I buy both of the books so that you can
Dude.
read them on Audible.
Like,
you can listen to them in the car, different than TikTok, and then we can have this discussion later.
Okay, but why do you have to read multiple books? To
Because
understand one
It's
thing?
because the point
crazy.
you raised, asking about how someone's health is so politicized and so
Why are
tied
we pushing
to
this book though? Like,
money.
are
No,
you
exactly.
getting a profit?
You're talking about weird, like,
I'm offering to buy it for you.
conspiratorial, reasons why people support things, and now you've
Incorrect.
hooked this book for the last like hour.
So-
That's all you talked
so
about, dude. Like,
because you don't-
I think what it actually is that you use
don't
this
wanna
in
read.
conversations
You-
because you're insecure
you don't
about
wanna
your own
read.
knowledge, so that you fall back on this book because nobody understands me,
Okay.
because nobody's read this book, and I'm so educated and I know all these things that you don't know. And
I think we both know
it's
that's not
tiring.
true.
It's exactly what.
And I'm not.
happened
I'm not
for
going to
an
defend
hour.
it because it's not true. I don't care what you could say. I'm insecure. It doesn't matter to me. That's
Well,
the beauty of me.
then-
It's because it's not true.
You don't stand on your own knowledge, bro. You don't stand on what you
I
know.
do
You don't stand on the Wikipedia.
I don't need to use Wikipedia. You're a doctor.
I
and you're
literally
sitting
was
here
reading
with-
it, bro, and you were saying I
Go-
wasn't allowed to. And then you cited
will
another
buy
book on
you-
why I couldn't read the Wikipedia about the other book, bro. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Are you going to read the books? If I buy you the audiobooks, will you read them?
No, I'm not gonna read the books, dude.
So you acknowledge you're willfully ignorant.
No,
Dude,
I'm
it's
reading
not-
the Wikipedia about the books. What are you talking
You're
about?
willfully ignorant.
No,
Greg, let me say one thing.
What?
Oh
One
my
thing, bro.
God.
Hang on, Greg. Let me say one
You're
thing.
willfully
please.
ignorant.
Wait, Joe, wait. This is what I want to say, Greg. You have a wealth of knowledge. You're an educated man, and I truly think that you're going to be a major success on TikTok. Okay,
Thank you.
And wait, and I hope that, and I wish that for you. I hope that for you.
Wait
The
for the
only
rug pull?
the only thing is, I would say, I do hope that even down the rabbit holes of the stupid conspiracy theories, okay, down the rabbit holes that you don't want to go, I hope that you do actively do some of that to get very well-rounded to where you can literally just help as many people as you possibly can, okay? That's all I'm saying. I don't want you to make yourself ignorant so you can have fools up here and you can...
No,
Host,
again, dude.
can I?
But wait, listen, dude.
Afterwards,
Hang
I
on.
promise.
He's-
I promise.
he's
Dude,
actually- he's right.
I did this. I was answering science questions in the biggest anti-vax subreddit before it got shut down. And then when it did get shut down, I went to their Discord and I was answering all their science questions for over a year. I would have hour-long conversations with them like every other night, explaining to them what's going on, giving them stuff. So this idea that I'm not willing to go into these rabbit holes, I would answer over 100 questions a day, man. Like this was my whole reason for being on Science Communicator.
And I'll
That's
agree
why I
with
started here.
I'll agree that you've done that. I see that. I see the passion in you. But going onto your page, before I spoke with you, I did a little bit of educating to see who you are.
Sure.
You have taken this completely political, dude.
Yeah.
Outside of you just stop for a second. And really, that's your choice. You never had to take this political. Okay,
It's profiting.
no,
Bro,
you
Trump
you
is trying
took
to shut down all of science, bro. What are you talking about? I can't be political when he's trying to shut down my entire field. What are you talking about?
Wow.
No one's trying to shut down your science.
Yes, he
We're
is.
trying to
What are you talking
decouple.
about? We have to have an executive
would like to
order. We're not going to be grant funded unless we actually say that lab leak was real. What are you talking
We
about?
want to decouple the corporate academia.
No, he's saying that you
infrastructure.
cannot have science funding in the United
Yes.
States unless you
That's
kiss
not what
his
I'm
boots,
saying.
man. What are you talking
No,
about? Not making it political.
we
It's your dude.
we need to
It's your
disconnect
king
the
that's doing
corporate.
this stuff. He's
We need to
forcing me
disconnect
out
the
of
corporate.
not doing.
You're
like,
worried
science
because you're
communication
afraid
for
the
2
grants are going to
years.
dry.
And
It's about money.
forced me.
Look at it. He's freaking out. It's about money because he wants his grants.
Dismantle the entire institution.
It's all
of science,
money.
and you're going to kill people.
Money's more important
Host,
to
can I
you.
have the opportunity to explain what's happening really quick?
Sure.
Joe and Liam have a tendency to come into lives and they love to rage bait. This is what they're doing. They're trying to get you upset because they rage bait.
We're
They
not
come in,
rage
they don't
baiting.
have a lot to add to the conversation. They have nothing to
We've had a
actively
very good
participate into the conversation. They actively ensure that they can rage bait people so that they can get people upset, especially the host. This is what they do. They're known for this on this application. Right? And I understand
Okay.
host, like this is hard, right? It's hard. It's difficult, right? When we're actively trying to like have a thorough, real conversation with people.
So let's
and are
reconstruct the
being-
echo
and
chamber.
are being consistently interrupted and not being able to have a conducive conversation is very difficult. And I think our emotional reactions are very valid, right? Because you as a
I don't.
doctor, your funding is actively being taken away. Your ability to care for people is actively being taken away. Like that, you're going to have an emotional reaction to that when
Danny.
this administration is actively trying to harm your ability to do your job. And I think your
Danny,
emotions
Greg
are
has
valid. But
Greg
what
has
we
a
have to
wife.
take into consideration
Greg
is
has
that
a wife.
Liam is actively here to cause harm. He does not want to have a conversation.
shit.
He does not want to actively participate. He just wants to get coins, get followers, and then run away. This is what
Greg.
he does in every live that he comes into.
Greg, can
and
you
it
hear
is
what I'm
not
saying?
conducive to a conversation. And now I'm just trying to say, host, I came in here because when I heard you about the vaccination conversation, I wanted to have the conversation because I think this is an important conversation to have. As somebody who works in the medical field, I'm sick and tired of seeing people actively trying to do vaccine, like they're denying vaccines, they're harming communities, and I'm sick and tired of seeing this affecting my small community in New Mexico. And so I wanted to come up because I thought this was a valid conversation. Like I live in a region where people are afraid of vaccines. So I was like, oh my God, I would love to have a conversation about this. But then we have people like Liam and his friend Joe who are just here to rage bait, and it's not conducive to the conversation.
No one's here to rage. I want the majority of human beings to live a good life, and I think Liam was encouraged. I think Liam was doing. I think the Liam was saying the same thing. Is that he's encouraging the doctors.
You know, I'm really sorry.
To make the world a better place.
Yeah, I'm really
So
sorry
we're
that
positives, actually.
really sorry that we brought such an uneducated conversation up here and brought so many people into the room because we're such stupid weirdos
Hey,
up here
Liam, I'm
that
gonna
are not
explain.
valid. Wait a
Liam,
minute,
I'm
Danny.
gonna
you just
explain
spoke.
to
I
you
didn't
really
speak
quick.
over you.
Nobody came
So, Danny,
in here. You
Greg, listen.
overspoke me multiple times. Nobody came in here for you, Liam. Nobody
So,
came
Danny,
in here for you.
Danny,
People
Greg-
came into
Greg
this
ha-
room
wait.
because the
Greg
host
has
is
a
a
wife.
smart individual
doesn't need you to
who
police
is
him
spreading
up here, okay?
information that is helping communities.
Oh,
Nobody came in here for you. They came in here because the host is educating people and ensuring the safety of individuals. They came in here because the host has important things to say and they want to hear what he has to say. People did not come in here for you, Liam. They came in here for him. He is actively up here spreading not only important information, but willing to have these kinds of conversations with people who are not educated
What
on these
is
subjects.
this?
They came in here
What is
for
this?
him, not you, Liam.
I think
Is this
okay,
gaslighting
okay.
at its finest?
Let's
What?
guys, it's been Liam, it's been 2 hours, bro. And so I think I wanna give you guys the shot to stay, okay? But let's just change the subject and see how let's just change the subject. Okay. I agree with Danny, everything that you said. I appreciate you. Thank you for being in healthcare, and I'd love to talk to you about it later. Like, genuinely, I'm not trying to change the subject after you contributed.
No,
so
you're good, host. Absolutely.
but I want to give in the future with legitimately like waiting for like an hour before, and then now it's been like 2 hours, so I just feel bad. So in the future,
I don't want to take away your many viewers, because apparently this topic is very, very popular and has a lot of viewers. But this kind of came in. The whole topic of the vaccines and everything kind of came in like after I wanted to talk about my thing, which is probably pretty quick, and I don't think it'll take much of your time. But what you mentioned about the funding thing is real. I lost most of my funding, pretty much all of my funding through my area of physics. It's all gone, and because of that, I started a new company with my friend.
Yeah.
And I wanted to kind of get it on your radar because it's maybe not directly connected to your area of research, but might be pretty close. So, what area of microbiology do you do?
I do molecular biology. So basically, I create yeast hosts that can make different types of proteins and antibodies for pharmaceutical reasons or like whatever, and then we take those pharmaceutical drugs out and they sell it. But I make the yeast chassis or the host that makes it.
Okay, so it's kind of close to what I'm not too close, but it's a little close to what I'm doing, and I wanted to get on your radar.
Okay.
My friend and I started a new company where we have the Lorentz force, which can separate out misshapen blood cells, specifically leukemia white blood cells and red blood cells, from patients that have, say, sickle cell diseases or leukemia. It removes them in vitro, similar to a dialysis machine, only instead of using dialysis, it's a physical effect, the Lorentz force. And it either deactivates them with a little dose of medical radiation, or it shunts them out of the capillary. So the point of these misshapen blood cells is that they have a different surface tension, and we're able to target them with an enhanced fluid dynamics structure. So that's what I'm doing, and I had to get into this because all my funding's gone now with the current political climate, as you mentioned. I have a feeling your career may not be as significantly damaged as mine,
dude.
Because you're a biologist.
Academia just in the right time, man. Like it's been awful. I have friends at the Department of Energy, and they're basically saying that they have no future funding for universities. So I was doing algae biofuels research before this, trying to create a renewable and sustainable fuel that we could all use, in all of our internal combustion cars, and that's all going
That's where
away.
I was at Department of Energy, and that's where all my work
using Beto.
100% of it stopped. I have $0.00 coming from that now, whereas in previous years I was a scientist on different problems, outside scientist, ex officio, things like that. And I did do some stuff on biofuels like dewatering, which is a big area. Try to minimize the energy needed for dewatering.
Yeah, that's a huge one. So basically, in order to have an algae grow, it has to be grown in water, and then you have to remove the lipids in order for the lipids to be used for a fuel. And in order to do that, the water has to be taken out because water and oils obviously don't mix. So you can't just like boil off all the water. So that's a huge part of it. That's actually the biggest carbon and energy sink for the entire thing. So that's actually awesome. But dude, bad, man. We had people coming in last week that like she got into a PhD program, and there was 30 people got accepted, and then 3 people got left after it all went away. So it's just like I don't think that people realize.
Hopefully there's gonna be a silver lining to this cloud, that because it's a real problem. There's a lot of people who suffer considerably from leukemia, and especially from sickle cell disease, which is not very well funded. And this is a non-pharmaceutical in vitro device,
That's cool.
which could potentially help a lot of people.
So would it be
Given
like in a
that, hopefully
dialysis
something good
machine?
will
Like
come back.
how you're like running it through and then it.
So the balance of system is just like dialysis. The difference is when it comes to the actual treatment, whereas a dialysis uses a reverse osmosis method and a forward osmosis method to pull the debris and the water out of the blood. Instead of doing that, this method uses the Lorentz force, which I don't know if you're too aware of physics. I'm a physicist. F is equal to QV cross B. So it applies a electric field and a magnetic field, and it modulates the fluid dynamics of the blood to be able to pull out these misshapen blood cells.
Oh, that's
It's like
cool.
a sickle cell a sickle cell red blood cell has a very different shape than a healthy red blood cell. A leukemia white blood cell has a very different shape than a healthy white blood cell.
Ah, interesting. Dude, that's cool.
So while the patient's getting, say, chemo, a
Yeah.
lot of times they suffer considerably because their blood is just jammed with all these inoperable blood cells, and they don't have enough good blood viscosity to carry nutrients and carry oxygen and stuff. And the unaliving rate is huge with leukemia, certain kinds of leukemia.
Yeah.
Childhood leukemia is very good. It's above 90%, but other leukemias are very low. It's still like 20, 30%.
Oh, dang. Well, I'm sorry that it happened to you, man, but at least maybe there's like another opportunity, you know, like the best things coming from it. I think we have to.
Well, that's what this one is. So I wanted to get it
Yeah.
on your radar. It's called
Cool.
Arterial Dynamics.
Nice.
We're out of Golden, Colorado, and hopefully we're gonna get some investment and get going in it.
Cool, dude. Thanks for waiting, and thanks for talking about it. That's awesome. I appreciate
Yeah, I don't want
you.
to hurt your. I don't want to hurt your viewers. 'Cause I know people like.
Dude, no,
You know,
we're
the
here
thing
to
with
talk about
science,
science.
science
It's all
doesn't
good,
really
man.
pull
It's
the
all good.
viewers.
It's all
Well,
good.
science doesn't really pull the viewers the way dissent does and politics do. That's the way to sell product is with politics and dissent and arguing and all the other stuff. Science,
Yeah.
unfortunately, is kind of boring. That's just the reality of it.
Well,
And,
not here, dude.
you know,
We're
I
talking
see
about
that
the
all
cool
the
stuff
time.
in science, so that's the difference, hopefully.
Yeah, but I mean, look, that's the thing, right? I'm a physicist. I have a PhD in applied physics from the University of Alabama. I have
Nice.
incredible, long-standing research in this. I've devoted my life, my career to problems in developing nations and stuff, but I can't make a dime because
Yeah.
people don't give a shit about it. That's
I
just
know,
the
man.
reality of this.
Dude,
People love to talk about quantum mechanics and stuff like that, but when it comes time to say air pollution,
Yeah.
6 million people dying a year from air pollution, nobody's interested.
Yeah. It's tough, man. People don't understand that it takes like 20 to 30 years of fundamental research in order to even get something that's like patentable or to spin it out. So that the idea that you're actually using
Apply to the
like,
COVID vaccine.
something, you know, in order to get it. Dude, it started in 1989, bro. That research did start. Like you're just out of your depths, bro. Okay. Haley, how's it going? Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, I'm out.
In the future,
Have a good
thanks,
night.
man. Have a good one.
Yep.
Haley, what's going
So
on?
I'm
Yeah,
gonna leave.
thanks for-
I'm gonna leave if
Okay.
that's okay. I'm gonna
right,
give
Joe.
the party shot. I hope that you guys read those books. I sincerely
I'm not gonna read the book, dude. Oh, God, I'm sorry, guys. I had to kick him. He started talking about the books again. It's just so much. It's too
I
much.
don't even
It's
remember
too
the
much,
names
guys.
of
It's
the
too
books.
much.
Dude, you just mentioned the books like there's ancient
Oh my
artifacts. I
God,
don't
dude.
know them.
Okay, Haley, I'm so sorry. Well, how's it going?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. What's on
So,
your mind?
Liam, do you want to talk about your following list?
Oh no. Oh, let's not do that. Let's not do that.
What about my following list, Haley?
Well, the last time I called you out for your following list, during the live, you went to your Instagram on your band's page, might I add, and started unfollowing girls.
I know. This is the thing I was talking about, Greg. Did I not?
How
Did I
is
not
are
tell?
like a
Did
whole
I?
thing. You
Did
guys
I
are an
not
odd
tell?
couple.
Listen,
You guys are a whole odd couple, huh? This like it's
no, dude. It's honestly, it's inappropriate at this point. It
No, because
seriously is.
no,
No,
because
I'm a,
I
I'm
can
a,
I
man. I'm a,
just real quick in
I want
Haley's
I want her to
defense.
speak her truth. I want Greg to allow
For
this to
sure,
happen.
for sure. In Haley's
Go ahead,
defense,
Greg.
he's also been called out by a creator on here named Good Trouble, who has over 2 million followers for his following list. And he was called out actively on that live by Good Trouble and Isaiah Martin for his following list and the young individuals that he actively follows.
So wait a minute, Danny. Can I mute up, and you can bring up any information?
I mean,
show
Liam,
show it
I
to
still wasn't
Greg,
done.
right?
Why
show
are
it to
you
Greg
why are you
right now,
yelling,
or
Liam?
shut up. Do this
Why
for
are you
me.
yelling? You know what's
Dude,
funny? I'd like to
thankfully,
add Liam was so
Can
submissive
you
this
not
entire
listen to what I'm
time.
saying,
And
Greg?
now he's
Tell him to
yelling.
pull up pull up the evidence right now.
And
I,
I
Pull it up.
have
You're
it. I
following
have.
this?
No, pull up anything because this has been posted. Pull it up, Greg. Tell him to pull it up. I'll mute right now. I want to see it. Go. Here we
well,
go.
I don't
Liam.
know what this is. So, Haley, is that it? Was that your question?
Yeah, so I just wanted
Okay.
to add again, and I'll reiterate in case it was missed. Liam has been submissive this entire time, most of the time talking to men. But as soon as women come up here and call him out, he starts yelling, berating people, and leaving. That's
Yeah.
his shtick.
Wow.
Yeah.
Also, it's funny that he loves to bring up his wife, that I'm sorry, but he clearly doesn't love by his following list yet again. He is a victim blamer and shamer, not only to myself, but to many other women on this app. And there's proof of that as well. I have multiple videos posted of Liam on my page. I had to change my last profile picture because Liam was nonstop sexualizing it, as well as his friends, which he allows in his lives. And then he goes on to say that I'm stalking him and harassing him. Yet he gets
Yeah.
to treat women this way and then becomes so submissive with a man.
Yeah. I mean, I think that, like, look, so this is,
So do I get
I
to
talk to
defend
people that
myself
I
at all?
don't agree with at all, that I think that are reprehensible. And I don't, because I have to, as like, I basically see myself as like a science consultant, and I have to like talk to people that I don't agree with, not because I'm endorsing them, but because they represent views that other people have. So
So
even
do you
if
know,
he doesn't,
question, I guess, I will form my question this way. Do you know what the psychology is behind a 44-year-old man following minors?
I mean, he might like the shape or some, you know.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
So,
but
so
the
wait a
problem
minute,
is
Greg.
I
Greg,
can't,
You don't
I
know?
have to,
Greg.
like, I
Greg,
have
do
to
I
This is
just
give this to
wild.
wait a
people. I
minute.
can't.
I honestly might unfollow you for that because you don't know. That's pretty gross, man.
Okay.
What?
All right. So I'm trying to run like a science communication channel. Like, I'm not going to be gatekept, and you can't really like stop me from, like, I'm not here
I'm not
for
trying to stop you, but you allowed Liam to be up here and get money off of you for 2 hours, and now
yeah,
you're just being like,
because
oh,
he
I don't
represents
know.
a lot of people that have views that I have to respond with, and I have to respond to those. People deserve to have those questions answered. So that's why.
I mean,
What
but
valid questions has he even brought up? And you
So
allowed
like,
him to bully Danny up here over and over
I
again.
think
You
she
didn't really
defended
stand
herself
up for her.
fine. She did great. I think you're denouncing how she did. I think she
Multiple,
did great.
I'm not the only one that said that. Multiple people in the chat have said that, by the way.
I'm
I'm
no,
not the
I'm
one that
honestly
I'm
not
speaking
reading
for the
chat, to be
chat.
honest with you. I'm not reading
I
chat.
honestly haven't been given the opportunity to even speak. Every time I'm openly trying to have a conversation and actively participate in the conversation, Liam is actively overspeaking me every time. And then he's in the chat calling me a bunch of like insane names. Like it's kind of crazy, the fact that I can't even participate in the conversation. I'm brought up to be able to have the conversation, and then Liam is allowed the space to like continuously overtalk me and to harm me personally. And then like we like bring up, like, I'm sorry, like, Haley has good points. Like, this man is not a good individual. Like, and he's been called out by
So wait a
creators.
minute,
He's been
Greg.
called out by creators with
Can I
millions of
speak?
followers.
Everyone's speaking about
I
me.
don't
Can I
use
speak?
TikTok, guys. I don't use TikTok. Like,
So,
I don't
Greg,
like the fact that you're
hang
setting
on.
follower counts and stuff.
This
It
is a
doesn't
lot of
mean anything to
excuses
me.
from someone who sounds very
Host, listen real
misogynistic.
quick. I
You
don't
think
want
I'm
to listen.
misogynistic? I mean, dude,
Hey, I'm not the only one. Read the chat, buddy.
I'm not reading the chat. I'm talking to you.
You have been, though, throughout the live. Don't act like this is the only time you haven't.
I glance at it, but I'm not reading every message.
Okay, so
No.
now you glance at it. This is wild, honestly.
Okay.
Dude, Greg, I'm not gonna lie, you're getting backed into a corner that I understand your point, I understand their point. They're right. Liam does have signs of being someone that you shouldn't really allow to profit off of this.
What
But
the
Liam,
hell?
yeah, dude. If multiple people are saying that you do this,
So
I'm
Joe,
gonna
wait,
follow
Joe,
that.
wait a
But
minute.
listen.
Dude, I don't need to
But
listen to you. The girls are speaking. The young women up here are speaking about me, and the host is up here as the judge, and he's trying to figure out how to keep his live going. And then you jump in the middle of this. I honestly, you're not even part of this, okay? So I
wow.
am being targeted. I hope for some rare reason that I could actually speak my truth. If
No
that's
one,
not the
no one
case,
is
then I'll
actively.
just drop, dude. I'll
Then
drop.
you
It's
can just
fine.
drop. You can just drop because nobody is actively harming you, Liam. You come into multiple lives. This is what you do. You're known for this. Like
Okay,
everybody on this
guys. All right,
platform
we're just
knows.
gonna
How is
reset,
this
guys. I'm
turned into
sorry.
this?
You guys are hijacking my thing, and I'm doing a science communication thing here, and I don't think that you're respecting that. So I just got to do a fresh restart. Sorry.
Do better.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, that was.
What's up? How's it going, Tony Mac, Kimbe? How's it going,
How's it
Tony Mac?
going?
How's it going, man?
What's up? That was the most nuts, dude. I stopped on this because it said science, and
I
none
know.
of
I
that
know.
was science.
I know. I know. It's okay.
You
It's okay,
tried,
dude.
man.
I mean, it's fine. It's fine, guys. It's fine. I appreciate you. I mean, they're advocating for women, and I appreciate
Oh
it.
yeah, no,
It's
dude.
and this thing,
So I
but at the
actually
same
watched
time, I
that.
have to. At the same time, like I'm here doing my own thing, and they've just kind of brought their own thing here. So that's just not
Yeah.
okay. So
So there
I
was a
respect
little
them.
bit
Go
of
ahead.
science, in that conversation with the physicist, and I actually followed him while you guys were having that conversation because
Yeah.
it's definitely more a question for him. But I could broaden it just because I want to. This sounds silly, but hear me out all the way, okay?
Okay.
Me and some of my friends came up with, for now, just kind of a thought experiment, but it's a design for like a time machine. And the big problem we have with because it's kind of spooky that it feels a little real, but it also seems like a really dangerous topic. And even my mom told me that I probably shouldn't talk to people about that or it'd get me killed or something.
Mhm.
And it just, is that a benefit to society or is that just a net negative in general?
I'm sorry.
Like creating something like that, would that be a net positive or a net negative for
One more
humanity?
time, you're creating what? I'm sorry, I missed the first part.
Like a legitimate time machine.
I mean, it would be tough, like to. I mean, I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know if the.
It sounds far out there, I know, and it sounds silly, but the funny thing is we all kind of came upon this idea. We used to do this thing where I'd have beers with some engineers that I knew, that they all got together on Thursday night and they would just kind of drink and shoot the shit.
Yeah.
And I'd always bring up these cool designs or these new discoveries. And I don't know if you know, like the quote unquote teleportation that we have done by getting an atom on Earth and in space, both to spin up and match each other at the same time. So quote unquote teleportation. But using a lot of just things that were kind of happening, we all kind of landed on the idea that time travel could probably be possible if all of these things that we're doing are like actual things that we're doing. They could be used in junction together. I'm trying to be vague just because, like I said, me and my friends really, it seems like one of those dangerous things. We shouldn't be talking about it. We shouldn't be making it.
I mean, I think that research and that stuff is going to be, happening regardless. Usually, the idea that time machines or something like that is probably going to be research going forward, and then it kind of just happens. There's going to be some threshold that we don't really understand, and then it gets crossed, and then that's possible. So. But I don't know, the paradoxes of if there is a time machine, we would have already known because they would have come back here and told us.
I'm not really saying
stuff.
Into any of the paradoxes or the theoretical stuff on it, because we sat around and talked about it forever, and I came up with the joke that if any of that stuff is actually possible, whenever I draw the schematics for it, then I will show up from the future and kill myself, and it will never actually exist. But the danger in what I'm saying is Enrico Fermi. He was the one who actually discovered how to split an atom. It wasn't Einstein. It wasn't Oppenheimer or any of them. It was Enrico Fermi. He was trying to create the next atom in line after uranium, and he was bombarding it with a neutron, and he accidentally split it. Like he did this and won a Nobel Prize for creating a new atom. And the whole thing is crazy. Like he escaped the Nazis the night before the thing with a Jewish wife and all kinds of crazy stuff. But Enrico Fermi was the first person to actually split the atom. And I would really like to go back in time and talk to him and ask him if he knew what the nuke would eventually do.
Yeah.
Would he have bombarded that uranium atom with a neutron? Would he have done that knowing that it would eventually lead to the death of so many people?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I mean, you could have like CRISPR, for example. This is like a really interesting ethical question that people are having on, like, you know, human gene editing and stuff like that, the confounding impacts of it. And people are really interested in the ethics of it, you know, talking about all the resounding impacts that we don't think about, and the idea that that it could have, we have to make sure that we're doing it right, basically, that you are doing it correctly and that there's no adverse side effects. And you know, that's what I know. Like, we've had a lot more ethics, a lot more ethical discussions lately at the conferences and stuff like that I go to. So, but like time machines and stuff, I guess they were like a little bit too far out in order to kind of like do that.
Like I said, it sounds silly, but I mean, all of the shit was found within, like, I'd say 2018 to 2024 covers literally everything that we think we would need to actually build one. Like, where we've come in technology and just things in general are scary.
Yeah. I think it's like scary what you don't know, but then there's I guess Kobayashi wants to talk about radio satellites. Okay. So, hi Kobayashi, you have is that how you spell it? Did I say it?
I'm still here.
Okay. How's it going, man? What was your radio satellite question for this?
So, my uncle, he does the computer programming for the radio satellites in Chile. The what do you call them? The ALMA satellites. Those really big ones up on the mountain. And my question, if you look them up, they're gigantic. They're, I mean, a truck to the size of them, and they use trucks to move them, but they're really big up there. So my question is, are they gonna be relevant soon?
Dang, I have no idea, man.
Because I mean, in satellite, in looking at satellites that are coming from, like, what we're doing coming from Earth, because we're using radio waves, as you know, and using these satellites. Are these satellites that we're trying to use gonna become irrelevant? I guess,
like obsolete.
Yeah, in the next coming years.
I have no idea. That is like outside of my whole depth of knowledge there. I have no idea, man.
Damn. I'm sorry. Actually, it's been something I've been thinking about.
That's a cool question. I would look at current research in like Google Scholar, scholar.google.com, and kind of like see where where people are at. But I honestly, for research, I have no idea, man. I have no idea.
Okay, awesome. All right. Well, yeah, I was trying to throw it out there that I had an actual question.
Yeah.
Opposed to like all those people that are yelling. I was like, you might know. I was like, hey, like I've been questioning this because my uncle's like, hey, we might lose our funding, but and he's like really smart, but I don't understand half the things he talks about. But I know the other half where it's like he's sending and doing the programming to these satellites that are sending the waves out into space and going out there every year for it. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's they're talking about like maybe they got something better going on in the next coming years. So I don't know if you maybe knew something about that, but it's okay.
Okay. Cool, man. I don't. That's a good question though. I'm gonna try to get through these other people before I go because it's freaking 2:15 in the morning. So, thanks, guys. I'm gonna get some other people in there.
Have a good night.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Have a good
have a
one.
good night. Thank you for answering.
Yeah, no problem, man. MK, what's up? How's it going?
Oh, what's up, man? I'm having a good day so far.
Hell yeah.
I have a cool theory.
Okay.
I think I know the solution to every problem in the world right now.
Okay. You're the person to
I
talk
think
to.
if we all, just ate a really good peanut butter and jelly sandwich, then we'd all chill out.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like dictators, they wouldn't dictate and stuff like that. And who can deny a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you know what I mean?
Sure.
It's good as hell. I mean,
It's
I
true.
love PB&Js, especially the Uncrustables, man. Crustables,
They are.
I
They're very
love them,
good.
man. Oh yeah, and for people with peanut allergies, I think we do Nutella. I don't know.
Ooh.
I've tried Nutella and jelly sandwiches. They're really good. And like, if they don't like grape jelly, you can do strawberry jelly. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like it'd work.
Yeah. That would be good. That would be good, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I'm gonna make like, ain't there like 8 billion people in the world?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna start like a charity, 8 billion PBJs across the world. I feel
Yeah.
like that'd be a good organization to make. You
It's
know
a
what I
good
mean?
one. It's a good one.
Oh yeah, man. I'm gonna call out to like I don't know, Bill Gates to help if he is gonna help, but I hope he
Mm-hmm.
does help. Thank
Nice.
you for adding me. I feel very valuable right now.
Nice,
Thank
man.
you.
Well, have a good night, okay? Oh, God. All right. Jesse, what's going on? How's it going?
Oh shoot! I didn't realize I requested.
Oh, shit. What's up, dude?
Oh, what's going on, Greg?
Not much, man. Not much.
So wait, what am I? Am I supposed to ask a question or something?
Whatever, dude. Whatever. What's on your mind?
Oh no, I've just been listening for a little bit, and I
Oh, yeah.
appreciate your patience you had with the people that were in here before and how you handled that. If you know what I'm referencing, not to bring it back up or anything, because it seemed like it kind of
Yeah, I
negatively
mean,
impacted you.
yeah, so no, I'm happy that you brought it up. Like, I think the idea is to treat people with compassion and kindness that don't normally get treated that way. And the idea is to try to give them a platform to ask questions that they haven't been able to ask before and have someone that can actually listen to them and to really walk them through stuff for the first time. That's why I'm here. That's why I have this channel here. I don't do it for the likes or the followers or the money or the gifts or anything like that. So I have a career. I'm an actual scientist. I'm like actually here to try to positively impact these people's lives, and that's why I'm here. So it gives people a chance to go through dangerous ideas that I don't like personally, and that you saw I get mad, I get frustrated, but we have to have those conversations, and nobody that's in the science field is willing to have those conversations with people, really. And that's the problem, is that like a lot of science communicators aren't actual scientists, so we have a huge disconnect. And so I feel like hopefully reaching someone, reaching out to them, can give them a hand. And I think that people don't realize, when you're trying to talk to someone about a conspiracy theory or something like that, these can be world changing for them. Like their entire world could be deconstructed. And I think you got to help them. Like you got to help lend out a helping hand, and you got to help them up, as opposed to keep pushing them down. And it's tough. It's really tough. But especially as a scientist, like I have to give these people an opportunity and to do it. If it was me as an influencer, a content creator here trying to like do something, have a platform, then it'd be different, but I do see myself professionally here representing something bigger than me. So that's what I'm trying to do, man.
No, that was extremely well put, and you kind of feel the genuine approach that you give to people when you talk. And I think the first couple sentences that you said are something that you must have heard from a mentor, or just something that stuck with you when you said you need to speak with people with empathy, or whatever it is that you said, that don't usually receive that. I think that's something that everybody should live by, and I don't know, I think that's awesome.
Yeah, it's my mom, man. It's my mom. That's how she raised me. And yeah, dude, I don't know what it is about. I've honestly always been really interested in conspiracies, to be honest with you. Like, just going into places that I really shouldn't be. I was like, when the Trump movement started in 2015, I joined it as a non-supporter, got into the discords, and was in there trying to understand people. When COVID happened, I was getting into the biggest anti-vax community that I could find, trying to understand those people, how they believe, why they believe it. And it's not like necessarily trying to change their mind. And I think that that's the biggest thing, is that you can't just like change someone's mind through a conversation. They have to want to change their own mind. You can't force someone to go through something that they don't want to go through. And I think at the end of the day, you can just plant that seed and be there if it if it sprouts, and continuing asking questions. And so I've had like I said, these long conversations with these guys in Discord, like hours and hours. And this one guy was talking about how, it's all these governments are all working together, and they're all fake, and the COVID's fake, and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, yeah, but I'm a scientist, man. Like I have a lab. Like, what are you talking about? Like, how is it fake? And he was like, all these governments have people in their, in their labs working, and that's how they're all communicating. And I'm like, bro, like, what are you talking about? There's like 3 people in my lab. Like, well, which one of these 3 people? 2 of them are from China. One of them's from South Korea. Like how could they be from like CIA deep undercover? You know what I mean? So
Yeah, it's arguing with people that have so little information, and sit so strongly in their beliefs without too much facts to back it, but more
But
so
you know
their
what he said,
imagination.
though? But you know what he said? I was like, at the end of it, I was like, I'm a scientist, though, and I would have to be in on it. Like, do you think that I'm in on it? And he was like, no, maybe you're one of the good scientists. And like that really stuck with me because dude, I talked to this guy for like 10 hours. You know, it was crazy. And
It
over
has to
weeks,
stem from
weeks.
some sort of fear, right?
For sure, man. People are scared and fearful of what they don't know. You know, and you know, it is like they didn't heard of RNA since, you know, school, and they think that this is being forced on them. They really do think that it's like some new technology, or you know, and you know, it's coming from this place that they don't understand, or there's these, and a lot of it comes from just asking questions, which I think is like a really dangerous way that misinformation spreads. So there's like disinformation and then misinformation. So disinformation is falsely putting something out there and creating a narrative that you know that doesn't exist. Misinformation is when people hear the disinformation and spread that. And that is like two distinct different things, right? I think that like a lot of people spread misinformation unknowingly. I think that disinformation is created by a lot of like Russian bots, to be honest with you. I think that Russia like has a huge player in a lot of this, a lot more than we can ever imagine. And they're trying to sow discord, and you can actually see it in the Senate Intelligence Committee briefs, and there's like hundreds of pages of Facebook ads that they took out, you know, in the 2020, and you know, in Facebook, you know, and we know this happens, man, and instead of helping each other and being like, dang, like, wait a second, this is a U.S. science company, they would never do this. Like, we kind of turned into one another. And that's the thing that I can't get over. It really does mess with me, man, that like 1.2 million people died. And I don't think that people understand like how many people that is, how bad that is compared to anywhere else in the world. We're like up there with Somalia, bro, for like deaths per capita. And we weren't we weren't looking out for one another. We didn't have kindness. And it's not just old people that died. It's not just sick people that died. And I can't get over how people write that off.
No, a big part of it might be, even though the number's so large, I think there's so many people that didn't know someone personally that was impacted it, or, you know, died because of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I served in the military, and I got COVID myself early 2020 from going into nursing homes and testing the patients and trying to decontaminate the whole thing. So it's an interesting conversation. I didn't really know who you were before this and kind of what you backed, but it seems like you're pro, you know, vax, and you said that you haven't supported Trump since the beginning, right? Correct?
Never, no.
So if I was somebody, I mean, it also seems like you don't mind putting in the time to try to convince people why they should be pro-vax, or even think about it and why it may be a good thing. So if I was someone that, say, was in the middle, and I also have a young daughter, and you know, and I said, hey, I have some concerns even for myself, and then for my young daughter, you know, what vaccines that I think are necessary and which ones that I think should not be mandatory, if any of them should be mandatory, you know, what would you say?
I mean, I have children, and I give them all vaccines. So like every vaccine that they are capable of getting, I give them on schedule. Like the vaccine schedule and is basically put there in order to get them the titers and the antibodies that they need in order to survive in the world. And especially now, you know, with so many people not getting vaccines, it's actually even more important to get them their shots.
Yeah, I did have my daughter take all of her vaccines, and I mean, things are still running smooth. So, you know, I'm not necessarily, you know, against them. Just, I guess I wouldn't be on the same page as you as being extremely pro-vax. If somebody said they didn't feel like they wanted their children to get it, I'd probably just go, hey, I mean, that's your choice. And if you feel like there's some worries, then I can't really, you know, say much about it, because I'm not, I don't have enough knowledge on it, like say someone like you would. But are you for mandatory vaccines? Like for
Yeah, it's a really good question, man. I think that obviously, like, you can't strap someone down. It's so weird. I think about like my politics when I try to think about things and the absolute extremes, and then I try to figure out like, okay, one step, one step, one step. I don't know. It's just where I think about things. So, like,
I guess we could use the COVID one for example, because that one was mandated, at
yeah,
least for the
but like, I
military.
wouldn't like nobody would recommend like if you had a vaccine that that you had to like strap someone down and like inject into them. For COVID, it doesn't make sense. Like, that's not a good idea. But if someone is not in their right mind and they have rabies, or they know that they could get rabies, now it becomes like a real moral question, right? Because you know that they're going to die 100%. Like, if they gotten bit with an infected dog or something, and they are 100% going to die if they do not get this vaccine. The fact that you're even questioning putting that vaccine into them, I mean, you're killing them, right? By not doing that. So, and the point is like, you get into a consent question, right? It's like, if the person doesn't give you explicit consent, then is that okay? And I think that people can be not in their right mind, man. Like, people can like legitimately be, like, the mental health crises, for example, or having like some like our fabric and how we view reality is a ratio of neurotransmitters in your brain that can alter very quickly. So if someone is not in their right mind, and refusing the vaccine, and that they're gonna die, I think that's as close as I would get to doing that, and I still don't know if I could. So,
No,
so
I think that makes total sense. I mean, it sounds like you're just taking the logical approach for the most part. I mean, like you said, for mental health crises, like
mhm.
those people can be sectioned and kind of lose their ability to choose, what they believe is right for them or not. And I think it can be looked at in a similar way. If
Yeah,
someone's going to lose their life, and essentially, if they're denying a vaccine that is going to save their life, isn't it the same thing as kind of being suicidal almost?
yeah, exactly. And um, but then the question is like, do you consent to every life-saving procedure? So, like, does a surgeon ask consent in order to cauterize the wound, and you're like, no, that's a given for the procedure. I hope that you cauterize the wound, because otherwise it would kill me. So, like, there are things that happen that are, that happen, and it's tough. It's tough. It's a really tough conundrum. I think there should be like some friction in our society and public health, in that mandating vaccines for public schools makes sense to me, because it's a public space. One, two, people are going there and they don't know that they should be getting them. You know what I mean? So it's a good mechanism for them to get it, and they're safe and effective. Vaccines really are safe and effective. So in a world where 5% matters in herd immunity, 30% not getting vaccinated makes everything really not useless, but it really ineffective, to the point where that you are killing people. And that's the problem, man. That's the problem, is like, where does public health and like the importance of public health? Because like, people that are immune compromised, they don't have consent, right? You don't have their consent to spread pandemics onto them. It's like they're being forced in order to wear masks. They're being forced to isolate still. They're being forced to be in their bed with types of um, chronic fatigue syndromes and stuff like that. So those people deserve to have a right to society. So it's tough, man. It really is tough, but I do feel like there is something in public health that we have to fight for, and we have to fight for the people that are disadvantaged and that are lambs to the slaughter, basically, man, versus someone's just feeling of like, oh, vaccines are, that's tough. Because honestly, dude, like, I think that people are just they're being wusses. To be 100% with you, like the people that are healthy that just won't get a vaccine, they're just a big wuss. Yeah, it's like, bro,
Yeah.
come on,
Also
man.
being selfish. I mean,
Exactly.
I was in the military, and my brother is has a very rare autoimmune disorder and was at high risk during COVID. And I didn't want to get the vaccine because I already had COVID. And what I had heard about the vaccine, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that it minimized your symptoms, but it didn't um, lessen, let's say, lessen your ability to get severely sick or maybe even die. So for me it was, and I know it mutates and it changes, but I had gotten it early on and I had beat it, and I was looking at it more so like yeah, I want to know if I have this. I don't want my symptoms to be suppressed or hidden, and I want to know if I'm going to pass it along to someone like my brother who could really get negatively impacted by it. So but regardless, like I said, I didn't want it for that reason, but I still got it. Just putting my brother first or someone like that. And I think just a lot of people are more so selfish because they don't care about the everyday person walking by them. But if it's their family or someone that they love, but if we kind of look at people like that person could be someone that was in our family or someone that we love, we just don't know them. I think that would make a big difference for everybody as well. Kind of like what you said to start the conversation, speaking to people with empathy that they don't usually receive it, treating people, giving people empathy, and having empathy, for everyone that doesn't usually receive it. It's just like a huge key to, shout out to your mom. So, your mom must, must be a smart woman.
She is. Thank you. Yeah, dude. I think that's why I kind of like. I think that you have to mirror like let's go, like, come on, we can do this, we can be strong, we can take this vaccine, like this is easy, guys, this is an easy decision with good like science communication, and you have to explain like what's going on. And I think that the problem is that we just had one without the other, and part of it, like, let's be real, man, like Trump didn't take it seriously for the first 6 months. He let rampant community spread happen. He called it fake for the first 4 months of the pandemic, and then the last two he didn't take it seriously. And then they did the 1 week shutdown thing. And I mean, even when we had confirmed COVID cases on a cruise ship out off the coast of California, the DHS overrode the CDC to they didn't wear protective gear. The CDC was going to take protective gear, put these people in quarantine, make sure that they're COVID negative, and then go. And the DHS overrode them, went in there with no PPE, and then put them out in Southern California. So it's just like he made decisions in a pandemic that led to people dying directly. There we can quantify it. Actually, there was a paper that quantified it, and it was such a strong early outbreak of COVID-19. You can actually measure it, and he directly led to the deaths of about 300,000 people. Trump's executive orders led to the deaths of about 300,000 people. Do we know? So
Were we really going to be able to stop it though?
We could have done so much more though, man. That's the thing, is that we didn't test at the airports. We didn't do any quarantines of the people that were coming in from the from foreign born. Like we didn't do any types of masks. The masks were specifically where they were going to do and ship out from the to everyone through the USPS. Trump stopped that because it wouldn't have looked good or something. The early detection tests that I talked about, we actually didn't use the WHO qPCR primers. We decided to make our own primers, which led to about 2 months of having wrong qPCR data, which led to some conflation about like, is the test right? Is the test wrong? Which sowed distrust in the system. So would there have been some type of SARS-CoV-2 outbreak in the United States? Absolutely. But like, if you look at how we did per capita, deaths per capita, you should compare us to South Korea. So South Korea got introduced with the virus at the same time as us, and they're actually more population dense. So it's actually a really good comparison. And they had so many less people die. I'll bring it up right now. South Korea per capita COVID deaths. And
could that be more people wanting to travel to America than South Korea?
Well, it's also, well, there's that, but then there's also density. So density is another thing that they had, and when they, when people came in there, they were let out. They never were quarantined. So deaths per capita rate. Let's see. Where are they? Let's see. Deaths per capita. There we go. Finally. Let's see. Okay, so deaths per capita. Found it. It's a shame, dude. It should be an embarrassment that we have. The United States is with, Lithuania and Romania, right? We had 3,588 deaths per million.
Well, I'm not doubting that we did a bad job.
And so 3,500, and then South Korea was, just so we have that.
Don't you also think it might be a cultural thing as well?
It is a cultural thing. Exactly. South Korea actually cares about one another. 693. So 693 per million, and they versus 693.
I just think, and I'm not supporting Trump or hating on
5 times.
anyone.
500 times the death toll, dude.
I guess my
That's a
only thing is
million
I
people
think that
that
would
didn't
have
need to die.
happened no matter who the president was, because of.
But that's a million people that didn't need to die. That's a million Americans, man.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
It's crazy. And
I think
we
that's
don't even
more
think
on the
about that.
people, though.
Exactly. Yes. And that's what I'm saying. The culture of us, of the United States, we were selfish and we didn't care about one another, and we would rather have a million Americans die than wear a mask. Or
Well, when you think about an American wearing a mask, you picture an American wearing it so that the nostrils are out, and they're huffing and puffing it because they don't want to wear it.
Exactly.
You know,
It's indicative of a bigger problem. It's indicative of a bigger problem where people don't care about one another. And it's the same way, man. It's the same way for of a lot of our politics right now, right? It's like it's people are castigating one another, right? Where it's just like, I'm going to excise you. You say this thing and you do this thing, or I'm never going to talk to you again. And it's like,
well, yeah. I mean, don't you feel like politics were created to divide us?
I think that like I can see what you mean, but I think that in the last 10 years, especially in the last 5, there's been a huge shift in AI algorithms that have constructed alternative realities for people, and they live in these bubbles that are in 2016, it was like your Facebook feed and it was kind of innocuous and all that kind of stuff. But then like now it's an individualized AI bubble that's tailor made to you specifically to mess with you and to put you into this death loop of like watching things that you don't want to watch so that you
Are you
engage
talking
more.
about our social media algorithms?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's and like
Well, they're just stronger. I mean, specifically TikTok as well. Whatever they,
yeah.
the algorithm that they created
different.
here.
It's not just an algorithm. It's like it's an AI, man. It's the AI element because everyone has their own individual feed now. It's
Short form videos. Before you talking, old school Facebook, it was just seeing what your grandmother was up to when she posted on her
it was more
thread
of
that
like
she
a
baked
filter.
cookies or something.
Exactly. It was more of a filter. Like the ads were kind of like a filter, like, oh, you're this demographic, you want to do this, you want to do that. So that's what the ads got you shown because you had that. But now it's like, I'm going to find you. I'm going to find what you want. I'm going to find what actually makes you click on me. Like the ads, like, dude, I mean, like Instagram ads, like dang, they're good, man. They're good. You like want to click on them, right? I mean, they actually show up and you're like, this is exactly what I was looking for. Actually, it's wild. It is absolutely wild. And, yeah, man, I think that the AI elements is messing with people a lot more than people give it credit to.
So
I
you
really do.
believe politics were invented to divide us, but you believe it wasn't as effective until somewhat recently.
I mean, politics is just how humans organize. So like there's politics in any type of human structure of society or group or anything like that. So I mean that's
But
there's that.
the larger number of groups, the how do you put it? Like the fact that there's only two sides makes it so much easier to split up people and have them be so against each other. Because on both sides, it's like you're attaching yourselves to just a couple of strong arguments that you might not even really believe, whether it's abortion, it's you know science, socialism, capitalism, and people. I don't think they're even too well informed, educated, or even too passionate about those things as much as they want to be on a side and kind of feel a part of a team and dislike the other side. And I could be wrong about that, but that's what it feels like nowadays more than anything.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean that's everyone's talks about how it's all tribal now and everything like that. I don't know. It's tough, man. I've been really trying to think about this, like how I don't know. It's just the idea how to explain to people the fakeness of the internet that exists right now. It's like it's so wild. Like not just like the AI videos that are rampant everywhere now, but like I mean the FBI discovered and they put out that like basically Russia was doing bots for on Twitter and using ChatGPT to make entire profiles, and then those profiles would go on to other people and basically push narratives to them. So they would have all these people showing up in their replies and all that kind of stuff, just saying something similar to push a narrative what they want to say. So these social media companies become this like gatekeeper of not just like what the news is going to be, like because New York Times covers what's popular on Twitter, for example, but like how people view what's going on. And there's a social media like content creator thing where it's like it's called audience capture, where you will like put out a video and then one video on this one topic gets 100% more engagement, and then now you're kind of like trapped into making that type of video constantly. And I think that they're basically, I mean, this is my conspiracy. You know, they do exist. The bots do exist, but I mean, now I'm extrapolating. But yeah, I think that they're using those bots in order to manufacture this broader thinking of like what's going to happen in reality. Like the trans issue is a great example on the Kamala Harris never talking about any types of trans rights on any type of social media, like, or speech or anything. It was not even mentioned one time. And the number 2 issue that Republicans talked about was that the number 2 issue was basically how much they saw her constantly talking about trans issues. So it's just like,
Well, you're
wait,
saying
what?
Kamala never mentioned trans issues, not once within.
It was never on her stump speech. No, she didn't. She talked about like broader human rights and that kind of stuff, but she never pushed that. That was never a central part of her campaign, ever. But you look at the social media diets and the algorithms that are being pushed on Republicans, that is the number 2
a
thing that
lot,
they thought that she
100%.
talked about. So much so that she actually, there's a poll, bro, about how many people Republicans think are trans. What percentage do you think that the Republicans think are trans?
Republicans probably like 20%.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Exactly. 25%.
But it's really like 1% or something like that.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. So it's like, what? Like this is
Yeah,
like
that
a
is interesting. I have to look back at that because I could have swore Kamala. I mean, that sounds like something that she would be talking about. Like, if you kind of look, if you're not too deep into it, you're like, oh, the left is, trans rights, LGBTQ, and the right is, somewhat against it. So you definitely would think that she would bring it up for her supporters.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that she didn't, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I think those bots run rapid on Twitter more than anything else. And
that's why Elon bought it. He thought he wasn't going to buy it at first. He was talking about how he had independent analyses saying that about 40% of Twitter users were fake. And he said this probably double that. Like, but he had his report and independent analysis said about 40%. And he still bought it. Why? Because he realized that, oh my God, the bots are my clone army. I don't need these to be real people. That's actually easier and better if they're not, because then it's easier to construct a narrative. And that's the thing, dude. These billionaires now, that's the thing that I'm really grappling with. Like, genuinely, it's blowing my mind that I really think that now there is a force that's bigger than money and capital. And it's that attention and influence of these realities, man. Being able to puppeteer these realities is way more important than anything else that they can have. Way more important than money. Bezos gets it. Bezos gets it with the Washington Post as soon as but it's not the same with like the false bot narratives. Elon gets it, and that's why he's so popular. That's why he has this unwieldy power as a billionaire, because everything that he says is amplified. He went in there. He was so mad about like some Biden tweet after the Super Bowl. He had like tweeted earlier that day, and then Biden had a tweet, and it got like 2 times more likes than Elon's tweet. And he goes to the Twitter engineers and goes, up my influence by like 3,000%. If I say I am the CEO of this company. If I say something, it has to be at the top of everyone's feed. And they upped it like 3,000%. And that's why every single time Elon
wait, how do you know this?
Because
how do you know this?
It was reported, like I read some media report on it. It was some Washington Post or New York Times article about it. So
yeah, I wouldn't deny it, because anytime I open up Twitter, I see Elon Musk writing something. I don't believe I follow him.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. So he is using these as it's wild, man. That's the thing that I don't get. I don't understand. I don't think that we I don't think that we're really seeing the full power yet of these, how much power
I don't
they
know if
have.
it's we don't see it. I think there's nothing we can do about it.
Agreed there, man. Agreed. But it's like the there's a reason why, like, I watched Trump speeches. I watched, a lot, and I never saw any sign. I watched the entire RNC. I watched a lot of Trump media. Never once did I ever hear one person say we need to give tax cuts to billionaires. But the first thing that they do, the first omnibus bill that they put through, that is like, what was it? Like 80% of the spending over the next 10 years is all going to be tax cuts to billionaires. I mean, it is absolutely wild, dude. And the conventional thinking is that this is the donors. These are the donors. The billionaires are the donors. And I don't know if that's true anymore. That's what I'm brain broken about, bro. I really am,
It
because
has. I mean, it has to be.
no, because
If
they're
not
not giving enough. They're
100%.
not giving enough. That's the thing, is that the billionaires aren't giving these politicians enough money for that to make sense. Like if I was getting $1 million and I gave you $1, like what would your incentive be? What I think is happening is that these
Are you talking about
politicians,
because it's Trump in office? It doesn't
no, they're
hold the same weight.
disproportionate. Even if it's $1 million, dude, like Elon Musk is making $100 billion a year. Maybe, it's like, it's insane the amount of money on some of these, after the pandemic, he's like tripled his net worth. So what I'm saying though, is that these politicians aren't getting paid off by them. What they're doing is that they're using these billionaires as kind of like trading cards, or like superheroes, or like, this is like the X-Men and the billionaires are like the mutants, and they have like these ungodly powers that the politicians are so afraid of, that they're so scared of, that they
What do you
have
mean by
to succumb
powers?
to them. It's not, they would never ask them for money. They would know, oh God, you don't have to pay me anything. You don't have to pay me. I'll do it. I'll give you whatever you want. It's like they're petrified, bro. They are petrified. It's, I don't know, man. That's
In
it's
terms of their well-being?
the power that these billionaires have in order to craft a media image. That's the thing. So I don't know. This is an idea and a theory, a hypothesis that I'm honestly still sussing out, that I'm still trying to put together. I'm actually just DMing my sociology professor friend. I'm like, dude,
Would a
I don't.
billionaire say no to $1 million even if they have $1 billion though?
It's whether the politicians are going to be paid off, for it. And yeah, Citizens United exists, obviously.
Well, sorry, I shouldn't have said
Yeah,
billionaire. We're talking about the
but
politicians.
would you get, like, I mean, the orders of magnitude, dude? They're getting billions of dollars, and you're getting $100,000. That's like getting $100,000 and you getting $10 in return. Like it's like they're like, what? Like, why would anyone? No one's going to do that. No one's going to go out of your way to get, like, whoa, like that doesn't make any sense. I
But
think
they're
it's,
getting more than that.
well, I mean, through these super PACs and stuff, they're getting millions. But again, they're making tens of billions of dollars a year. $1 million, dude. That's $10,000, and you're getting $1. What would you do for $1 if someone's getting $10,000 in return? You wouldn't do much. You would be like, what? Get the hell out of here. So
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but when you say what would you do for $1, I mean, maybe they don't look at it as they're doing much. They're just being told what to do, and
yeah,
it just makes their job easier. But I'm sure it's more. They're getting more
I
money
think
than
they're
that.
making it easier. Yeah, I think it's being easier because they're the superheroes. They're the superheroes in this world, man. That's the crazy thing. That's they're the billionaires have so much money now that the discrepancy is so vast. Like you could take the net worth of all of Congress together, Senate and the House all together, and it's not even close to what Elon has. And it's not Elon's power isn't because of the money that he has. It's because he has Twitter. He has that bot network, and that's the crazy thing. And he has Grok, like with the AI. I don't know, man.
A lot of people would say that Elon being on Twitter has hurt his reputation, his image.
Oh, for sure. I think, yeah, I agree. I would agree with that. I mean, and his, that being a Tesla board member must be so hard because he just keeps just shooting himself in the foot. He just will not shut up about it. And, yeah. So, yeah. So anyway, man, it's 3:00. Damn, this is a 5-hour live, guys. So that was crazy.
All
It
right,
got
brother.
crazy
I
in here.
appreciate you having me up. And
Thank you, dude. That was a really nice talk. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you.
Yeah, you too, man. Take care.
Have a good night. All right, guys. All right. I hope your night went well. I do surf. Thank you. I do surf. All right. It's also true. All right, guys. Well, hopefully we had a good stream. Hopefully you saw some good science content and you understand a little bit better what's going on and why I'm here. And I appreciate you. I thank you for the gifts and all the things and all the TikTok stuff. But I genuinely, the best thing that you could do is just sharing the stream. I'm not here for the money or anything like that. And we're just trying to improve positivity, and we're trying to help people learn a little bit more about science. That's the whole goal here. But I wanted to talk about something for our little mindfulness moment. I wanted to start ending these streams with something that's a little bit more positive and something that everyone can work on. So I wanted to talk about failure. I think failure is the most important skill that you can master. And I think that because it's the way that you learn. It is the first step in learning. And in life, one of the reasons why I wanted to become a scientist was because I loved when things went wrong, when experiments went bad. I loved coming back at it, and I loved trying the experiment again. And I think that is such an interesting way of thinking about how you find your passion and all that kind of stuff, what you want to do in your life. It's not necessarily the thing that you're born with the best talent at. It's the thing that you love failing at the most. And it's not intuitive. Like my entire life, I was looking at those. What am I the Michael Jordan of? What am I naturally gifted at? And it didn't push me in the right direction. But Michael Jordan's the Michael Jordan that he is because he loved going and missing that free throw and then picking up that ball again and then trying it again. And I think that is how you should think about things. And if you haven't figured out what you want to do in your life, or you haven't figured out how you're going to make an impact in the world, I think that you should try failing at more things. Try failing at different things. Try failing and getting involved in different ways and failing at those. And because sometimes the biggest things is learning is the failures can actually be more important than success. So like, for example, I wanted to be a a park ranger, and because I loved the environment, and I did an ecology lab where I had to test and measure the ants that are going across a line in the middle of the sun, and I was just so bored about that. I hated it. I hated the ecology field work that I was supposed to love. I was supposed to be out in nature, and I was supposed to love it, and I didn't. And at the same time, I had a lab class, and that allowed me to change the genomes and use molecular biology to figure out ways to improve the world and save the environment like I wanted to. So that failure at that ecology lab pushed me into molecular biology, and that is the thing that I fell in love with the most, because I love the idea of trying different approaches, trying new techniques. And I think that is a good lesson. So failure is not a failure. It is okay. And that is one of the biggest things with school. School doesn't allow us to fail enough. And I think that harness that ability to try new things, and don't be afraid when you fail. Okay? All right. That's it for real, though. That's it for real. It's been fun. That's been an A live, guys. That is. I gotcha. Thanks, man. Okay. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I think we're going to do it again tomorrow. I don't know what's going to happen. Hopefully, I can just retain control of the entire live the entire time. I don't know if I'm just going to have to do people one at a time. I think that's just going to be what it is. I like the one-on-one conversations anyway. I hate when people try to dogpile people, and it really gets us out of a good conversation. And I was having such a good conversation with those guys, and I felt like my whole thing got hijacked, and I hate that. And I hate trying to disrupt people and kick people out. And so I think I'm just going to do one-on-one. So thank you for coming. I'm going to do like two lives, 3 lives a week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You should probably. So hopefully I see you then. Thanks for coming. I appreciate you, and have a good one. Be nice to people. See ya. Oh my God, dude. That was one. God.